After an incredible Brawl Cup for the region, it's time for EMEA to turn their attention back to domestic competition. With Humble crowned champions and Foot finishing runner-up, extra Worlds and LCQ slots are secured for the region. Add map draft and a 1.5x point multiplier at the start of the summer split, and the stage is set for another chapter of the Brawl Stars Championship. Welcome to the June monthly finals. My name is Sunny. I'm alongside Kenny and Ark today. You look as ever brilliant as you are, you two.
Of course. That's just how we roll.
We do.
And my first question to you two today would be, which storyline are you following most closely?
I think I'm looking at this lower side of the bracket, to be honest with you. Humble and Foot, for the first time all year long, are on this top side, and that means all these middle-of-the-pack teams, those that are borderline LCQ or now in LCQ because of all the work that Foot and Humble did at Brawl Cup, they kind of get to compete against each other. Reply Totem, Novo Esports, Navi, one of them has to get to the grand finals. Of course, it could be Mesoport too, but I mean, one of them has to surpass the others, and I think which of those teams goes the furthest will really impact the rest of our year.
Yeah, I'm with Kenny. I feel like that semi-finals potential of Humble and for Esports would be an absolute banger. Not to say it's going to happen necessarily, as we know what happened in this rematch that we're going to see between Humble and Kuma La Zavesta. That's
nailed it.
First and last time I'm going to say that all straight. But I do, and I'm curious to see what will happen in this lower side also. Will Lenar do what he did in Brawl Cup and bring in the goods?
We have some pretty good matches for you already in the quarterfinals. I'm looking at the quarterfinal number 1. As you already mentioned, we have a little rematch. Humble and Foot Esports on the same side of the bracket today. And then Reply Totem Sport, Novo Esports versus Navi, where we have two Draches facing off against each other, but more of that later. We also want to talk about the elephant in the room here, really. We brought Humble and Foot Esports back from Berlin, but also this red button right here in front of me. You can't see it here. Here you can see it. What is that exactly, Kenny?
Well, if I hit this button at any given moment, it will give the people at home 200 points. And those 200 points go a long way as somebody that messed up several predictions yesterday. So you better be on the lookout, be in the stream. And if we hit this red button, which is calling my name, we might be itching for it and you might want 200 points.
Yeah, we're still working on it to do a trapdoor for Trav, but we'll try our best to see what we can do for that.
So you want to be on the website eventthebrawlstars.com at all times, because you don't know when we will press that button. It's going to be a highlight of the day, that's for sure. Any good play we will see. Now, we already talked a little bit about it. Humble and Foot Esports had an incredible run at Brawl Cup. They came first. Humble took the crown once more, or the medal, and Foot Esports are the runner-ups. Both of those get a couple more BSC points, we see it here on the graphic, and also additional Worlds and LCQ spots.
It's just allowing them to basically lap the region. I mean, the fact that they already won, at least won each grand final, Humble, of course, winning one, Foot with a couple on the board too, but it's these teams after that that have been able to climb. One team that's not here that's notable is Team Heretics, who flew all the way down to 6th place, and especially now that we're at 1.5x points, well, look at Novo Esports, look at Big. This is their opportunity, this is their month where they can try and move.
Another team that's not here is SK Gaming, who are now not even visible on the leaderboard, which is really disappointing for them. But certainly with Foot Esports out on 400 points, that is a massive, massive lead. But there's still a massive fight in this region to continue. And especially if we do see that kind of clash in those semi-finals, then one of those two top teams of Foot Esports and Humble is going to be slightly behind the pack. And if that turns out to be potentially Humble, then there could be a bit more of a battle to be seen.
Reply Totem and Team Heretics certainly say thank you to that. Now, let's have a look at our first 4 matches of the day. It's the quarterfinals, and we look pretty aligned. Only Trev seems to have a bit of a mind of his own.
He is special, so he might have gone that direction, but I think it is warranted. I think that's one that I wrestled with a little bit too. I think Navi, to me, are still a great team. I think they're going to be one of the LCQ teams by the end of the year, if not maybe that 3rd place one that gets shipped off to Worlds. But I think that I've been impressed more with Novo recently when watching them through the qualifiers. I like that they've got a new rookie, some new juice. That's kind of giving them some confidence. So I'm just kind of gut checking it here like you two are.
Now, we wanted to hand away the responsibility. We changed some teams to watch in the past, so we handed you the responsibility for this time around. You got to vote on social media who you think is or should be our team to watch, and it's going to be Humble. Now, yesterday it was Crazy Raccoon. It didn't go too well for them. They dropped out in the semis. Let's hope that the crowd curse isn't a real thing.
It's definitely a real thing. I'm going to put it straight out there.
We just take responsibility off of us and put it on the community. We've deflected.
Yeah, exactly. This is exactly what we've done. It was quite notable that, on our side, every time we would have that team to watch, then they would just kind of have a terrible monthly final. Now, you are responsible for anyone's downfall, so it's completely off our hands.
We also know that you love rewards, so these are the ones that you get for voting over at event.brawlstars.com. They're going to change this next weekend, so it makes sense to lock in your predictions for both weekends. Today we still have EMEA for you, next weekend South and North America, and the more predictions you get right, the longer you stay in chat and also answer to those quizzes, the more points you get on the reward track. So, did you two lock in your predictions yet?
Of course,
I
always
always locked in.
Then I think we're ready for the first match of the day, and it is gonna be Humble versus FA Kumula Savesta, a match that we've seen before. Humble just played on the global stage and they were very successful, but the last monthly finals they played in their own home region, it didn't go too well for them.
No, I mean, this is a repeat of exactly what we saw under a different banner, BGT at the time, but it's the exact same roster. It wasn't just a win, though. It was a sweep, a 3-0, a decimation. And for Humble, I think they want this one pretty bad. They win the Brawl Cup. They've now built back the confidence. I think they're going to want revenge.
Trev got the chance to also sit down with none other than Semantic. So let's hear it from him about Brawl Cup, about BGT as a team.
So Semantic, after a pretty disappointing end to the first split, you bounced back really well in the Brawl Cup. Do you think you're going to be able to kind of drag that forwards into this month, or do you think you're going to be going back to your disappointing ways?
I mean, we will definitely try to secure the #1 seed of EMEA. Brawl Cup win is definitely boosting us, just showed us exactly where we stand as always, which is really, really cool. And we're just going to try to finish in the first seed, all top 2 at least, which I think with our point advantage right now is a reasonable goal.
Yeah, definitely got to go for those world final qualifications directly. Going into your first game today, how do you feel about that matchup?
I definitely want revenge against them. It is, I mean, we literally lost to them last monthly final, so we just want revenge, and I really hope we're not going to lose against them again.
How's your preparation been coming into this one? Because I know after the Brawl Cup last time, you took a little bit of a hit, your preparation wasn't as good, you took a vacation. Have you been on it, ready to get some points for this split?
I mean, at the end of the day, it's not about the prep, it's about how you play on merge day, so I think we rested well, so we trained enough, we should be feeling ready to hopefully win.
Kumula Savesta today are walking into this monthly finals as a dark horse again. They're hungry to prove that last time around in April, it wasn't just a fluke. This is what happened in April. It was a 3-0 sweep against Humble. Humble has been looking strong, yes, on the global stage, but this month in the qualifier, they stumbled a bit as well.
I think for both of these sides, there's a lot to prove here, because one thing with Humble's resume always, despite how long-time great they are, I have called them, and I think it's true, the best trio, the best 3-man roster that has ever existed in our esport. The online part's what's always stumbled them. But on the other side, if Kuma beat them, I'm going to call them by their abbreviation now that we said their full name, if they beat them twice in a row, they are a serious contender in this region. Like, you have to turn your head, and this is an opportunity for them to double down, I think.
Now we also get something new in the BSC. In the summer split, we bring you map drafts, and this is what we get to see right now, as Humble is in the upper bracket, came through the upper bracket in the monthly qualifiers. They get to choose the first map here. Out in the open, Layer Cake, Hard Rock Mine and Triple Dribble are the maps that these two teams picked, and then Ring of Fire as sort of a tiebreaker, a random map to tie it all out. Now, do you have any map on this run that you feel like could be a little bit one-sided maybe? Why did they choose the map?
I think for me, if you're upper seed, you've got no real reason, in my opinion at least, unless you've got a real firm strategy in mind, to not go first pick. Yeah, that just kind of feels to me like the meta in that regard. I'm kind of surprised by the Stu and Chester ban. Chester I can understand for sure. The Naja and the Edgar I kind of see as being much more viable. But again, I think what Humble are doing here is kind of being more targeted in their approach, which I think is really quite good for global bans, actually. It's quite healthy. I think it's the way that you should be approaching them. Regards to the question as to whether it's going to be a fluke or not, that grudge match that we saw in April, you've got to remember, it wasn't just a 0-3 sweep, it was a full sweep. There was not a single game in which Humble won. So for it to be proven to have not been a fluke, I think that, for me today, FA Kuma, they've got to be putting out all the stops. That's going to be a very tough thing to do.
And Humble clearly underestimated them. So do you at home. 95% of you put your vote in for the side of Humble. Let's see if they can repeat what they did last time, though, FA Kumula Savesta, and sweep them. Maybe make a 3-2 out of it. Because in the qualifiers, as I mentioned, Humble also struggled against Esports. They also were taken all the way to set 5. Now, with all of us being ready, I think the stage is set, and we can kick things off with our quarterfinal number 1. It's Humble versus Kumala Savesta. The Brawl Cup champions that beat the world found their master in big talents in April. Now, Kumala Savesta, the same roster, is here to show that it wasn't just a fluke. Pearl is going to be the first pick here. We are out in the open. What we usually do get to see is something to open up the map right away. Brock is banned out though. Then Meeple and Byron, Colette out of the way, Leon and Jean, just very strong brawler in the meta overall. And if you can't break the map open, as Brock is banned out on the other side, you're just going to go with something that can cross the water. Angelo and Eve are the two that come to mind there.
I think this is one differentiation we're going to see compared to the drafts of East Asia. I feel like on this map in particular, EMEA is much more prone to going support plus something more aggressive, or on the other end, we're going to go super control oriented, and that's where this Pearl comes into play. If we see out in the open a lot, which I think we will if Humble progress, I think this is one of the maps they're probably going to target more oftentimes than not. We're going to be seeing Jae-Youngs of the world, Pearls of the world. They get very different with it in this region.
Over to Humble now. For me, I would quite like to see a Crow come through here. It's one that I think is still so strong. Unless we see that sort of change potentially in the balancings that we've seen in a bit of a sneak peek for, still very much up there in terms of brawlers that I would be looking to kind of secure myself. Gus, I think, still here as well. Mina, definitely. We've seen so well played in East Asia yesterday, and EMEA was kind of where they took the idea from. So I'd quite like to see some aggression combined with it. Yeah, and Gus is the first sign of it. So good stuff from Humble for me, and it's a versatile pick to have to combine with that third.
Don't really have anything to get into the map quickly just yet. On the right-hand side, we have the Jae-Young speeding up his teammates, and Angelo, of course, to cross the water on the left-hand side, so they can play a bit more spread out than Humble at the moment. Bell, of course, would also be one of those picks that is very good to make sure that your opponents aren't really standing too close together. With the Gus, that would open up definitely Amina, as you already mentioned, Ark, something more aggressive, make sure they can get into the middle quickly. It's going to be Crow instead, making sure that the Jae-Young can't heal his teammates too much. Yeah,
and Crow on this map shows up a ton anyways, just for the vision. So when you have that little strip of grass on the enemy side, you don't even need to run a vision gear, because naturally, if you're hitting those switchblades, it's just going to reveal where the enemy is.
Final pick now, coming through for FA Kuma. Already, I'm loving what I'm seeing on the side of Humble, so it's going to be tough to really kind of champion and rival it. The Andrew's kind of going to be quite overrun potentially, so some hard-hitting brawlers wouldn't be a bad shout for them.
Close,
Pierce going to come through for FA Kuma. I went on about this a lot today yesterday in East Asia. We didn't kind of see as much of it as I would like, and I feel like today might very well be that different day. EMEA really bringing Pierce in a lot, and I feel like it's the perfect brawler to add to this comp.
It was quite an obvious choice here. They have 2 snipers and someone to speed up their team. Really nice drafts from both sides. I would even say Kumala Savesta is the better one here. Humble just picked the brawlers that they like to play in scrims. Their top brawlers are Pearl, Crow and Gus, so there you go. But I feel like Kuma is a bit better on this map in particular.
I think the Pearl's just not going to get nearly as much value being outranged now. They didn't get really aggressive, but there's plenty of vision to go around from Humble. Nowhere to hide on the map. Last time these two teams faced off, Kuma got the better of Humble, and it's rare that any team does so. A 3-0 sweep, not even a game on the board, like my big man Ark said. His boss now hides bottom left-hand side. All these long-range to mid-range brawlers from Kuma, just trying to get some tags to go through. It's now Semantic going to throw a dagger back and forth a little bit, each time really just trying to charge utility. We're going to take it real slow at the start, like we do oftentimes in EMEA and Knockout. Just make sure we're lining up shots.
Luki's in a nice position in this top right rather, trying to just keep Dompe suppressed, and he's been pinched. Luki with 2 consecutive shots there as well. Semantic does join force. Yeah, much needed heals there from mine, just the right time. Boss going to be overcooking on that Pearl as well, so as time goes on, it doesn't necessarily help FA Kuma in that regard. Now the gas coming in, and this is where Boss can really thrive.
Fight's going to be forced. Nobody really with supers either, so it's going to be a matter of the regular taps towards the in-game. Luki with low HP. Humble under heavy fire. Down goes 1. A second in play, too, though. This could be the tie they needed, but not quite enough. 8-17, 18-55. Very fair fight, but one that came down to the wire, as mine, of course, can have the easiest time cycling these supers. Will walk into the game with 1.
Already Boss trying to get some early damage. Semantic is pushing forwards with him as well, so that's a nice position for Boss to kick things off. Got to keep a bit of an eye on this left-hand side now, as that will be where FA Kuma will be trying to escape from this back left-hand side. There is the weakened Warrior gadget from Mine. Couldn't quite make the most of the opening, and a lot of damage conceded. Actually, Semantic will survive, though. The helping hand of that Gust shielding. Now, coming forwards, his Mine is low. I feel like so far, so good for Humble. I mean, playing pretty much pitch perfect.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Lukey did burn through a super, I believe, and Semantic did end up surviving, but losing that bubble was a big deal, especially with the Angelo poison that can come in later down. Knocked arrow, a little bit of a miss there. Some heals going out from Mine. Jaeyoung, of course, going to be able to play this hybrid brawler, somebody that's support, but also with that gadget, can do some pretty big damage.
Mine gonna make a break now with the speed coming through, but Boss still so tanky and full of HP, and now Mine's in a tough spot here. Yeah, where realistically can he go? Doing his best to survive, but that is gonna be him going down here. And an aggressive jump from Semantic. It looks like it will pay off, actually, to be fair. And between himself and Boss, they will get the job done to equalize the rounds.
I think especially with the backup fire that he had, that was a perfectly good jump. Gets the double tag, and on top of that, with the gadget choice, can run that shield a little bit, makes Semantic job significantly easier. As now Mine's just getting in a really aggressive position, going to use that speed just to make sure they can climb up the map a little faster. A double tag there as Boss now has to fend for his life. Mine sees this opportunity, going in with a hypercharge. The extra damage from the gadget, it does so much, but it's ultimately going to be a trade. Now Semantic going to be a playmaker. Hypercharge going through a 2v1. A jump from Dompe, but Semantic meets him at the mark, and it'll be Humble getting a game, something they haven't done against this team yet.
About to say as well, looking back to April now, Humble have already done better. It will not be a complete full sweep on the side here of FA Kuma, but I feel like they've still got plenty of promise. And speaking to a lot of players in this region and coaching staff, everyone says the same thing, that BGT, or now obviously FA Kuma, are a really, really good team. They are now someone that we all kind of expect to see at the LCQ at least.
I think it's somebody that I've definitely got on my mind, and just seeing these guys and how they performed last month, a real opportunity to kind of keep growing, keep going. This isn't somebody I necessarily expect to win this month, but if they can get through Humble, obviously they're capable of doing just about anything and beating any team.
Well, this is a bit of a different way forwards now, as Humble are in the back spawn side. Good taps from Lukey. Can't quite find the Angelo of Dompe in that top mid now. They've actually been kind of, I don't want to say let out, but Humble have definitely retaken control, and kind of surprised. That's pretty much where you want to establish yourselves and force your opposition. So they are now back into a bit more of an even setting.
As this gets towards the later games as well, I like this odds for Boss, because even Angelo takes a really long time to knock that arrow, and with the shield gear on, 9,400 plus HP for Boss in that situation, it's going to take a lot of firepower to bring him down, as now Lukey goes to this right-hand side alongside Dompe. Fog starting to close in. Nice tags, but of course Mine can heal him up, so this will make it a very even affair as this goes to the end.
Yeah, nice cookie popper there from Lukey. Oh, a takedown as well from Semantic, and now on a 1-3-3 Mine. Just going to go straight back into the gas and submit. The round will go the way of Humble. Now things are getting a little bit close for comfort.
Yeah, if you're Kuma, you really need to pick up a round here. And I like the strategy from Mine, just immediately putting themselves in position, the extra speed. That's one of the benefits of Jaeyoung. Sure, he's not the biggest damage dealer, but you saw earlier, with that hypercharge in tandem with the gadget, it can really pour some damage out. You really need that into somebody like Boss right now. Lukey without a shield too. I think this is an opportunity. Kuma need to get aggressive. We saw Dompe kind of play this backline. He is a long-range sharpshooter, but if he steps forward, he at least puts a little more presence on the map. Humble can't necessarily just walk out of this situation if he does.
Massive taps there from Ness. Semantic down to 900 HP as well as a result of just that now. Follow-upping with the super. Lukey's pushed to the right-hand side. This is fantastic work from FA Kuma. They've got to hold this position and keep the pressure on Humble. Predict where they're trying to lie and trying to escape from this right-hand side. Boss trying to do just that, and then meeting tags along the way. This is much, much better.
Kuma just suffocating Humble. No room to walk, and now the green gas is moving towards them as well. Semantic just forced to jump out. Mine gonna be traded down with the jump. He's able to get this, even popping out hypercharge for the double. Semantic with 390, putting in some serious work. Dompe in the air, shots galore, and a little shake off from Semantic. Excellently played, and what a big bounce back compared to the last time we saw them on the online stage.
It's incredible, isn't it? Because any other player jumping in with a crow, you just expect to be immediately just decimated, gone, eradicated, leaving your opposition like in a 3v2 scenario with the upper hand. And Semantic makes it look that easy. I can assure you, it is anything but. So calculated, so confident, and many a time, I mean, that was a previous example.
Exactly.
He just is the playmaker, and that's not normally even his role in Humble, actually. He's more of like the solid rock in that regard, and just really impeccable from him today so far.
I feel like in a lot of compositions with Crow in recent history too, it's not necessarily been the KD that he brings to the table, it's the poke damage, it's just being super annoying to deal with. But on this matchup in particular, it was Crow diving in, using gadgets, getting kills, and there were several times there even with 300 to 500 say HP, he was one-tapped several times and still ended up coming out on top. I think that's the separator, and I think why that Crow play was a little more impressive than usual to me. It was just a little different.
Humble also shines with discussing what went wrong even between the games. And I think we saw it in between now as well, how much better and more controlled they were in game number 2. Cumulus Westa, that smoked them, let's call it that way, in April, doesn't look as calm and collected. They even had the better come for me because they had the different angles to work with, whereas Humble had to go through the right. They couldn't really do it any other way. Now, this was Humble's map pick. Keep that in mind. We're now going over to Layer Cake. Cumulus Westa picked this map, also having in mind that Humble scrimped this map only twice. So let's see if maybe this could be now Cumulus Westa's sets. Now already with the bans here, Ali, Kids, and staying in band out of Humble. A lot of aggression out of the way. Meeple is going to be the first pick, and that was also their most played brawlers in scrims. So they got what they wanted so far.
I think Meeple's going to be a borderline banned brawler on this map just in general throughout the day too, and it's somebody that I would expect to see an increase in tick rate and pick rate, I guess, for this region compared to yesterday too. I think there's just a lot better of a blend of aggression, I want to say, because in East Asia, for example, they're not afraid to play these assassins in tanks and even first or second pick them. They're prioritizing it early in their drafts, whereas this region is more playing around the anti-tanks. Can we make this work? And that's exactly why you're going to see something like an Otis come in, something like a control brawler in Meeple. We're going to start safe, and then we're going to figure it out in our 4, 5, or 6 pick.
I like that, Otis. A nice insurance policy. Crow, Kaze still going to be very good on this particular map here. I feel like there's still very much space for aggressive brawlers, despite that kind of like Mortis ban. Kenji could certainly do that. Leon would be a great choice for me also. Kind of glad, though, that Ali is banned out. It's a very common brawler in this specific region, very strong on this particular map also. I think for me, though, Shade for Kuma, not necessarily what I was thinking, but I think Berry could be one that we see shine here somewhere by either of these two teams.
Could definitely still pair a Shade with Berry to have that heals in the back. Wouldn't hurt him. We also still have a Byron left open for that purpose as well, obviously. On the left-hand side, no aggression whatsoever so far. Also nothing really to deal with that Shade. Let's see if we get to see something like a Trunk, maybe. Good Shade counter. We get to see it very often in East Asia. It's also an NA special. In EMEA, so far unspoken of. So I don't really believe we get to see a Trunk, but we'll see. Crow will get picked up. He's just ever strong at the moment. I don't know if you two have seen the rumors about his nerfs coming in soon. He's still strong now. Let's see if he will still be after those nerfs.
Yeah, enjoy him while you can. I think just keep running it. It's a very solid brawler overall. I feel like there's not really ever going to be a situation where you're going to at least lose your set off of Crow. I think now they're going to kind of contemplate if they want to do something direct into the Shade, or do they believe what I imagine is going to be the Rage Quit gadget out of Semantic or whoever ends up playing Meeple. Because a lot of teams will use this to stun him out. Oh, there's the Berry. I think this is tough. If Shade gets going, I could see this going disastrously for the Berry, but he does have a little bit of a knockback with his gadget and the healing effect. Obviously, there's poison, or I guess it's ice cream on the ground, right? But it is going to tinkle away at somebody like Shade's health. So I could kind of see this going one of two ways.
Yeah, I think the Berry's it's a very aggressive idea, but if the Shade gets going and has the support behind it, right now they haven't really got that. So the Otis is that insurance policy, which they don't necessarily need. I mean, in the eventuality of a Crow jump, yeah, it will be a good mute to have, but I'm not sure how much value the Otis is necessarily going to get now. The Ziggy coming in is a comp which to me screams all day long. Try to reach the blue star first, which might be quite tough actually with the additional speed of the Crow. But sit back with the Ziggy is a very tough kind of comp to push into if you've got the lead, but you do have to have that lead.
Berry can play aggressively thanks to a gadget, so having two brawlers now that can deal with him, Ziggy and Shade, definitely not a wrong move. Once again, I quite like both of these drafts. They could go either way. The map pick is in Cumulus Westa's side, so let's see if they can even out the score in this one.
It's going to be a battle for the blue star early as Poison goes down, Lukey firing out some shots. And I think this last pick being a thrower is most likely to go into this composition in general, but it doesn't do well in throwers. But also, Berry in a 1v1 isn't typically going to be the best into other throwers. I'm a little surprised it's Ziggy, but it's just one of the brawlers we haven't seen regularly practice in a while. But it is a solid one on this map because of how much of a choke point you can create with that super.
It was actually what kind of suffered with Zeta Division in their qualifiers. This was one of the drafts that kind of Ziggy in Layer Cake, I distinctly remember, was a thorn thorn in their side. It was, I think, this first set which they started to really crumble on. So it is a really good brawler to have on this particular map, and I think in a very good spot. We see it often kind of considered quite highly and banned out in the specific region. Boss taking a lot of damage there in that mid, surviving on though. That blue star safe for now. Ness might not be in the same position, and that'll be a securing ice cream there from Lukey.
Ness dying is okay, but he has to make sure he cycles out that super, otherwise it's no good. And we know how lethal Lukey can be with this brawler. He's more been an assassin in the past in Brawl Cups of 2025, for example, one of his standout performances. One thing I'm keeping my eye on too, Semantic in this bottom right-hand side does have a super, especially now that he can shoot through the walls. That's going to be very impactful into somebody like Shade.
Yeah, who can forget Lukey, and I believe it was Hot Zone, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely everywhere. Different map and different mode here for sure, but the mechanics are on the same man. Keeping this back is the key, not feeding in as well with that proximity and getting too close, as Semantic does just that. Goes down to mine there. So Lukey and Boss going to have to step up. The hypercharge coming in from Lukey to support things, and that's going to keep Ness back. Yeah, nice stuff there from Lukey to allow his teammate to respawn back in.
Yeah, it's just standing out to me that Ness isn't cycling any supers, and if Shade's not going, this composition is going to fail. Otis and Ziggy are not enough of playmakers. They're not assassins. They're not meant to be KD warriors. They're going to have to rely on a super from Dompe as the force field goes down. Boss jumps away, though, dives down to the right-hand end as Lukey holds his own too. He's going to go straight at him for an extra kill. Dompe in trouble. Mine low HP. The poison trickling away. Humble safely in the backside, and what a turnaround from what we saw the last time in this matchup, especially on the other team's map. Humble were thriving there.
Crazy towards the end there. Lukey almost got himself a triple, but just didn't land the other shots on to the low HP brawlers on the other side of the field from FA Kuma. And Boss jumping away from that Ziggy super. I've not really kind of seen that utilized in that way before, and I don't mind it. I feel like if it means that you're going to keep yourself in a defensive spot in the final seconds, that you don't have your super, but you can still be surviving and in a good position to do so in terms of HP, go for it. But Humble are looking so confident here. Mine almost overextending here. Might trickle down here as well. Down to 143 HP just about now on the right-hand side as well. Boss tapping away onto Dompe. It's just going from bad to worse so far. FA Kuma, they're just all over the place.
There's the interaction with the gadget I was talking about too. A little spin from Lukey. He bounces Shade away and then can drop the ice cream on the ground. So he's basically going to be going through the gadget and then 2 scoops of ice cream that are pouring out too. And notice Lukey's footwork here as well. Shade has this little circle around him, and Lukey's entire job is to stay just outside that. It doesn't allow Shade to walk forward, and he's super frustrated enough to the point where he's walking right side.
Boss going in super on the aggressive there. Lukey again using supers away. Humble are not afraid to use utility to evade that Ziggy. And I think that's a really good and interesting way to go about it. One thing's for sure here is that Ness is absolutely struggling with Lukey. He's trying to heal that Boss there. Couldn't quite do it. It's going to hand over 4 stars in the process. So quite a big loss there for Humble. They're only going to be 1 star away. The blue is with Kuma too. So Kuma just need 1 singular takedown to take a lead.
Important tap there as now this makes this 1 star. Blue star still residing with Mine as well as now they're looking to get a little more aggressive. Dompe flashing that super. He needs to use it wisely, though. There are really no get-out-of-jail-free cards, though. No boss jump right now, no Lukey dive, so if they're going to use it, they need to make sure they don't feed Humble any supers.
Well, Dompe is looking for the prime opportunity in these final seconds to use that super. These heals from Lukey got to be on point. They're still holding back the long arms, still waiting for this push. And it might be a bit premature there. I'm not really kind of seeing FA Kuma utilize off the back of it. Big heals there from Lukey. He's going to actually have to primarily heal himself. I think Boston Semantic weren't in the worst of spots. Ness still holding on, but where are his teammates?
Haunted Hug on the left-hand side. Doesn't quite make contact, though. Humble now going to be clustered together on the bottom side. Dompe needs to make a move. Purple button not enough to match the enemy side as Lukey holds the super. Knows he has the heals available. Doesn't even need to use it. A sweep of a set coming out from Humble. Incredible performance, and it just looks like they are the same team we saw at Brawl Cup. This isn't the online Humble anymore. This is an evolution we haven't seen quite from them yet.
Yeah, Humble are not allowing their opposition to make the first move. Humble are just looking so solid and confident and allowing FA Kuma to make those mistakes. I felt like the Otis was a bit of a wet pair of hands for me. It just kind of was an insurance policy which didn't pay off. Maybe an idea there that they were trying to prevent Humble from deviating towards out. So when they were Lukey, if you just maybe landed a couple more shots on that top side, that was a triple. Could have been way worse. That was a red button press waiting for me, but it wasn't quite enough. But honestly, I mean, Humble are just looking way back to their former selves, and they are not relishing in the past. They are moving on. They are staying in the present.
You're talking about the Otis. I also felt like Ziggy as last pick didn't really bring the value a last pick should have. In the end, draft was completely fine though. I really don't think that was the issue here. It's just Humble is the problem here. They play too well mechanically, really the peak performance of the world. We saw that already in Berlin, and they're proving it again in their own region. Now keep in mind here, this was the map pick from Kumala Savesta. It was a 2-0 sweep from Humble. This is now going back into Humble's side of things. Hard Rock Mine was their pick, a map that they really like to play. I fear for Cumulus Vest at this point.
Absolutely, because I think this is one of Humble's comfort picks. Hard Rock Mine is something they're very familiar with, and obviously it's a long-time map, so all of our players have kind of had experience with it over the years. I'm thoroughly impressed with Humble so far. To your point, I didn't feel like it was an outdraft by a million, but I think they really limited what Kuma wanted to do. That Shade pick last time, they got zero value from it, just maintaining positioning, hitting shots. I mean, this is really impressive stuff from Humble into a team that we gave a lot of credit to. I know the poll didn't give them credit. 95-5 is injustice, especially considering that Kuma literally beat this team last month. So for Humble to take this very personal victory and try and make this a revenge matchup and do so well so far, still a job left to be done, but I think a lot of credit to them.
That's a brawler that you can't really let slide through, but Semantic was the one player that I noticed going public and saying that we were not too worried about Damien. Like, he didn't really feel personally like it was a problem, so I'll be very curious to see whether that will prevail and be the case. There are some good counters to Damien, things like Nita, which are not actually banned out here. Could be an idea to consider bringing some of those in, or Charlie. We saw that as a really good response in East Asia yesterday, and one that I was keeping my eye out to see, and it did kind of come through as a way that pros were looking to counter. All could be very useful here on this particular map, so I'm looking to see how they do fare with it. Otis might be also another good example of a brawler which can handle Damien. There's very few, to be honest, and that's why Damien is so good.
Next to Nita, Otis and Chester definitely shine against this brawler. Still, I feel like it's a good first pick. Damien is very strong in the current meta, but there are things you can do against him if you play it right. And if any team can play it right, it's going to be Humble today. I feel Kit is going to be their second pick here, so they do have something aggressive on their side as well. Now, we still need a gem carrier on the side of Humble, unless they want to have Otis as that. Sandy could be one of those. Sandy and Mina immediately picked up here, so double aggression. No range to speak of on the side of Cumulus Vesta. I'm not too convinced of this draft, I have to say. Now, on the left-hand side, just go Janet or something. Evade the incoming aggression, and you're going to be fine as a gem carrier.
I think that's a good point. I could honestly see them flexing this Otis as well. I think Otis mainly going to be shadowing either the Mina for the stun or onto Damien, but I think Mina is going to ultimately be the gym carrier on the right-hand end. It looks like they're just going to go full control. I mean, I think that's necessary, especially into somebody like Mina and Damien and Sandy now. Nita just seems like a perfect solution. I mean, Bruce the Bear is not going to be dealt with well by any of those three brawlers.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they didn't go and gravitate to a bit more range from Humble's side, but I feel like Nita's like the better response to have here. It's just kind of funny that we've got so little range in the entirety of all the brawlers that we're going to see, but I feel like this is still going to be quite interesting to see for the first time, how do EMEA handle Damien? We saw it, and it was actually kind of one of the biggest reasons why CR Crazy Raccoon did not make it out of those semi-finals against rival Esports. So will they be able to do the same here for Humble and show that EMEA can get it done?
So it is going to be Lukey versus Mina in the middle of the map. Otis going against this, I think, is very fine, and I think Semantic's just getting invisible here, going for the card box a few taps, and he can also stun out Damien too. That's something to watch. So I imagine Lukey and Semantic are going to want to coordinate on this, as Semantic just backing him off. Little cat and mouse, quite literally, as he's trying to make sure he doesn't bait out this super too hard.
Nice wall there from Ness. But if Semantic does choose, he's going to go on the aggressive on the top left-hand side there, and a swift takedown there of Dompe. He's really struggled to get in this kind of series so far for me. Let's see, Semantic now looking forwards onto the Mina as well. Not going to get a swipe though, and will be aggressed now by Dompe.
Several really good isolated plays there. So on the bottom right-hand side, Damien left alone, and they switch and go top left. I think if Candy is dove on, it's going to be really difficult for Sandy to deal with, especially now Boss with a super too. If he needs to get out of jail free card, he's absolutely got it. Shield going up as well. Semantic just wants the kill. It's a sweet dreams to put Semantic down for now, but they still hold complete positioning, and they've already cycled in another super for Boss, and alongside that, a purple button.
Hypercharge now for Boss too. This is a really difficult point as well. Gems spilled out onto the map into the hands of Dompe. But that's not good. Humble still in control. 7 gems in the pocket. And a problem that is still that hypercharge. Bruce now taken care of finally. A sweet dreams down from Dompe. Boss though going to be seen this entire time, not worried to go in to the Rude Sands. His mine there, low HP, lurking forward on that right hand side to try to aggress Lukey.
Fat Splatter's also going to be great for visibility into those sandstorms as the wind goes up. Mine is able to back down. Ness with a hypercharge has to make it count. To your point earlier, Damien is a brawler you just have to keep your eyes on. Even though they've countered him so well, the hypercharge is so valuable. They stun him out immediately though. A perfect timing from Lukey. A sandstorm doesn't help them in this spot either. They just need to get positioning. And while the gym count is close, I really feel like Humble have a stronghold on the map.
Brilliant timing, it really is, and you can just see there how effective that Otis really was into that Damien. The Nita Aurora is just like the icing on the cake against the comp, which has no range. Semantic going to come in with the final smash there as well, steal all the gems, and it's just clear who is getting swept this month so far. Humble continue their assault and move on to match point.
It's such a combination of impressive but effortless. It just looks like, despite several different kinds of maps and drafts that Humble are having it their way, they've had an answer to everything out of this squad that I believe has a bright future. They've shown what they can do.
Time.
Last time towards the end of the split, they were getting a little better every month. It felt like they found the recipe for success. Credit to them as well. They also made it to a grand final. It wasn't just Humble that they beat. It wasn't a one-off. They also beat Na'Vi in a situation too. They've made a grand final. This is a team with a bright future, but Humble just making it look so easy right now.
And beating Na'Vi as well, considering that they were losing to them in the qualifying stages every single month. They would always run into Na'Vi, and the result was always the same. So to get that job done on the biggest stage of all was really a great way to demonstrate that they've got what it takes. Now, though, this is starting to turn into something which they cannot come back from, as Humble are just continuing to get so more confident as time goes on. But now, great jump there, but somehow Boss comes and still stays able to support his team.
Yeah, he can be a flexible carrier as well. It's not ideal. You'd rather have them all in one spot, especially your mid-brawler, but Boss isn't necessarily looking to be up in the enemy spaces. He's going to let Bruce do the dirty work for him. As Semantic goes for another dive. Dompe left all alone. It's another kill. Semantic's combinations with his teammates, and now a stun going on to Nest too. He's a goner. Could be a triple kill, but Mine somehow survives, holds on to those 4 gems. Very important for the red roster.
I feel so bad for Nest. There's nothing that he's able to really do is disturbing what Humble have been preparing for. We can just see they've come in so well gathered as to how to handle this really troublesome brawler. Let's see now, as there's a couple of seconds here where on the right-hand side, Dompe's actually going to get connection. Nest is more in trouble, and Humble still looks so strong and on top of their game.
Boss now flanked up on this top-hand side wall as Bruce the Bear just continues to walk them down. Ness will go for the hypercharge. It's another time hypercharge of their own, though. Luki is able to stun him out, and on top of that, he literally couldn't move a muscle. Mine with a valuable kill. Semantic meets him at the face, though, and now it's a countdown for Humble.
Semantic not outstaying his welcome, but he might get cut off here. Now Luki is there, but look at this. There's a chance for a steal here, potentially. Kuma know that Humble are low. Wall of sound there will block off Semantic, and Mine will pick up the kill. 8 gems aside. The Mine trying to escape, but shut down all along the way. Now Dompe and Nest. Nest the low of the 2, and the Bruce stuck in the walls of sound. That's ridiculous. Can Kuma steal it? Can they get something on the board?
I think Clock's still okay, though. Humble are going to slow the pacing down. They're going to go to the middle of this map as a 10th gym is going to spawn with about 5 seconds on the clock. But Mine making a dash for it. A windmill as well. They need a kill. 2 countdown, and the triple king goes out. Beautiful plays. Kuma with a big bounce back. This is what we saw from them last month. Despite how scrappy of a fight that was, they played that game 2 significantly better. Semantic wasn't having nearly the same effect as he did in that game 1.
So they will get 1 game on the board at least. It won't be the full sweep of which they were able to inflict on Humble back in April. But will Humble potentially now drop a set? I don't think so. I think that they got to a point in that countdown where they were just a bit too low and a bit too clustered in that bottom left-hand side. Is it a bit too little, too late for FA Kuma? That now is the question, because if they can just get this game, it might be able to breathe some life back into the squad.
I'm liking this adjustment out of Kuma. I think that might be the play. It's just play more as a unit. Don't go left, middle, right. Kind of travel together, because if this kit dives in, then at least you're able to defend yourself. And especially Damien, who can knock you back with his natural punch, is really good. But Bruce the Bear still a menace. Sandy's going to take so many shots. Going to need assistance from Mine, but Mine's got occupation of his own. He's got to get away. Semantic makes the perfect dive. 1 tag. Ness goes in as well, but the crowd control so good from him. They're able to hold on to all of these, and it's still Kuma somehow with the lead.
But Humble have all the control in terms of the map so far. And Mine just now trying to play into Luki, getting some good hits though. Luki will actually have that wall of sound for his advantage in that bottom right-hand side, which isn't great for the position now of FA Kuma. We're going to have to distribute themselves a little bit better here. Mine coming in. Semantic going to overshoot, though, and will go down. Boss now with the hypercharge. Bruce coming through, trying to create some space for his team and doing a pretty decent job of it, using it to body block along the way. Now he will fall, and now FA Kuma will recollect. But in the meanwhile, Luki's been picking up gems, now 6 apiece.
Kuma feel like they're starting to settle in. This is much more even of a fight. A much better showing, and the best set we've seen from them so far as the Sandstorm goes down. So vision completely covered for them. Alongside that, a wall. So Mine easily able to collect this 9th gym. 7-7. Look out for this hypercharge from Luki on the bottom left-hand side. Nest doesn't have one yet, but they're going to try this perfectly. Oh, and the gadget goes down too. Semantic just not playing this nearly as well as he did early in the set.
Great shots there from Boss, right at the cusp of that range. Oh, Mine's gonna be careful here. He's going super on the aggressive, and there's the hypercharge from Lukey. Now Damien gets a chance to have it say the gems spilled all over the map, and Ness will be able to run away. There's gonna be a chance maybe with the timer for Humble to reset, but it's gonna be really quite straightforward, surely, especially now with the hypercharge Sandy. Roof Sounds coming through, and it should be okay for FA Kuma as long as they can stay hidden and Humble cannot find them. There's not enough time to see it done. A set on the board buys valuable time for FA Kuma.
Big time steal as well, considering that was Humble's map choice. And I feel like Humble may have sealed their own grave there by using that Otis hypercharge a little too early, because once Damien cycled in, sure, they got the gyms at EMEA, but the big bad was on the back end of the map. You had to watch out for that. You knew that was the interaction you needed to make, and Lukey did it so well in game number 1. That's what arguably won them the set. He was landing really good shots. He made the tag. He just used it on the wrong member. By exhausting it too early, they couldn't defend themselves. And if you rewind the tape a little bit or look at these replays, I think that's the separator. I think Humble had a real chance of taking it in game number 3. But like I said, Kuma feels settled. This is more of the team that I was used to seeing the previous month.
It's just amazing to me that Damien is a brawler, which despite Humble's best attempts, they were perfectly timed attempts to keep it at bay. It's just one singular super every single time. It's the same yesterday in East Asia. One singular super is enough to turn the game, whether it's knockout, whether it's gem grab. I mean, you know, this brawler is a problem, Sonny.
He really is just this strong. One super, as you said, and they can immediately turn the whole thing around. Humble looked in control. Gone within a second. Really well played from them as well. Last month, or in April, they did play very well, but they mainly won because of the draft. Let's be honest here. They just brought in some super nice new ideas. Now this draft, I was like, they don't really have any range, right? How will they ever win this? But yes, as you already stated, Damien is just that strong.
I mean, that's just part of it. Sometimes the brawler is just too good, and that was something I think we saw East Asia. Some teams, I would say, even arguably won because they just had Damien on their side. So I'm curious if Humble end up removing this as we move forward. I think there were some tiny play decisions, like I mentioned. You saw in the replay there, Otis super in that game 3. It's not that he missed. It's just, I think it was the wrong decision. It's just Damien stars, and you have to focus the Damien, and unfortunately, they kind of lost sight of that goal.
Humble played it well too. They made sure that Boss always has a super, even a hypercharge available on that. Nita, Semantic, and him were playing super well together. That Kid Nita comp that, yeah, worked out wonderfully at the beginning, but Damien got a super hypercharge and it was over for them. Hopefully they're going to ban him out now if they don't have first pick themselves. We are in triple dribble, and I would argue that Brawl Ball might even be the best mode for Damien. He is going to be left open. Interesting. And we have Kumala Savesta once again with the first pick here. Now, Damien is someone who shows up here quite often. Other tanks that I would see here would be Kenji, for example. Maybe a Shade once again, but he's banned out, so probably not gonna see him, you know. But yeah, I would be surprised if this wasn't the Damien first pick once more.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either. I mean, Otis and Charlie still out here for potential follow-ups, so they're trying to get ahead of the game. This is what I kind of see a lot, and whether Humble take the bait or not is going to be quite interesting, whether they just kind of leave it open even. It'd be quite bold to do so, but they are that kind of squad that wouldn't be the craziest things. They have been playing it, so they do sometimes pick it up, but I would suggest pick it up, personally. But, I mean, it's already, as they know, a hard brawler to play into. Some other ideas that are on the field as well. Cordelis is a potential option here as well. I like the Crow ban. I think the Berry ban here quite warranted, actually, also here. Let's see, though, how they feel with things. Kenji definitely going to be that aggressor. Yeah, Charlie. I really love this brawler. It's a definite Damien counter, so they might want to now combine it with the Charlie and say, hey, we've got a counter to it, too, that you can't have double down for.
Yeah, it could be a very fair point. I'm going to watch out for Willow as we progress throughout this too, depending on each side. You see that Barry ban, you pointed it out. It's actually really good homework coming out of this right-hand side. Barry is somebody that's shown up a lot more for Humble coming into scrims leading in this month. It's just something when I've watched them that I've noticed they're doing a lot more than other teams on the planet. So I think that's a safe call.
Willow is always a brawler that comes to mind when we are in triple dribble. She and Shade have the most drawings, are the best, so pick them for your ranked matches. With Shade banned out, Willow gets even stronger, because what can you really do against her? Now, I already mentioned Kenji would still be an answer to it. Damien still left open, but as we already stated, now gets countered by that Charlie, and Humble as the last pick, so they could also still come in with something like a Nita to counter him out even more. On the right-hand side, we usually really like to play Lumi, I see, but she's banned out, so homework done on either side. Maybe Barley instead. They do want to have a thrower. I'd argue there's better than Barley. He's just a bit squishy. If Humble decides to go in with something aggressive now themselves, Barley doesn't really have the means to stay alive.
It's kind of been the natural progression in picks from pros recently, though. If Willow shows up, it's going to be met with a Barley. It's typically a 6th pick, but they have to go 4-5. So I think they know Humble aren't necessarily going to pick it, but the only issue I think I have now on this left-hand side is do they just blow open this map? I think if they construct it a little differently, Damien doesn't have a ton of range. Obviously, Barley not going to benefit. At least Willow has to be able to defend for herself with that gadget. She can dive underwater, or I guess the map, whatever you want to call it. And then going into this other team, it can get mind control, so you still have goal-scoring potential.
I like the idea. I like it. I mean, Barley's coming back a little bit, but mainly in hot zone. In the qualifiers, I saw Barley was quite troublesome in dueling beetles specifically. And now for me, yeah, Cordelius is another answer that I was referring to earlier. But, you know, the Barley and the Damien, I've not really seen this yet. So it is quite a concerning prospect that, as they haven't gone for that kind of wall break idea. Like, is that additional healing, especially consider that Damien's got healing within his kit, if you don't want to go with the wall of sound gadget for that additional coverage, Barley could actually do some things here. But like you say, Sonny, it's pretty squishy.
We get to see it in the next few seconds. At least Kamala Sylvester made sure that Humble can't return the favor. It cannot be a 3-0 today. They take at least a set. I would love to see a set 5, honestly. Let's see if we get to go all the way or not.
Makeshift wall up the middle of the map, so Boss will have to operate in the open left-hand side as Luki is backed away from Dompy. Pretty even in terms of range in that matchup as the throwers will go to work, and I think it's going to favor Barley by a little bit. I think if ideally properly played in a 1-1 vacuum, that's the way it's going to go. But I think with the rest of the roster, especially Boss now with the super, he's going to be able to capitalize it, dive in down to the Shadow Realm, now trapped on the other side, but it's branching out space for Semantic, dribbling left-hand side, debating what to do. A nice cutoff there too, but Ness is going to be good in a cocoon. It's just left to Semantic to walk it in.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying this Cordelius pick already. I mean, I love the fact that Boss is just focusing and targeting the Barley actually over the Damien, which is really kind of smart because in that 3v2, it's going to be really hard for FA Kuma to really stand against the heat here. Dompe circling around that wall, but can't really find Luki now. The Spiderlings as well, as Luki is just balancing and spinning plates left, right, and center. I love it. And now Boss going to go in for some finalization. A mind control onto mine as well. Should be able to force back Dompe. And Humble still look very much in control here.
Notice how he walked him back all the way to Boss because he knew they could get a kill. He's too squishy. If it was somebody like Damien, they're going to leave him away. They don't want him touching them. They know he doesn't have range, but they exhaust all of Barley's shots just to grab that kill. Excellently done. Semantic low HP, though, needs to be careful, and that's actually cutting them off, but doesn't quite get the full mark. It doesn't go 3-pronged walls, it goes 2, and as a result, Boss is going to be able to slide through, especially with a hypercharge in the Shadow Realm. Ness is 1 tap away. What a beautiful kill out of Boss.
Might full here as well. That's a great hypercharge from Dompe. It might just buy enough seconds to prevent Humble from going for the steal. Really nice stuff at just the pinnacle moment to do so, allowing now FA Kuma to come back off the spawn.
And now Ness has to be extra careful. Semantic has a hypercharge super, meaning he's invincible if he hits the mind control as well. And to somebody like Ness with 11,000 plus HP, his teammates are not going to be able to get enough damage for a kill.
Semantic going to heal up now. To put maximum pressure to try to advance, and the wall of sound comes down by Ness. Boss is so dangerous with that super, and he's going to go straight for Ness to be able to eradicate him from the mix. That wall of sound goes down. That's going to give Humble a great opportunity to be able to flank the ball off to the left, but now Boss too low for these shots from mine, and a hypercharge now coming in. Last call, going to splatter the map.
And they need it, all the damage, just to get a little bit of control, but no kills alongside it as Damien gets back in the mix. Semantic has the hypercharge, though, and makes the tag. Here comes the deadly attack. He's just going for defense, not even worry about scoring a goal. He's going to deploy Ness on that top right-hand side. Dompy still recovering from a spider web, and it's going to be Humble taking a match point.
Once again, Humble in that position where one more game will be enough to see a semi-finals. There is history between this rivalry, and we saw in the last set how FA Kuma were able to recollect themselves despite being against this very same prospect. Can they do the same twice?
And a reminder that this was Kuma's selection as well, so this is something that they wanted. They were hoping to get to this point, and now they're really hoping that they win 2 straight games for a set 5, as Humble have been back down early. The tag going through, but not enough for contact as Ness, left-hand side, getting up in the face. It's a dive underwater, 3v2 situation, and somehow being with all the pressure, it's Humble who come out with the numbers.
Boss now in a very advantageous position. Dompe is being poisoned down here. Now with mine off the spawn. Oh, what a jump! Oh my word! Disgusting from Boss! That was world class! What a goal from out of nowhere!
Now the last call on the left-hand side of the map after Boss's masterclass of a shot. It's going to be Ness collecting back to Semantic's hands. Dompe using the fat splatter to cut off Lukey, who will be pinned in this corner. A dive under, but Semantic knows he's in trouble. They have to charge this super, though. He pops right back out. Now Ness is going to kill his own teammate. Devastating stuff. Still low HP for Humble, though. Kuma, the red roster, have the ball, an opportunity, a kick over, but for now they just need to hold control.
Purple Tonic means big kills for FA Kuma. I feel like there might have been a world where they may have been able to make a bit of an advance for a goal opportunity, but now Semantic with the ball knows that he's got to target his attention over towards Ness there, who's going hand to hand with Boss. Both sides low. Dompe going to get the upper hand onto Boss. And again, you can feel the winds might be changing here, but the time is still ticking. And there's 1 minute on the clock here for FA Kuma. Can they walk this in? Can Ness? No! Mind control, but it's not going to be enough. He'll fall, and it's only Boss there on the line to defend, so now all tied up.
Great heads-up play from Kuma. They knew if they took down Willow, it wasn't the hypercharge, so you can still tag the Willow. Now the last call going down, but this time in the hypercharged form. Ness relying alongside his teammate, walking alongside him, playing bodyguard. They cut off this right-hand side, so Lukey can't actually use his hypercharge to make a tag. He's just going to use it for the Spiderlings at this point, and it helps a little bit, but not enough. Boss can drag him to the underworld. Part of the influence for using this Shadow Realm is Ness is going to sprint, meet him headlong. It's even HP, and Ness has to back away. What a fight there. That's a big get out of Boss.
You can see just how close that Cordelius versus Damien interaction really is. More Herbal Tonics now for mine. Allows Ness to push forwards in this position and probably not too far away from another wall of sound. Now Semantic going to be popping his hypercharge. Will he connect the mind control? It's going to force back mine, I believe, there as well. And Dompe gets a tag, so Ness going to be able to stay in this position. But it looks like we're going to be going to overtime, and that could be quite crucial. To feel like Humble may have an upper hand.
Yeah, Kuma in the driver's seat in terms of map control, though, but Boss now pressing, has the hypercharge available, tags it onto Mine. Mine does not stand a chance in that one-on-one interaction. Numbers for Humble, 3v2 situation, but Ness has to dive forward. They know they just need to buy time for the teammates. He gets a takedown, but it's a kick over to Lukey. Last call on the ground. Boss doesn't have the range to contest with Dompe, so it'll be a standstill for the moment.
Tough timing. Lukey was one shot away from super there as well. If he received that pass and had that utility, it was a goal, and Humble would be going forwards now. A chance for FA Kuma to recollect in this spawn side. Dompe's shoved into the cocoon there as well. Big heals out from Mine. Can Humble get this forwards? He's got a mind control as well, and Semantic's hot on the trigger. Did he not connect it? He must have been just off.
Either that or he got killed immediately after using it, but Lukey has a hypercharge available. Dompe juking for his life, but the connection from Lukey goes through. The pin's out in celebration. Revenge has met its maker. Humble will be back for a semifinals.
Humble get it done against the squad. Hello, Marco. That did cause somewhat of an embarrassment. Let's be honest, let's not beat around the bush. It was an embarrassment for Humble back in April, but they've learned from their mistakes. Brawl Cup and winning it, most importantly, seems to give them a bit of a lift going into this month.
Absolutely. Really good set overall, though. I mean, it was a slow start, I would say, for Kuma. No way to go around it. It wasn't their best stuff in the opening couple sets, but they really started to find it in sets 3 and 4, I think. Even though this was a set loss, I thought they played it pretty well. Didn't mind the draft too much, just unfortunately Humble with some nasty plays. The Willow mind controls really helped out in the early onset. And of course, we saw players like Lukey and Boss just make big time plays. It's what they do. The mechanics and the drafts are something they're known for. In this modern day of Brawl Stars, it's all in the same. If you can draft well and you can play well, you're good at the game.
I think Kumala Sylvester proved that they can do both as well, though. Today, once more, they at least take a set against the team of EMEA, the team of the world right now. Let's be honest, they did take the win in the Brawl Cup after all. And we see it in the stats, unfortunately. Damien did really get counted out really well. So they take the bait and pick up the brawler that we talked about all day already, despite having 2 counters against him. Boss did a phenomenal job at keeping him in check. And Semantic, nearly unkillable, even though he's on a squishy little thrower. Of course, he does have a Getcha, dives down, and does survive some eventualities, but still, well played from Humble. Good performance also from FA Kumala Sylvester. And keep in mind here as well, they did take down Heretics as one of the 2 teams responsible for Heretics not even playing today.
Yeah, looking forward to them in the future months, too. Again, this is a team with a bright future. I think it's somebody that we have to be looking out for possibly the new guard in future months. But this next matchup has the same to be said. It's going to be Foot, a big, bad, one of the better teams, currently the #1 seed despite the 2nd place at Brawl Cup versus Big, who have been progressing forward and even made a little tweak to the roster.
They did make a little tweak. We made one as well. Ark is gone. Travis here. We exchange one Brit with another. Doesn't really matter, right? Are you happy to be here today?
I am. I think you're supposed to. You're exchanging a superior Brit
for a...
There's a reason we didn't say that.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, behave yourself. But it was a great first game, I must admit, and I think this one's probably going to be pretty similar in terms of percentage chances in winning.
Big, of course, celebrated. They made it through the upper bracket despite having a new player on their roster to then face FUT Esports. What happened there?
I mean, honestly, it's just a lot of teams in EMEA growing, and qualifiers I feel like are always so crazy. We have several teams that are really good that didn't make it. Team Heretics were one of the teams I was looking forward most to seeing the second half, and they don't even appear today. So Big is a team that I'm looking out for. This is kind of similar as well. Look, FUT are like Humble, the big bad of the region, and then on top of that, we have another team who's kind of a spunky upstart, somebody that we haven't seen as much, who have had players that have competed before, but kind of in a new roster and new molding. So I'm excited to see if they can pull off the big upset.
Still reeling from quarterfinal number 1. We're heading straight into match number 2. It is Big versus FUT Esports. And yes, Big has a new player there, Melee, who has been playing in some smaller tournaments, a lot of match arenas on the way as well. And he comes in as also helping with the draft, as far as I understood. Arthur usually the one responsible for it. And the draft was impeccable already throughout the monthly qualifiers. They had a great run through the upper bracket, defeated some very good teams to then face FUT Esports because they themselves dropped to the lower bracket. Now we have Humble and FUT on the same side of the bracket, and Big, as I said, celebrating. Yay, we're upper bracket, we get an easy team as our first quarterfinal. Well, it's fair.
Yeah, it's brutal out here in the Brawl Stars Championship, and we saw it a little bit in East Asia yesterday. People getting punished for coming through the upper bracket when a team who's supposed to be the top dogs of this region get beaten. But then again, that's just how it is. If you want to win, you've got to beat the best. And I think Big, they're capable of doing it. They've been on a pretty good run at the moment through, you know, this qualifiers, especially through the upper bracket. Had an incredible run in challenges as well to go and win that. So I think this is a really promising roster in my eyes.
They beat Navi, they beat Kumala Savesta in the qualifiers, and now they stood in front of the lens next to Trev. He had some questions for them.
In the first split of 2026, you had a little bit of a disappointing time. You only got to one monthly final. Is there any way how you kind of plan to build on that in the second half of the year?
Well, we need to perform now, and we qualified the first multi-qualifier of the second thingy, so it looks good for us right now. We just need to beat one-time FUT, and we should be good.
Yeah, absolutely. Bit of a tough matchup you've got coming on here. You've clearly just had some really good success in the challenges in the DACH region as well. So how do you plan on bringing that success over to the Brawl Stars Championship?
We literally just need to do the exact same thing we did in the Challenger and in the last time in the scrims. So if we do that, we have we can win.
How do you think you kind of performed in the challenges compared to the Brawl Stars Championship? Did you do anything differently? Did you feel less pressure? Is that why you're able to perform at a higher level?
I think I've never felt no pressure. It was just we just played and we just did our best. We won everything. So no pressure basically.
How do you feel coming into your first game today then? I know you've got a bit of a tough matchup anyway, so do you think you're going to be able to succeed through this monthly final?
For sure. I mean, I'm not going to go in a monthly final and thinking we lost, so we can win for sure.
This guy, by the way, shaking like crazy on his first ever LAN events, getting used to them slowly as they played in the LCQ already last year as Xperia in NXT. Now, in his current roster, he collected quite some experiences, but next to Angel Boy, our Goliath in this Davis versus Goliath story, he still looks a little less experienced, let's put it that way.
I was going to say, I mean, Angel Boy, if you've stood next to him at a LAN, he is a presence to be felt not only in the Brawl field, but he would certainly beat me up if it ever came down to that. Thankfully, he's
we can hope it doesn't.
I was going to say, thankfully, he's an absolutely nice guy, so that would never happen. But there's the man we're looking out for. It was somebody that was unfortunately missing at Brawl Cup. Guesty is back. It's somebody that a lot of the Brawl community fell in love with in the last go-round. Part of the reason that they started, he had such an illustrious start to his career. I mean, 2 Grand Finals wins. He won his first ever BSC tournament. So I think getting him back is great. Another new shot at Lana. Obviously, Lana worked out super well. If he was the permanent replacement, I still think this squad would be great.
Absolutely, and I mean, they've got a lot to thank Lane for as well, getting some more points on the board, getting extra slots for this region as well, so he's done big things for this region in general. But yeah, I mean, it was sad to not see Guesty there, especially after the success he had in the first half of the year, obviously earning that place at the Brawl Cup and then not being able to go and perform at it, but they're going to be thankful nonetheless for the points and, you know, pushing them further up that leaderboard.
So in the last few LAN events that we had, one being the Brawl Cup, one being the DACH part of the BSC Challengers, we have the winner on the one side with Big winning the Challengers. They now can go through the Tier 2 circuit over Istanbul, play against 11 other regions, the best teams from these regions, to get an additional LCQ slot. Or, of course, they can still make it through the BSC. If they qualify for every monthly final from now on, they technically still have a chance, thanks to FUT Esports, because they gained, as the runner-up of the Brawl Cup, an additional slot for Worlds and LCQ for this region. So Big can thank FUT, but they will still want to destroy them today. These are the maps for this series. We have Dueling Beetles picked up by Big, coming in as the upper seed. Once again, they could choose if they want to pick the first or the second map. Out in the open and picked up by FUT, Panel Punt, Hideout picked as well, and Hard Rock Mine out Decider. Any map that you're looking forward to here in particular?
I think Out in the Open is going to be a regular for FUT if they get past this. This was kind of the ones I expected. Hideout, I wasn't as much so predicting, but I think this is a map that I really enjoy. I think a lot of people are used to seeing FUT, especially after Brawl Cup, just run MENA plus something. I expect that to stay pretty similar today, but I also think in the scrims that I've seen them play on that map in particular, they've gotten real creative of how they've implemented support brawlers on top of aggressive brawlers.
And they brought MENA to the rest of the regions as well. Yesterday we had the East Asia monthly finals, and MENA was picked up as one of the most picked up brawlers overall. It definitely was heavily influenced by none other than Angel Boy. Edgar and Damien are going to be out of the way in this one. Pierce and Colette, I'd say these are the four best brawlers we have right now. Maybe Naja, you could count to those as well. So yeah, just banning out a meta, it seems, for these two teams.
Absolutely makes sense. I'm super surprised to see Big pull these bans out. To be honest, I'd have thought they'd want to leave those kind of things open.
They want to play MENA.
Yeah, this is the thing. It seems to be one of those things that the underdogs have been reaching for through East Asia, through today as well. A couple of Damien picks in that last series. So I'm surprised that they haven't kind of left that open and tried to get that brawler for themselves. But I was going to say they're going to probably. I mean, it seemed like Arthur was pretty happy with the situation they're in and don't feel too bad about facing FUT. But the community clearly does not agree.
Unfortunate.
They did say that FUT can be beaten even with Guesty at their side. After all, they got knocked down to the lower bracket by Novo, who also has a new player in their roster, so not, you'd say, the most experienced roster in itself right now. Communication and everything still has to be learned, and they still beat FUT. So if they can do it, Big will think they can do it as well. So yeah, I think with that, we're just waiting for the players to get ready, seated, and start with this first match.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. I mean, Big has potential. It's similar to last match. Again, I feel similarly in prediction 2, though. I'm not going to bet against FUT. I mean, it's going to be really hard to. If they go against Humble in the future, obviously I'll debate a little bit more. But I think FUT have earned the right to be a top team in this region in my prediction. I don't think it's a 96-4 by any means, but it is an 80-20-ish for me still. I really feel like FUT are legit.
I think you could argue higher than 80-20 as well, to be honest with you. Like, Big, Arthur didn't seem kind of, pushed back or unconfident with the position they're in through that interview, saying, listen, we're not going to go into this one thinking we can't win. We absolutely can. And I love that kind of faith that they've got in themselves. It's a huge opponent against them in FUT. They've been performing absolutely incredibly through the EMEA region. I'd be terrified about facing them. But then again, maybe I'm not as good at Brawl Stars as Big. But yeah, I do think you could argue it's probably even higher FUT's way than 80-20.
So on FUT side, they played in the Brawl Cup with Lena, obviously. Now Guesty is back. They have the chemistry with him already. On the other side in Big, they had Amos. He departed the team and brought in Melee, another really good upcoming player. Not the oldest, so not the most experienced. He did play in a couple of smaller tournaments. I actually had the chance to coach him in one of these, and they did win. I won. So we look forward to, I hope so, to see how well he can do also now on the bigger BSC stage. So we are ready for quarterfinal number 2. It's Big versus FUT Esports. Dueling Beetles to kick us off. The Big David versus the Goliath Angel Boy. Let's see how Big will attack this draft. Stu, Mortis and Leon are banned out. MENA left open. That's what gets stuck out to me immediately. Naja and Crow banned out on the right-hand side. So Chester is going to be the first pick. It's one of these solid, safe picks. You can't go wrong with a Chester, with a Ross as well. Those two are always going to be good. Now, on the right-hand side, I wouldn't be too surprised if we saw something a bit more aggressive already, like the MENA. Of course, we still have a couple of options open that are ever good on Hot Zone, like the Lu, like the Finks. Griff also quite good on a map like this one because he can open up everything. What will it be, Kenny?
I think they go anti-tank here and match this. I mean, Chester was in the global bans last time, so we can't forget about him. I think one thing that's going to surprise people in general today, though, I'm not saying Mina's not going to show up here by any means, but I think people will be surprised at how much control Foot are willing to play. I don't think they're necessarily going to lock themselves in into just big dogging the other team. I felt like that was a lot of Brawl Cup. It was Mina and then Lana. Lana and Angel Boy are both so good at those aggressive brawlers. And now that we're back to Guesty, who doesn't always do that, he'll play the Mortis occasionally, but obviously we're going to see them at band stage. So I do think we get more of a hybrid. I don't think it'll be nearly as offensive as we saw from Brawl Cup.
Yeah, it seems to be kind of just double aggression constantly, and I don't think that's kind of, passed up in the meta we're in now. We've seen a lot of double aggression regardless, but as you said, kind of expecting some anti-tank here, and they do go the M's. Meeple seemed a little bit of a surprise to me, and I think across kind of the board here with me reading your faces, Meeple wouldn't have exactly been the first pick we would have expected from Foot, but I don't hate it, to be honest with you.
Pretty safe on both ends so far. We still have the roughs that I mentioned as well that could be picked up here. With Pierce spent out, that would be one of the brawlers that you surely get to see in EMEA if he's not. On a map like this one in particular, we have a couple of options open now with the walls probably won't get broken open, so we could also go with a thrower. Barley and Barry both showed up today already. It is going to be the roughs that I mentioned before, so they keep going with that safe approach.
Yeah, well, on to their last pick now for Big. As you mentioned, definitely safe. This is about as safe as you can get with Jetta and Ruffs, two super versatile brawlers. They can mod the map to how they want now if they really want to. So I wouldn't mind something a bit longer range, but then again, you kind of still maybe a little bit of accounting for if they do want to go something hyper aggressive. So it's a tough pick for them in the end here. And it's going to be serious. Honestly, it kind of just completely slipped my mind, but I really like that pick. We saw it picked up a couple of times in East Asia yesterday, and it did work quite well.
Yeah, Meeple as a single-shot brawler is going to hate dealing with something like Sirius, who can just throw down those spawners. In terms of range, it's also going to work out to Ims. But now we've got a hybrid situation as well for this left-hand side. So Colonel Ruffs, like you mentioned, can break down the walls. That's kind of what I was expecting out of this left-hand side, because Meeple certainly benefits from that. There's the specialty brawler, of course, at the end. Windmill can go up for sure here. I think they've got to be careful about running into that Chester, but otherwise, I think Mina can have a perfectly fine time. This could be either Rocket Rain coming out of Ruffs or the Sandbags if they just want to deal with Meeple and Mina individually.
Wow, nice draw from both sides. I'm excited for this one, and we do get to see the Mina that we talked about so much. So whoever didn't tune in for Brawl Cup gets to see a little bit of what we were talking about, gets a little taste of that Angel Boy Mina. Both drafts, honestly, definitely have what it takes to win this set. It is the map pick of Big, so let's see if they can also claim it.
Here we go, down the right-hand side. A little bit of an in-between here, so there are the Sandbags looking at Mina. I think worth it. I mean, Ims obviously can pierce through all of them, but I think in a one-on-one interaction, it's just so good to two of those brawlers. This Knob is just going to elect to go for the box. They know this map's going to get broken up. They don't really need the rage quit because there's nothing aggressive on the other side. So these are the little decisions that do go a long way at a professional level. Yeah, not a start that either team will be too disappointed with. Big have got that kind of early break. Feel like they did miss a couple of walls, unless that was intentional. But Foot did get a good start in terms of percentage share as well. Another Meeple's Mansion being placed down should give them just that extra bit of time to kind of chill, heal up a little bit, let Angel Boy get his bearings back in this mid. Arthur with another break here, and clearly did mess up that initial wall break, as he has to use the second one on those same walls. Yeah, Angel Boy's doing a good job of playing this passive aggressively, because he's really not had to convert. Well, he died there, but I was about to say, he hasn't really had to do much to die or really warrant going in. It's just his presence has been felt to give them this 50% lead. Guesty getting an extra few percentage points as well, doing his job, but I think Foot gonna sit back, relax. Angel Boy just gonna rotate a little bit, get rid of mini spawners as can, give Foot a chance here to respawn and regroup. Yeah, I guess he was desperate to really get that super a little bit earlier there, but just got it in that kind of dying breath. Would have given him a bit of a lifeline and some heals in there as well. Angel Boy coming aggressive now, which we haven't really seen too much of so far. There's the hypercharge on the right-hand side from Arthur. Just will provide it to himself, it seems. Meeple super and Meeple's Mansion down. Guess he's still fighting off a clone of himself, and Big are getting back into this. These Ims clones are super annoying to deal with. Just the fanning damage from multiple bogeys can be really hard to deal with. As Angel Boy dives in, immediately dies though. Going into Salty, that's not the ideal matchup for him, and now another tag out of Arthur. Look at these young men collect, work together, especially for Melee, who's a lot fresher, I would say, to the BSC than a lot of these other players. Doesn't have nearly as much experience, but they're taking it to Foot right now. Yeah, I've got to mention the hypercharge waste that Guesty did kind of do there as well. Not going to be his best look at the moment. Needs to kind of try and get Melee down here. 40 HP, still surviving on the hypercharge, thrown backwards, and just as that invulnerability ends, he does go down. He's trying to get some work done, but it's just not going to be enough. The power-ups are Big, proving too much for Foot at the moment, and it was a great start, but a poor ending from that. I mean, the ideal start, 50 to nearly 0%, and Big climbed their way back. There's one thing I was kind of worried about with this Mina pick is just anytime you see the Chester, it's just so much DPS to deal with. So unless Mina has a tap of super plus damage, it's really hard to get that insta-kill. Also love Colonel Russ in that situation too. The high reload speed had just enough there. The sandbags are doing a great job of deterring, so by no means have Foot guaranteed this. This feels like a pretty even draft, though. I will say, I think Foot are still very much in this.
Absolutely. I mean, the Mina's just not getting anywhere near as much value as Angel Boy would want or would usually get with this brawler either, bear in mind, but well accounted for by the big side, and he's having a real tough time with the serious shots kind of bouncing over and straight through that windmill that he places down. Early wall break yet again from Arthur, and does manage to get it down in one, which means they'll be able to focus those elsewhere.
So it's clear that they want Arthur to play against Angel Boy. They make a little musical lanes rotation to that right-hand side. Sandbags now in the open and a takedown as well. Excellent job. I mean, Arthur, somebody that's really come to life here in the last couple years. Salty getting a kill as well. Look at this. I mean, they're just outplaying Foot right now.
Yeah, absolutely demolishing them as well. And you've got to think how good of a start Foot had in the previous game. And that's nowhere to be seen in this one. There's a little shadow placed directly on top of Guesty with the gadget from Melee. Nob trying to make the move through. There's the Meeple's mansion, and this is where they start to make the moves, but have been punished the last few times. Meeple not able to get these sandbags down in one. Guesty has to help and get rid of those, and the windmill keeps Angel Boy in the mix for a lot longer than it had previously. But now, they're also low and forced retreat.
Foot just taking advantage of those gadgets. They use the Meeple mansion, they use the windmill, but those are really the only few seconds that they have. Otherwise, every frame has been in Big's favor as Angel Boy separates from his team. Melee going to be trapped in the middle here, trying to charge up that super, and he does. It's going to be Meeple firing back at Guesty in a 2v2 situation. Angel Boy has a chokehold, but Arthur can just walk this up. It's still going to be an expansive lead for Big.
Yeah, Salty's not going to be mad about being put in this matchup against the Mina. And there's the super from Guesty in the back lines as Arthur over-aggresses just a little bit and get pinched down. There's Salty grasping the hypercharge and will instantly take out Nob with it. He's surviving well, wants to try and stay up and keep this power up here, and Angel Boy wants to punish that over-aggression. A super available, throws it backwards and does get the kill, but a little bit of overcompensation as well as Guesty through the gadget.
Yeah, I didn't feel like the hypercharge was necessary. I think holding on to that would have been really good because all he did was get one kill and it was still Foot who maintained positioning. Now they're climbing their way back in this as the Meeple super goes down on the right-hand side. They can get through those walls if they want, but they're all too low of HP. Some nice taps coming out of Big too, so they've gotten another frag. Nob alone can have trouble multitasking, especially with the range advantage now that they've got. This could be over.
Yeah, that was a tough one from Angel Boy as well. Does go down 1v3. Guesty knows he's going to have to try and make a move. Gadget through the wall in the box. If anything, keeping Salty alive and allowing him to heal up. This first set is going to pretty convincingly go Big's way, to be honest with you. No big endings or anything like that, and they were absolutely on top of it.
Arthur backing his confidence, and Angel Boy is somebody that always seems so convicted in the result. That just a certainty that he's going to win. So for Arthur and his teammates to get this win, I think a big deal. Now that we have the map rotation coming in, though, and these players drafted, though, gotta be a friendly reminder, this was Big's map. It's not that they're expected to win it necessarily, but at least it makes a little more sense. I think starting out for a 1-0, though, if you're the underdog, is an immediate confidence booster. Just knowing that you're good enough to go into Foot, that they had a solid draft overall. It just felt like the preparation was there. And something I grossly underestimated, these sandbags I knew would be good in the other squad. It really felt like it was a direct dealer into Mina. Mina really never excelled like we've seen Angel Boy do in the past like this brawler.
Yeah, and I mean, also against the Meeple, he's just got no chance, even if you're placing a super down, if you're kind of boxing them up. And I don't think they ever really, Meeple's mentioned, you know, one or two people and then punished them. It was always just, all right, we'll box you on the zone and we're going to do nothing about it. So, little underwhelming of a start for them for Foot Esports. In terms of stats, that backs up exactly what we're saying. 8, 6, and 6, and a great performance from Arthur. Melee as well, Salty, doing what needs to be done, just dealing with the Mina when it came towards him. And yeah, Foot, a lot left to be desired.
Arthur cumulatively had more kills as a Colonel Ruffs than Foot's entire roster. That speaks for itself, and just a young man who's really come through in the past couple years. And sure, he hasn't been a standout in this region, but even getting something like an LCQ last year, now popping up with a new squad in this second split, I'm looking forward to seeing if he can take that big leap in the sophomore season. So Big with a 1-0 lead, but now we move over to a map that I expect Foot to be clicking all day if they keep progressing through. Pearl going to be in the band stage, which doesn't surprise me. I mentioned it earlier in our previous match. It's a brawler that shows up a lot here. One that I'm looking out for as a support brawler later down the line, though, is Glowy. I'm curious if either of these teams bring that out, especially with Byron banned, Kit banned. Now that we've got Pearl out of the way, I think there's a real potential for that.
Yeah, we saw it just a little while ago, the Pearl, so not surprised, as you say, to see that banned out. A brawler that's pretty versatile here when you're kind of overcharging, overcooking, I should say. Towards the late game, the super as well, wall break if required. It does a bit of everything on this map. Leon does come through, though. It's an early pick of Leon. I do feel like there's quite a few things at the moment in the meta that can scout him out, and we saw that yesterday, you know, I was going to say with the Jeans, but that being banned out definitely opens up that possibility just a little bit more. So I don't mind that from Foot as the first pick, but still a long way to go.
Crow on the board for sure, which comes to mind. Jae Young was the other one I was going to say with a piercing shot support brawler as well. It's one that Foot actually loved to use a lot, but I think just very meta on this map right now. And like I mentioned, Kit is technically a support brawler, but a little bit of a hybrid to say the least. But obviously can heal teammates. Byron can do the same. Gus on the table as well. I think that's a brawler that's a very safe long-range option that East Asia used yesterday. EMEA has certainly pioneered to be more of a regular compared to our previous split.
Yeah, I really like the crow shout that you brought out there as well. I think that's a great answer to be able to scout out a lot of that Leon as well and have those lingering shots when the lollipop drops down or he's trying to kind of invis forwards. They're going to take the meeple this time, and it didn't work for Foot, in the previous one. And they've still got full faith in it. And sometimes, if you manage to trap one of the opposing brawlers in a tough spot, you're going to be able to punish. But got to have that super along with it as well.
Yeah, two of the more popular control brawlers right now on this map are Meeple and Pearl. Of course, Pearl out of the way on the right-hand side. So I don't mind it. I think the flexibility with the gadget is really nice too, because we saw Mansions and Meeple last time. It didn't work for Foot in the win, but it does a good job of getting you instant control on a map like this where it's a wide open center and then you can be pressed into your spawn. If you use it off rip as you walk up the map, it's not necessarily changing the archetype of the map. It's more or anything just kind of putting a temporary wall to allow you to shield yourself forward.
Well, the Mina comes out for Foot yet again, and this is one that also didn't work for them in the previous one and actually kind of got battered, if anything. Angel Boy, kind of one of his lesser performances on the Brawl, I will say, and not, down to him. It's just down to the draft that he played it into, I feel, in the previous one. So he's hoping for a bit of a different story in set number 2. They need to get back into this one, and the Mina is usually one of the ways they get back into games. So we'll see if he's going to be able to play this through. But still, obviously, with one pick left for Big, there's always an opportunity of that big counter coming in still.
So Gus going to be that safe long-range option. It was something missing from their composition. They also can distribute a Gus shield onto somebody like Mina or Leon, who are now two very aggressive brawlers. They certainly have enough range to stay back. They just don't do a ton of damage from back there. This left-hand side did leave Crow open, and I think now they consider probably straying away from that now that they're facing something with range and Gus. I'm not sure what the perfect 6th pick answer is here, but it's going... Ooh, I actually do think this can work out pretty well. Buster's somebody I think I oftentimes forget about because it's not something as a casual like myself we're really thinking about at the top of mind, but at a professional level, I think this works really well at deflecting stuff, and obviously the shield is a way to move yourself forward, and you get basically a free super just by existing.
Yeah, it's all right, Kenny. I think of you higher than a casual anyway.
Thank you. I'm progressing towards Masters.
I think you've got what it takes.
Yeah, thank you.
But yeah, I like the Buster a lot. It can definitely punish a really aggressive Mina coming forwards, especially with the backup, the slipstreams, the heals of Jae-Young as well, and occasionally Jae-Young, when you prep that gadget, you're going to be able to do quite a bit of damage too. So this comp will be punishing if they step out of line, and the same goes for the big side as well, when kind of overstepping against the Mina. An early lollipop drop, then a Mina straight at the right-hand side down the launch pad.
Nice job, and there's the cutoff right there. They've left Angel Boy all alone. First to use a gadget immediately, but Melee has enough HP to where they can chase this down, especially with the heals off the backs of Salty, and now put themselves in prime positioning. Arthur left alone, but I don't mind this. Now some speed going through. Big are just taking it to Foot's faces right now. They're going to be going back to spawn, and once again, Angel Boy just willing to be left all alone. It's dangerous. He doesn't want to get overconfident.
Yeah, Nob super low there as well, so can't really support as much as they want to. Lollipop drop going to be wasted. I'm sure Guesty'd have rathered that in a better situation here. Guesty gets picked out, and Melee, if he's got a gadget, might be able to get this kill. I think they'll be able to do it anyway. He tries to attack with a windmill, but it's not going to be enough, and he picks up another one through Angel Boy too. A 2v1 situation is not usually what I'd put past Angel Boy, but I think they should have this one in the bag.
Yeah, especially if Salty can just pop a gadget. It makes it even more difficult for Angel Boy. They're not the biggest damage-dealing brawler, but Angel Boy is in a corner and just exhausted a super, so he doesn't have a lot to defend himself. Could use a windmill. I think that's why he's buying time, but this fog is going to force his movement, as now he's taking a ton of damage, just pincered on that bottom right-hand side, and Arthur knocks him down. Big are just really coming to play today.
I mean, if you didn't have any lore of the Brawl Stars esports over the past couple of years, you'd come into this one, you'd be watching it and going, Big are by far the favourites coming to this one. The confidence they're exuding is just incredible to see. They're just running straight at Foot, and that's not what you usually see against a titan of the region like this. Angel Boy may be caught out of position here yet again, forced to dash back and have a bit of help from his two teammates. Arthur's low, and they kind of accept that and move back, heal up, and stay around this Buster, trying to provide him another shield. Has the hypercharge now, so ready to come bounce into it when he wants to. There it is. Not going to have that extra speed as he popped it quite early. Angel Boy pocketed down the bottom left, got a windmill though, and will survive.
I can't believe all the Foot members are still alive, but the invisibility, now a Gus shield being distributed, will reveal that location as they cluster up together. This is a composition that wants to play alongside each other. Buster is looking for pull, Jae-Young with piercing shots, so if they even pull multiple brawlers, they can tap several.
Got to be cautious now, as they're the ones in this kind of bottom right-hand pocket where Foot were in the previous one. Lollipop drop on the left-hand side will help Guesty fly under the radar a bit more. Same with Nob, now he's kind of slotted down into that left as well. Super available from Mel. Needs to pop it up here, and Guesty gets one. Salty gets the trade, though. Can they get this one done? Nice shots coming in from Mel, who gets the kill. But Nob will secure it in the end in a 1v1.
An insane back and forth we've got going down. I mean, big straps have been solid. The mechanics are there. Foot finally take a round. This comfort brawler Angel Boy is used to operating, really going through in the final. As Guesty has the hypercharge available, Lollipop drop goes down, and that's where the mind games come to play. It's one of the reasons Leon is so good in the meta right now. Angel Boy with the trap, though, and you know what Melee's trying to do. Has that gadget available. Just goes for hypercharge instead, though. Angel Boy trying to bait it out, but Guesty on the backline needs to be careful. He doesn't get scooped up as now the extra speed goes down, and Guesty isolated on the bottom of the map all by himself. He's running for the hills. I think he was contemplating going for the extra boost pad on the bottom left-hand side, but they can shoot through the walls. Guesty can't go anywhere.
Guesty's gonna have a tough time here. Just about gets out. I think might be able to clip him here, and does. That lingering Meeple hypercharge allowed him to go across the water, and a box Nob is all that's left here for Foot Esports. A 3v1 as they surround him and will beat him down. That's going to be the game going Big's way, and they continue this dominance over Foot.
This is a different Big. I mean, we have a literal roster change, so yeah, it's different, but this is confidence that they're exuding. This is some serious mechanical skill going down on the map. I mean, from top to bottom, it's just been Big in control the entire duration of our match so far. As we hop into another one, Foot could be dangerously close to being down 2-0. That is something that would have shocked me. 1-1, fine, but 2-0 would certainly make things interesting. Melee, though, maybe overstepping just a tad. No heals coming out from Salty either. They get the trade in the 2v2. Windmill, give Angel Boy a little bit coverage, so we're going to have a standstill as Salty tries to back him down.
Yeah, gets the trade, and it's not the worst, I wouldn't say, either, if Arthur can kind of single one of these out in a gadget here. Salty caught out of position and forced to switch back to a heal and try keep himself in the mix. Arthur will do the same, stand a bit further forward as Salty heals up behind him. But a gadget, it's going to be a big waste from Arthur. I'm sure he won't be pleased about that.
Yeah, I think for Big, the biggest key to success is going to be eliminating the buster of all brawlers early. If you leave yourself in a matchup with Jae Young and Meeple, it's a lot more manageable, especially since Arthur isn't running Rage Quit. The other team can get trapped, but it's not necessarily going to freeze the enemy team and line up those free tags.
Salty here on the heel now. It's going to be a bit harder to find those connecting shots, and will swap back. Box coming through, and that forces Angel Boy into this little pocket, but he'll pop a gadget. Maybe a little bit premature, considering the late game still will be coming through, and he shouldn't have it back in time for that. Arthur trying to get the pinch. There it is as well. Really low now, and Angel Boy just about sweeps behind that unbreakable wall. Nob with the super here. Wants to provide it to Angel Boy, but might not be able to find the connection. Gets the trade, and he should be able to 1v1 auto-aim in down. And he does just that. Foot showing some signs of life.
Another close one. And again, Buster is going to be my main focus if I'm Foot. If they can bring down the 10,000 HP portaling its way at the enemy side, it's going to be a lot better for them. 2 supers still available. Of course, Salty's is very easy to attain, but Angel Boy now flanking. Cut off there. Doesn't quite clip him, though, so we can go back to the Lollipop drop. A little extra speed to get him to safety.
Yeah, Angel Boy seems pretty comfortable kind of moving around, especially when they've even got these Meeple's mansions ready to lock him up, because he just gadgets every time. But now, pinched in this 3 little pocket here, the gadget used, and Salty and Melee both so low. Needs to get Angel Boy traded down before. There's the hypercharge from Nob. Gets a big connection, and Salty so low, providing the heal through, but they can't tank it out. And down he goes. Foot find the answer and even out in knockout.
Biggest difference, I think, in Game 2 are the trade-outs with Buster. I think it's fine if you lose a member. It doesn't really matter to me which one either, because I still feel confident about them in that 2v2 setting if we get to it. It's Buster that's really allowing the other 2 brawlers to shine. It's a meat shield. It allows them to walk forward. It has a gadget to where they can pull. Jae Young has to play alongside it. It's why he's a support brawler, so they can take out the biggest feature of Big. I think Foot can still win the set.
Gadget up top, breaking a few of those walls here and there as well, but nobody caught inside it. Angel Boy still just moving over this left-hand side, and he's been quite confident throughout, to be fair. Cuckoo Popper finds a couple of connections there, and Nob has a super early super. And Melee trying to get around the right. Has a shield to be able to stay in the mix, but a Lollipop drop on the left-hand side will give Foot a chance to aggress a little.
Yeah, Foot with map control, as this becomes an east-west affair. Cut off from the Meeple's mansion once again, so we're going to construct a little makeshift wall there on the left-hand side. As Guesty's going to lose a little bit of grass. Every little chunk counts, though. I mean, Foot have less room to hide, and for Leon, there are less mind games to be played.
Yeah, Nob's shields have really been good in the late game as well. He's kind of just holding them throughout and not throwing them out too early. There's a Cookie Popper again, but some heals straight through from Salty on the Jae Young, keeping them in the mix. So Lollipop drop will allow them to get into this grass unseen, and the Buster Shield will get them out of spawn, but still a lot left to be done for Big.
Oh, now Nob's going to be isolated. They know this. All of Big's members are going to the right-hand side, but a bounce back from the bubble. Angel Boy diving into the enemy side. A perfect kick as well. The tornado connects and Foot steal around. That was a great play out of them overall. Just excellent execution. Gus knowing when to pop that shield. Overall, just some veteran leadership coming through.
Yeah, the tornado kind of ripped through all 3 members of Big there. They're trying to go super aggressive off the start with a barrier. Oh, incredibly early from Melee. Pinning them back in his left-hand side now, but they do have that Gus Hyper. Trying to find something there. Super straight through, gets the cycle out. Really well done. And Foot turn it around and obliterate them in set 2.
Nicely done, and Foot getting one on their own map, I think a big deal, especially for the confidence level. If they're down 2-0 there, this entirely changes things. Being down 2-0, and on top of that, we would be going to Big's choice of maps, so I would not be feeling nearly as good as Foot. But I love the adjustments. It started out real slow for Foot. Obviously, set 1 is one thing. That's in the past. Set number 2, though, their own map. They should be comfortable with these draft settings, but this Buster was a real good solution. Unfortunately, Foot just had the awareness to go at it super early on. They target it, they make sure that it doesn't get away, and they're willing to exchange those 2v2 interactions. They know they have an assassin, either Mina or Leon, and then a Gus on top of that, and that Gus bubble just so good for those in-games. Even having the bounce back was a big reason why they won that set.
Yeah, the surprising aggressive kind of starts occasionally caught Foot off guard and put them in a bit of a compromised position, but after that they kind of were pretty switched onto it and stayed a bit more passive off the start. Stat-wise, yeah, it's knockout. The more kills are going to go to the winning team for the most part, and you know, it's not a bad look by any means from Big. They still looked pretty decent, but Foot were very switched on to what they were trying to do.
Foot also playing 3 out of 3 comfort brawlers here. Every single player with them played on a brawler that they usually really like to play, and it showed. They felt super comfortable even being 1 game down. It looked like the set would go Big's way and they would be 2-0 right now, but Foot is a team that can stay calm and collected even in moments like this. I can't help but be a little biased here. This is probably the most biased you're ever going to see me. Melee is literally my son, so I hope they can take another set. I want to see some more. Literally. He's 16, so that would be a bit hard at my age to have a son already at this age, but hey. Pinhole Punt is going to be our next map here. I do want to see them go all the way to set 5. It would be beautiful to see. Foot, they are just the strongest team here, no way about that. They are on paper the favorites, but Big really showed us how, yeah, they could turn things around. They won their map pick, they lost the map pick of Foot. Now going back to Big's map pick, Pinhole Punt. Let's see what they do, what they cook with the draft here. Mina once again not banned out, and it is the most paid brawler for Esports here. Surprised they didn't pick him up as first, but Crow is a bit of a safer option here. Now both teams so far really safe picks, solid ones. Jester would be another one of those. Otis and Ross, you can never go wrong with those, and both teams once again are showing us these safe drafts.
I love having somebody like Crow on this map because the map construction in the middle is a little patch of grass, right? And Crow's shots basically fan out through that entire thing. I think that's part of the reason why Otis is the anti-chink of choice. On top of that, Chester gone. So next up we can go towards Otis, who really helps with vision, and the Fat Splatter can kind of cover up some of that grass.
Yeah, I like the Otis, and I think as you guys have both mentioned, the Crow, a very solid first pick, and I think that can go for the majority of maps at the moment as well. Just really versatile, you know, similar to the Chesters, to the Otis, and to the Ruffs. But with Chester and Ruffs out of the way, then no surprise that's taken. Mo, really good goal-scoring ability as well as being a pretty well-rounded, balanced brawler against a lot of opposition. So I like what Big have got here.
Do like it as well. Some aggression and something to counter out aggression on the other side. Now, will that hold off Angel Boy of picking up that Mina for yet another set? Worked out just out in the open. Could also work out on Pinhole Punt, and so far only the Otis really has to put something up against it. On the right-hand side now, coming out from Foot. Is it going to be...
If my calculations are
Meeple.
correct.
Also showing up for the 3rd time in a row here. Again, not the brawler I saw coming, but both of these teams seem to rate him quite highly.
I think Meeple's going to show up a ton today in EMEA in general, whether in the ban or the play stage. And this Poco ban is now standing out to me even a little more clearly because I think that gadget is a big reason why, because you can kind of mute out any of the lingering effects you've got going on. So that allows Meeple to choose either of the gadgets, I would say, at that point. And also it just makes Crow's life a lot better. His poison can't be neutralized by something else.
Well, last pick now for Foot coming up. Big guy. Who would have thought, guys? Mina being played yet again by Foot Esports. I mean, it's just so common. You can expect them to bring it. I do appreciate the fact they're not kind of bringing it in super early and leaving it to the later stages these days. But still, it kind of leaves them. I mean, to be fair, they're not kind of in a bad spot already to do something against it, but still maybe want to kind of compensate that a little bit more so he doesn't really have any free lanes.
Last pick now for the side of Big. Yes, Poker would have probably been a good answer, but he's bent out. What else do they really have here? Ems would be good against the Mina, not really against the Crow. So they're gonna go with not an anti-tank, but something that has worked out for them before. Series coming in once more. Really good because once he has his shadows going. Meeple with a single shot, Crow not the most damage. Mina also single shot, don't really have too much to put it against them. Now, at this point, it could be over for Big because Foot has the momentum. And if someone like Foot Esports gets going, they're usually a force that cannot be stopped.
Pivotal moment for the young squad. Big are looking to climb this leaderboard. Obviously, they've got hope for something like Istanbul, but I think they'd rather just do it through the BSC naturally now that Foot has done the hard work of earning this squad an extra LCQ spot. So we start off in the middle of the map. Not low HP already, going to be back down as Angel Boy stays rather aggressive. I agree with Sunny. I like this serious pick in general, especially when the other side doesn't have great answers with the spawners. As this goes on, I think it could be better.
Yeah, Melee caught in quite a big pinch there as well, and Crow was doing a great job off the start of getting some big tags in and keeping people low. Salty will get one, but instantly taken out in turn. And Melee in a kind of 1v2 defense now, and Foot don't want to over-aggress.
Going to be a little reset in the mid. Ball pressed up against this Indestructible in the middle, the three-pronged wall, and now they can shoot through. That is Meeple releases the super. Angel Boy diving right at the enemy, in and out. The movement is so unpredictable, and Angel Boy being the player it is, he's just one of the reasons why he's so strong with his brawler. The skill expression is unreal, and now a kick over, a slight miscalculation is now Knob's going to have to scoop this. Diving up, Arthur with low HP, the spawners will disappear, the team wipe goes through, and the red roster knocks one back.
Yeah, everything just popped at once there for Big. Everybody went down, and the shadows obviously following Sirius to the grave now as well. Nob instantly moving straight into this bush and taking advantage of the cover. Angel Boy around the right-hand side as usual, going hyper-aggressive. Now the hyper-charge on these walls. But honestly, a bit of a waste, it seems. It does linger a while, so we'll see if it makes any moves in the later game. Arthur low and burning as well. Guesty trying to get those last shots in to keep them low, and does on Salty. And down goes Arthur on the left.
So now they've got this ball positioned on the top right-hand side, but I don't think it's going to be much effect because Foot are already back in action. Guesty actually rushing this ball, knowing he was super close to a hypercharge, and he's going to activate now. Salty dives under, dodges, gets a trade, but Arthur with low HP has to get a few last-second shots off, but can't quite make the mark. Foot Esports put one in the back of the net, two straight, as Big don't have an answer.
Yeah, it just seems like Foot are kind of getting back into their groove again now. Started quite slow and didn't have the best draft in the world in that first set, but since then it's been kind of all them, to be honest with you. Big with a few occasional plays here and there, but you just can't really match the consistency of Foot Esports unless you've got a great outdraft against them. Three members of Big going to slide into this mid nice and early on, get some good control, but Angel Boy wants to do something about that.
Immediately uses that windmill, try and move forward on the map. So taking advantage of the bush coverage here as the gadget goes down. Mina will have a counterpart of her own. It's going to be a trade. This now puts Big in a 3v1 as they're rushing up the left-hand side of the map. Guesty can't multitask too well, gets the slowdown. Now a Rage Quit going out too. They exhausted every resource they had in their back pocket, but Big bolstered too much.
Yeah, I mean, I had no faith, and then all of a sudden I had a lot of faith in that defense, and then it was quickly extinguished because they just put it in the back of the net. We'll see if Foot can bounce back from that. Great moves from Big, and Salty will go straight up, waiting for the pass here. Might be able to super this one straight through, and finds the gap in between. Big with a really quick, amazing answer to Foot.
That was an incredible goal. Threaded the needle perfectly between those two defenders who were essentially in the goal. And this is a map, too, where I believe there's two on each side of the wall. So it's a really skinny goal as it is without wall break. Big with an immediate bounce back. It was looking like Foot were going to sweep them through this set, but now they are answering. A 2-0 in that last one is Big get the ball early here. Salty already in prime position. Guesty forced alongside these walls. But of course, Mo, being the brawler he is, he has those little peek shots. It's really hard to get around these without getting tagged.
Yeah, not getting hit hard there. And Angel Boy found in the grass as well. Big, after that first game, have been night and day. Just totally different. Angel Boy really low now as well. Same for Melee on that left-hand side. And Foot just gaining some ground back, trying to heal. And a good tag on Arthur will keep him low.
Guesty doing a good job. Now getting the pinch as Arthur falls low HP as well. Melee, of course, can throw these shots over the wall, but Knob is going to be coming in. The Rage Quit goes through, but the kill as well for Foot Esports. They're the first ones to strike in this game 3. A very important one. Ones across the board. 1-1 in games, 1-1 in sets, and now a 1-0 in goals. But Big have gotten to this ball. Angel Boy trying to make his mark early. Doesn't connect with the Tornado, though. So now Big actually has some space to work with. Super's available. Guesty just backs down. A missed shot there. A double kill, too. This could be a great opportunity. Plenty of green grass in front for Foot.
Yeah, super up as well, hypercharge to get the pace. And there's the goal and the set for Foot Esports. Looked a bit glum there for a second, expecting maybe a big goal, but that beautiful jump back from Guesty turns things around and puts them on the front foot. 2 sets to 1 now as Foot Esports definitely looking a bit better. but Big still having those big occasional pushes and getting some games on the board.
Roster's been super competitive. Again, I'm still not ruling Big out. Foot are naturally going to be favorites, but I don't think anybody really assumed they would play this well. I think they've been rather good competitors. That was something in our previous match with Humble. The underdogs didn't nearly start off as hot, but Big have just been consistently a force. They've really challenged, but they haven't made it easy for them, and I would say that's a big victory for a squad, especially with their seeding. I mean, look at that goal. They've clearly got the mechanics to do this.
Yeah, what a wonderful defense that was from Guesty there as well. And it quickly turned around. Angel Boy just knew, I'm going to keep moving forward, pick up the ball. Guesty just slides it in as well. Really nice stuff then from Foot. Great communication. Defense turns straight into offense and wins in the set.
Guesty and Nob clearly the carries in this round. You have to say that Angel Boy on that MENA, his comfort pick, and still only 1 kill in the end. Well, it's not about kills really. It's about getting those goals scored, and Foot are in the front foot now, as Trev put it so perfectly. 2-1 up. They have the chance to close it all out in the next set, which is going to be Hideout, their map pick. So a hard task for Big.
Absolutely, and something that stands out to me, I believe Crow was the first overall pick of that last draft, and if he's the first overall pick and the other team still isn't punishing him, that really goes to show. And Guesty stepping right back into the mix, obviously somebody that unfortunately did not make Brawl Cup, somebody with a bright future, a rookie to the BSC, and it looks like the break hasn't phased him whatsoever.
Next map is going to be Hideout, and interestingly enough, I don't have any data on Foot Esports playing this map in scrims whatsoever. Still, they picked it. So did they just not scrim it and feel that comfortable on a map like this one that they don't even need the scrims? Or did they just not want to give away anything, what they want to draft on this map and maybe play on different accounts? I don't really know why, but it looks like they haven't played this map even once.
It's a mystery. It's a mystery to us all.
I wonder if it was just part of the theory crafting, though, because there's something I noticed, too. It's why I wrote down in terms of, like, predicting what maps they would end up going with. Something on my list immediately was Out in the Open, which was their second pick, but now that we're on map 4, I wonder if this is just something hidden, or maybe they've thought a lot about it. And I think this is something as months move forward, teams are going to have to conceal what maps they want. They want to leave this to a complete guessing game for the other team.
Yeah, I will say as well, though, you know, the majority of teams have been playing, you know, and scrimming on all these maps for such a long period of time. There's going to be maps that people, even, you know, no matter what the meta is, they're like, yeah, this is a map we can absolutely go and destroy any team on, because they've done it for years and proved that point. So maybe that's just one of the things for Foot. Gene going to be the first pick then, probably preventing a little bit of a Leon here. Didn't get a chance to look at the bans, but it is out the way already, so don't have to worry about that. Naja and the Mortis for the bans for Big. Over the other side, the Byron Kit, no surprise to see that out of the way. Don't want that surprise factor coming through. And then Bell has been one of the sharpshooters we've seen come through on a lot of these longer range maps.
Big is going to follow into footsteps and pick up MENA as their first pick. I would have almost waited to see a Fang here, one of Arthur's specials, and they played it very often in scrims, also had a pretty good win rate with him. Now, the Gene first pick is something, again, very safe. Both of those teams so far are just showing us the safest possible options. MENA first pick might not be that, but pair it with the Jaeyoung, and she's gonna for sure get that blue star. So crucial on Bounty, where if your team has the blue star, they're already in the lead, you can lean back, let the opponents come to you, charge up your supers, and you don't have to get a single kill and will still win the round. Cold and Glowy to follow up with. Cold is one of the brawlers that we haven't seen too often in Knockout and Bounty for quite some time. Yesterday, Zay Television showed him as well, and they won it all. They won the grand final, so
it's a good sign. It's a good sign. Yeah.
Maybe that's a secret strat here with the Glowy and the Gene. He has a lot of backup heals.
Yeah, Glowy was one I had on my bingo card. The second we saw Jaeyoung, I was kind of waiting to see it, because I think when you have somebody like Jaeyoung that's looking to heal, well, now you have Glowy that just immediately meets it. And if he's tethering and doing that, it's awesome. But yeah, I agree with you. The Crow actually makes a ton of sense. The poisoning damage into something like Glowy who's trying to heal. The range is a little difficult into somebody like Colt. It matches with Gene. This is really interesting. I don't think this is an everyday draft from either of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, I do like what Foot have got here. Obviously, if you're going to be breaking up the map, there's not really too many better brawls than a Glowy and a Gene to accompany you as well. So, a great shout. Just got to hope for Big's sake that this MENA manages to get that kind of maneuverability up and keeps dashing about, because it's seriously lacking a bit of range here in comparison to the rest, and especially when the map gets broken up. That's pretty much what you're relying on to keep you up and in the mix.
Absolutely. Big moment here, quite literally, for our blue rosters. Now they'll dash forward for the blue star. A very important thing and a pivotal reason, I think, why MENA even gets selected here. They're willing to steal this from Foot, not only to tamper with their roster building, but also to make sure that they can start with an early lead. This is a composition, I think, that wants to play mostly defensive. MENA can certainly do both.
Yeah, well, are going very offensive now as well. Get some great shots in. The Weekend Warrior gets some lovely taps and brings them low. More walls being broken now as well, and Big on the front foot at the moment. Salty going low, and some good gene taps will keep them that way for now. Guesty trying to pinch in the bottom here, keep them in this pinched-in position. And he'll just take the wall break. I think he was like, okay, I'll take the wall break. If a few added hits go through, I'll be happy.
Yeah, no kills have gone down yet either, so they can slowly just keep piecing this map apart. And the longer this goes, I think Guesty's going to like it in his favor, especially as the Colt, basically the longest range option. EMEA can throw one little foot at a time, so it's not going to do too much there in terms of damage. But if Guesty is aligning his shots well, this is going to go Foot's way.
Yeah, I mean, if Chloe's finding these connections onto the EMEA, there's only one direction she could really go to avoid the melee really low now as well. Silver Bullet goes through. And not quite getting the kill, but a pull is available, and that can turn the tide quite quickly. Nob rotating left once more, wanting to enforce this matchup. And the gene pull might be the deciding factor now, as no kills still.
Yeah, we'll see when Angel Boy decides to release it. For now, though, Big are just going to space the floor a little bit and go at Foot. Nob fully on healing for that tethering right now, but has a super available, and of course, we're going to be waiting for that dash forward. He can dash, use super, and make sure he climbs the enemies towards the other side.
Yeah, heals now, and the Vengeful Spirit from Angel Boy does find that connection. No, still not too healthy, just burning. So there's the pull and gets it down. That's the first kill we see, and it flips the game on its head. The blue star was all at the side of the last, and that's lingering all over Angel Boy's head now, but anybody goes down, and it's a flipped game.
There's a tornado available for Melee on the top left-hand side. Hypercharge going down for Guesty, and Angel Boy, the 6-shooter, now available, makes contact with Salty, but not enough for a kill. Nob releasing a Hypercharge. No pull goes through, but Foot get the triple takedown. A perfectly executed final 30 seconds there, and now the #1 seed of EMEA are on match point.
Yeah, I mean, a good performance from Foot again, just waited for the moment, didn't overextend, and we saw a lot of teams yesterday doing that. They're behind, they need a kill, they're going in over and over again. They knew they were going to get their opportunity, whether that be right at the end of the game with a gene pull or if someone oversteps, which they did. They absolutely can get those kills, so I assume we're probably going to see Big maybe just kind of chill out a bit more and not make those over-aggressive plays.
Blue Star once again, of course, they've already got Mina, and on top of that, they've got the super speed coming out of Salty, but Melee taking the fight straight to Angel Boy as Nob dashes away. It's such a slimy brawler, it tethers, and now Salty's just going to be constantly healing it up, and the only way, like you mentioned, you can go is backwards. That's what's going to make things really difficult for somebody like Melee, especially with the Blue Star. He's going to have to be cautious.
Salty super low now and has to retreat all the way back left. Vengeful Spirit will find a hit onto Arthur, and the tether from the glow he does as well. Melee, more of the same as he's going to require some heals. Pops up that windmill as well, trying to stop it and just getting back. Pull not going to be found this time, and Angel Boy will have to start from square one.
Yeah, nice little juke there out of Arthur, who's charged up his super at this point, as Salty's going to release the gadget. I think to just put some presence on the map. It doesn't get a ton of damage, but Foot matched with a excellent kill. That is some great use of mechanics, and now Guesty feeling himself, even goes for the super there. Not a ton of tags, but nonetheless, it will allow Foot to take a lead.
Finding a silver bullet at that range is ridiculous. There's the super coming in, jump over the top from Arthur as well. Really heavy commit here from the side of Big, and it's going to pay off for a few seconds, and a good trades here and there will put them still in the lead at 5-4 with the blue their way. Gene pull here and a hypercharge still for Glowy, and they've got time to turn.
Arthur's super really changed the tides of this entire game. Now they got a couple kills, the blue star still with them, and they have the lead, so they can be the ones that play a little more defensive. But with the walls opening up, I think Big want to time this a little bit better than they did in the previous. They don't want, with 30 seconds to go, Foot to just walk away with the win.
Hyper super for the Gene now as well, but kind of separated from his teammates, so won't be able to get the kill alone, especially on something like Amina. Vengeful Spirit sent out, but Salty doing a good job of keeping everybody nice and healthy. Hypercharge for Arthur, ready to roll now, along with a super too, so have that offensively or defensively, depending on the moment. Just going to use it for the extra few hits on the returning daggers. Time to go for Foot, as only 8 seconds remain. They need something to happen. It's match point pulls there. The heal from Nob. Melee going super aggressive. There's the hypercharge. Can they get the kill? Salty won, and they just burn through everyone. Foot get the kills and the win along with it.
Nicely done by Foot. And of course, as we progress through that, I mentioned it, but you gotta watch those final few seconds. And once again, they let Foot walk them down. They got placed in the corner, and it was like they aligned every member for that Colt super right down the left-hand side of the map. Even with the Gene pull, it was fine. They had a backup plan. A lot of credit to Big, though. This is a team I'm certainly looking out for as we progress. Melee filled in really well in this second split. You can see the disappointment on their faces, but I think losing to Foot is okay. Most teams do so, not just in EMEA, but also the world.
I mean, yeah, a great performance from Foot, but I will say Big played super well, and I think we've got, you know, some really good signs from them for them to come back in future months and get some bigger wins on the board. And yeah, it's super unlucky the bracket they got. They go through the upper bracket and they face Foot Esports.
Yeah, congratulations.
It's like, congrats on winning. Now you're going to face the best team in the world. It is super difficult and really unfortunate for them in the end.
Maybe next time qualify through the lower bracket, you know?
Just lose.
Exactly. Easy. any way you can't say that Big didn't perform well today. In the end, they just had to best the biggest beast there is really. Next to Humble, Foot Esports is definitely one of the 2 teams that you just have to look out for. And as Kenny put it, losing against them, there's no shame to it. Many teams do. Really well played there, also from Gesty, getting those last 2 kills. He got his super just in the nick of time and pierced through his opponents, getting 2 kills in the last few seconds. Those seconds were so important, Trav. Otherwise, I think we could have maybe seen a set 5. Now, with 2 3-1s already on the board, Humble and Foot Esports now in the semi-finals, being both on the upper part of this bracket. This could have already been a grand final.
Absolutely. I mean, it's super surprising to see them in the semi-finals against each other, but clearly had some unfortunate circumstances from both sides to be kind of pinned in this battle. So we will be seeing that for semi-final number 1. That's been the biggest rivalry in this region so far this year. Up next, we do have that Reply Totem versus Metsport, and then rounding things out in the quarter-final number 4 with Novo Esports versus Navi. 2 great games upcoming next, and I think these are the 2 50-50s out before.
Definitely. And still, we predicted almost all the same for the next one at least. Reply Totem versus Metisport. It is going to be a banger of a match. We get Arc back as well. Did you think that Foot Esports would lose at least a set versus Big, or did you think it would be a 3-0 sweep in the end?
I was actually surprised that they dropped the set, but I mean, it's all credit to Big. Their drafting was really, really on point, and they played really well. I think that could have been a 5th and final set decider, actually. So looking forward to that semi-finals now between Foot and Humble. I'm not really sure whether Foot look as good as normal. Trav, quarterfinals 4, talk to us, now you're here.
Yeah, listen, I think it's a 50-50, and I just didn't know which way to go. I was surprised that we weren't split 50-50 on the desk. Novo looked really good, but then I kind of thought yesterday in East Asia we had some teams who did really well in qualifiers and then kind of dropped off quite heavily when coming through into the multi-final. So I was like, I'll take a risk. Saw you guys going the other way, and I was like, that's my chance to get ahead.
So far, so good for our predictions. For the next one, we all said Reply Totem, but let's see what actually happens. We're going to find out in the next few seconds as we head into quarterfinal number 3. It's Reply Totem versus Metisport. Now, on the left-hand side with Reply Totem, we have a roster that had a little bit of shake-ups in the meantime, you know. They still stuck together in the end, missed the April monthly finals, and now they look very rejuvenated. They have scrimmed more often than any other team. Arc, I know you love to talk about scrims.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't know whether this is the full picture of Reply Totem. I think that their kind of issues in the past have gone far beyond kind of scrims and kind of more about kind of like each other and kind of getting back to their old ways, because, you know, going back to like, what, 2023 really was their best year as a squad, and that was a long time ago now. Things have changed and brawlers have come out that, you know, definitely cater to different people's play styles. So I think for Reply Totem, you know, getting some of those demons buried, getting back to business is kind of what they're about for me at the moment. And at the moment, I think they could be back on top.
Reply Totem looking really strong also in the qualifiers, winning in the end also to Heretics. The other reason why they're not even here today. On the other side, we have Metisport, and let's just say we have a little freelancer here in EMEA, it seems. Lena, the second place, the runner-up of the Brawl Cup alongside Angel Boy and Nob, is just helping out more than just one team in EMEA, getting some points on the board. So far, he hasn't found a home. As far as I understood, he's once again just a substitute for Metisport.
Yeah, I mean, it's sad to see because he's a player deserving of a secure home, at least in the EMEA region. Whenever he plays on a team, he makes that standout performance, and you're like, why hasn't a team picked this guy up? Yeah, he's just unreal, ice in his veins, never really kind of messes up in the big moments. And it just baffles me every time I see this guy without a team that he doesn't have that permanent space on a roster.
Trav, you also got to sit down with yet another player. This time it's Joker from Reply Totem.
Even though you're top 5 in the Brawl Stars Championship this year, it's arguably one of your worst kind of leaderboard positions at this point. So how do you feel like your team's going to rectify that in the second half of the year?
Yeah, I think it has been a rough start for us. I mean, not only for me, also for my team in general. But now we had 2 months in the off-season, and I mean, it's been looking a bit better. We qualified to the upper bracket again. And honestly, scrims have also been looking better than ever before. I think we're the team that scrimmed the most. So we've definitely been working really hard, and hopefully it can pay off in this month.
Yeah, absolutely. With both of the big boys kind of in the top half of the bracket this month, do you feel like that gives you an opportunity to really get some points on the board and move your way up?
Yeah, I mean, especially like the teams in front of us, like big talents facing Humble, and we don't have Foot or Humble in our bracket. I mean, obviously it's a big opportunity, but we should really not underestimate our opponents on our side, because Sport, they nearly beat Humble in qualifiers as well, and also Novo, they beat Foot, so they're definitely not to be underestimated.
Yeah, so talking about Sport, how do you feel going into that matchup? Do you think your kind of work in the off-season is going to give you enough of a boost to get past them early on?
I mean, I think we've been working really hard, and I think we should be favorites on paper, but I mean, they're playing with the names, so it's a bit hard to know what to expect from them, because obviously they haven't scrimmaged as much. I mean, that can be an advantage for us, but it could also be a disadvantage. But yeah, I'm confident that we can show our best against them.
So do you think bringing Lenane for them is going to give them a kind of more of an advantage against you being the player that he is, and how much ice he's got in his veins when it comes to the big stage?
I mean, I think overall it's always hard to play with a substitute. They've only had 1 week to practice with him, so I think on paper they should be a bit weaker than with Kovic. But I mean, Lenane, we all know how great of a player he is. I mean, he showed it at the World Cup too. So yeah, I'm really excited to play against him.
Joker, Maru and Maori in a position they usually don't find themselves in. They're only 6th in the leaderboard right now. Still, though, they have an LCQ spot thanks to how well the region has been doing at Brawl Cup. On the other side, we have Zero, Dekai and Lena, and they only had a week to train together. Now, Lena only had, 2 days to train with Foot, so that should be more than enough, right?
Should be more than enough. What I would like to say about that, though, is that the fact that, Lenane hopping on to join Foot Esports in their hour of need is a little bit different for me than joining, not to say like a B-tier team, but a lesser team. I think it's fair to say Foot Esports have been riding the leaderboards this season like nothing else. So it's not going to be nearly as straightforward as Lenane is going to be the ultimate problem solver of any team issues. And like Joker says, just kind of getting that synergy together, working out who's playing what and what your role is when you come in as a sub is not a straightforward thing.
Reply Totem chooses to pick the maps first once more. We have Pinhole Punt, Hard Rock Mine, Out in the Open, Hideout picked from our 2 teams, and then Ring of Fire as the tiebreaker at random. Now, Pinhole Punt we got to see very often today already. One of your favorites as well, or only the players' favorites it seems?
I'm a big fan of it. I mean, it's definitely one of those maps which can be quite troublesome to retake sometimes. As the global bans coming in. Well, Maru, we're good. I think adjusting the chair, then adjusting the desk as well. Naja, Mortis, Damien, and Lumi. Damien going to be ruled out on this one, Trav.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'd have thought Sport would be one of the teams who would have tried using that Brawler being the underdogs into this one, but also at the same time, not really surprised it's being banned out because, all these teams should have confidence in themselves like Big did, and they played super well to be able to beat these bigger teams. So Naja and Mortis over the other side, I'm kind of more happy to see those out of the way. Same with Lumi, as strong as she is at the moment.
Whenever we talk about global bans, we also have to talk about what's left open. This leaves Colette, Pierce and Edgar open to pick up, and those 3 are definitely some of the best we have in the current meta. Also in Pinhole Punt, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see them either banned or picked up. Now everybody got to vote once more on event.brawlstars.com to claim their rewards, and this time around it's a very clear vote once again. We only had 95 and 96 and 96 today. The people at home seem to be pretty certain. They seem to, think they know what they're talking about.
Well, we'd like to say the same on the desk, but that's not always true, for sure. Speaking, of course, from Trav's behalf. But for me, personally, what I will say about these polls is that, there are win rates on those polls. And I think that a lot, maybe the more casual viewers just kind of go, well, if a team's got like a 90% win rate, I'm going to click on that button. It's not nearly as clear cut. I think that's fair to say. I kind of wouldn't mind seeing that kind of not actually included in the event site, because in previous years, there were much more kind of 60-40s, 75-25s. I think for this one, I'm swaying more towards Reply Totem, but it's not nearly by that kind of landslide.
I mean, if you had to choose a 50-50 though, you'd absolutely choose Reply Totem, wouldn't you? So that's probably rectifying the 96% though.
Without further ado, we want to head into quarterfinal number 3. We're starting on Pinhole Punt. The name of the World Cup, we shall start on Brawl. Now, heading into draft, as I already mentioned, Colette would be a definite pickup for me if she was to be left open. Edgar as well, super strong in the current meta, and in Brawl anyways, gets the kills, gets the jump-ins, and can score in the nick of time. For Reply Totem, what they usually like to play is a bit more solid and safe with the Charlie, the Crow, the Lumi, brawlers we have seen already today, and Charlie is going to be that first pick for them.
Yeah, Charlie is in a good spot. I don't know whether it's kind of my first pick worthy brawler. I'm liking the Crow ban though for sure here. I think that's kind of like a big one for me to be considering. But I think Chester is pretty much my kind of first pick brawler worthy on that side of the field. Kind of curious now whether we'll see it picked up. And we do.
Yeah, Charlie's been one of the ones that we've seen slide through a bit more when Damien's actually been in play. So with the global ban being that way, then maybe it's kind of just something to go against this Edgar that's going to be jumping in quite a lot. Similar aggression levels as that Damien. So Edgar comes in as the second then on the Esports side, along with the Chester that you mentioned, Arca. I really like both of those picks, to be honest with you. If Edgar's open, no matter what you're playing, there's always a chance that he's going to make those big plays.
He probably will, especially if Lena's on that brawler. I'm already scared for Reply Totem on the left-hand side. Now, they still have a couple of options left, though, to get this guy under control. So he's probably not one of those. Doesn't really have the damage to do so, but at least he gets out of harm's way in the nick of time. But Gale was someone I was looking forward to. This guy, the best goalkeeper in the game, really, with both his Twister, with the gadget, and also with his super. He can make sure that nobody gets close to the goal in any time. Now, last pick for the side of Esports. Last pick, always an important one. Something to counter all three brawlers on the left-hand side if possible.
I wouldn't mind the Meeple here. I think the Gale's going to definitely deter away from the Mina slightly in that regard. Or they might just try and overthrow it. I like Charlie actually now look back on things in the sense of like Reply Totem having that insurance policy. I'm kind of happy to have Charlie knowing that the Edgar is available here, so they're kind of doubling down with that Gale even on top of that. So it does feel like they might be a little bit ahead in terms of the draft and are awaiting that trap to be filled.
Yeah, I mean, I must say, you know, they've gone very defensive against this Edgar, which in the current meta is required. And I will say, you know, they started out with that Charlie, so clearly Lenane's going to have faith in himself to have that matchup locked down. But over the other side, you add a Gale to it as well, and you don't really have that many options to jump on. So a little bit worried. Edgar's going to have to do a lot of work here, but more than capable of doing it.
And in we go. Like you say, it's a super scary brawler, and it's going to be a super scary player on it. Lena is going to be championing that Edgar. Joker trying to do his best to heal around the situation. The Flames might even, they will actually seal Lena's demise, so a good position here. Mary probably going to be a little bit behind in terms of his utility for now. Can't really aggress with any kind of cocoon. Going to pop some spiderlings and come back to the mid to get that control back with his teammates.
Yeah, Gale was finding some good shots in there as well onto the Chester and the Amber alike, so Pinch should be coming through, and there's the knockback, gets the stun off as well, no slow along with the shots, and there's the jump in from Lene. Twister being placed down now as well, and that's another measure against it, and gets slowed by the missed cocoon, so well defended by Totem.
Yeah, big hits there as well from Maru, who's earned himself a hypercharge as well. Zero might be able to get a big burn now that he's got super as well, so that mid of the map might be his priority, but then you will take away something from the Edgar also. Another hit from Maru, going to leave Zero there on that left-hand side on low HP in front of some spiderlings and continue the assault on the right. Joker then takes care of Leonard, and now this is a scary spot to be in.
Yeah, Maori's got to be pretty close to super there. He was looking for the shots, gets the knockback off, but the ball stops on the line. Clearly, Dekai Hero had that in hand. Spider's being placed down now, and Joker's still got these dashes, but a gas a heal around the back, and the burn not going to find its target.
Still a very good position here for Maori, but no blustery blow to be able to really kind of solo this goal through. Now he's earned it. It feels like Reply Totem are being very cautious in their approach. Joker will fall though. Maori will slow the pace with a nice cocoon as well as Maori goes in the assault to the top left, gets two. Now Maori can come through on the right, and this will be a solid, straightforward goal for Reply Totem.
Well, Maori putting in some work. It's very tough to defend that, I will say, when there's two people kind of stuck on the back line with Maru waiting there as well. So great knockbacks and shots from Maori. Shouldn't be too far off a hypercharged shot here as well. Had the hypercharge, needs the super. The burn not going to go through just yet. This large hypercharged puddle in the middle of the map. Just waiting, but 30 seconds, they've got to make the move.
Yeah, I like that from Zero to be able to hold off and utilize it, but did it get much value? Everyone from Reply Totem was nowhere near it. 20 seconds on the clock, the ball in an advantageous position here for Esports, that they can't quite get it. Mario pushes it to the left. Zero's going to be able to survive at 152, but now Joker comes in and seals up the scraps. 10 seconds is probably not going to be enough, but Lenan might be able to make something of it with the hypercharge, the additional speed, but in 1 versus 3, it's not going to be doable, and it'll be Reply Totem taking the first game.
Well, it didn't look awful, I will say, from Metasport. They had their moments, but didn't really get into their opponent's half until those kind of dying seconds where they were forced to try and make a move. And when you're, backs against the wall, you have to get a goal. You're going to have to overstep and make those mistakes. So, well defended from Totem. Well, you know, good offense as well, I will say, especially from that Gale of Maori, who made those big plays and got the double stun.
Wow, I would like to see Zero get some more utility faster this time round. Get those amber burns in the bushes, and defensively, I've got to say, I want to see Metasport try to do a little bit more in that regard, because Totem got a big chokehold on this scenario. Look at that, bullying between Maori and Joker, and now with Maori being the rock on the right-hand side is another early goal though, but even earlier this time round on the 2-minute mark.
Yeah, it's starting to feel a bit more Totem-sided. They've been controlling pretty much the entire set. A little heal coming through from Dekai. I think it was from his gadget there, and a hypercharge ready for Maru. Super from Joker, who's trying to get up the map. Good stun coming through. Still got the hyper here for the Charlie as well, who might be able to just get a cocoon on the line, but he's actually going to burn down in the end, but they're going to try and punish this cocoon just before, and they do bring Lane low, but no goal as a result.
Yeah, it'd be a tough one for Maru there to be able to do it solo, but nonetheless, it has been continuous aggression from Reply Totem. Maori will fall, Zero is going to be low, but Joker does not have the range to seal that right-hand side. May burn down here, going to be able to use the gassy hill to evade it, to stay in position actually, rejoin himself with Maru. Dekai choosing to go for the ball here, but chose not to. That might be punished.
I don't think Lane was too pleased with his gadget there. Ended up pretty much in the goal mouth. Missed cocoon there along the backside from Maru, and he's not going to be pleased about that either. Hypercharge from Joker trying to get some damage in. No burns found just yet, but circling around the back and finding some shots. Lane jumps in, and yeah, Edgar's not having the best start.
I love the way that Reply Totem doubled down on that too, just bringing out Charlie to kind of lay the trap and then just double down with the Gale, and it's working out so well. Now the Hypercharge of Zero will connect, and Maori will pop on the right-hand side. Maori being scrutinized as well, and Dekai gets a cheeky pop, 2 to add to the tally, 3-1. Joker's going to be dashing away, and there's no... I mean, Maori did earn it, but maybe just not fast enough on the trigger finger to pull it, and it will be a goal nonetheless for Metasport.
Yeah, it'd have been a big waste if he did use it and they still got the goal, so thought better of it, kept it in the locker for this overtime situation if it gets that far. Lane goes in. I think Hypercharge missed again there from Maru, but they're still moving forwards. Hyper from Maru ready to kind of rip through this defense of Metasport, but just waiting until Joker's healed up and maybe has a super, because Stu's going to be flying in overtime too.
Maori might choose to go early here. The Hypercharge from the Chester, which is actually kind of holding things off for now. Double cycle from Maori. Joker in a prime opportunity for these boxes to go down. 1 second, it's going to be a shot on goal from Maru, and he finds the left. It's going to be set for Reply Totem.
Great shot and a wonderful decision there. I thought they were going to do it right, and I think everybody else did as well, to be honest with you. Even the opposing teams have found the left-hand pocket. Beautiful stuff from Totem, and a really well-managed set. Yes, they conceded a goal in those kind of like 30 seconds left, but at the same time, they managed it. They kept the super. The Hypercharge made its play in that kind of overtime situation, or towards the end of it, and that got them the win.
I was speaking about this very thing in an interview just this week, and the thing about draft is like you've got to play to what you're seeing, but you've also got to think about when you're against a team like Reply Totem, why are they not picking such an aggressive brawler like Edgar at such an early stage of it when it's left open? They're laying the trap, and that's kind of where for me Metasport kind of fell into that trap. Maybe they thought at the beginning, well, it's just a Charlie, we can kind of handle a Charlie, we can work around it, and then you see the Gale come down for the icing on the cake. Just fantastic drafting from Reply Totem. And look at that, 11 for Maori, 304 DPS. I think it speaks for itself.
Yeah, for me as well, the whole comp of Metasport kind of hinged around whether Lena can be the playmaker or not. Already counted out by the Charlie, doubled down with another counter in the Gale. Reply Totem drafted that up really well, and we see Mori here as well with really good stats on that Gale. At the same time, his teammate Maru, he got baited more often than once by that Edgar. His hypercharges went into nothing because Lena just was really good at, getting him to use it, even though he can't really hit Lena in that moment. So well played from Metasport and Lena. Lena was last seen playing the Brawl Cup. We talked about that already. Got second place there. Also in the BSC Challenger Stach he played, got third there with his team as well. So wherever he's showing up, he's making a name for himself now as the ultimate substitute for Metasport. But they need to make sure that they are not only betting on him to be the playmaker. The draft has to be a bit better. And what they showed us in the qualifiers, I was scared for Reply Totem today. Their draft was on point.
Speaking of qualifiers, Lenan was a prime reason why Reply Totem did not qualify in April. They lost to him and his team in that regard, but I'm with Trap. Someone sign this man, please. I mean, it's lovely to see that someone is being able to make a free agent living by bouncing from team to team, but Lenan needs to find a home. He's just too good for it. Bans are in for Hard Rock Mine, for the Roughs, the Shade, the Kit as well. As a first pick, Chester coming forwards there as well. I saw the Colette banned out. Nice to see the Sandy and the Crow.
Well, second pick should be coming through shortly. Chester, as always, one of the more versatile picks, and no surprise to see that being picked again. It wasn't bad in the previous one, didn't do masses, but over the other side, obviously, the Stew did a lot of work for Reply Totem, so no surprise to see that being picked up again. Really like that from Reply Totem, so something they've got to be cautious about here, of not kind of over-picking these aggressive brawlers again, as Stew can get away, but they go with the Mina.
Mina is coming in once more. We have seen her shine before as well. By the way, we are in Hard Rock Mine here, not Gold Arm Gosh. You can see that from the bands here as well, I feel. Stu is going to be first pick for Reply Totem. Could follow it up with something like Janet. Now she can always get out of harm's way if you have her as your gem carrier, with Pro being out of the calculation. That would be my gem carrier pick here. Ruffs could be another one of these saves pick. Edgar, once again, a brawler you can't really count out. And no, other brawler that we have seen quite often today already brings in the aggression now also for their team. Stu could also be gem carrier, actually, so they could just get another lane here that is good against Mina, maybe. Otis left open, Chester left open, Cordelia's a possibility. What do you think, Art?
I like the Cordelia's shout. It's kind of hard to necessarily make work. I think sheer aggression. I mean, Kenji and Joker, to me, like, that's a really fond memory, I've got to be honest. And he might be on the stoop, to be fair. I mean, this is what I'm saying about a team like Reply Totem. They're just so diverse and able to kind of share their brawler pool. But I think having a bit more of an answer from just not having only the Chester would be a good shout here, because the Mo is going to be doing effectively the same thing. Those assassination dive attempts is not really something that so far they've got too much other than that kind of Mina windmill to have, and those Chester stuns, which you can have as a gadget to try and re-roll, but you're not necessarily going to have under your thumbs all the time. Sirius, which I think is a brawler which I think some people have kind of like forgotten, a bit left by the wayside, so to speak. It had some good showings in Brawl Cup. It's now a bit more niche and a bit more circumstantial, but it's still really, really good. I mean, it helped Big so much in that first set versus FUT Esports, and you can see how dominant of a showing it had in Dueling Beetles, so I quite like it.
As someone who had to play a Kenji into Sirius before, I have to say this might be a thrower who completely counters him. You just can't kill the shadows before Sirius gets another one. So really good answer here from the side of Metasport. I like this draft a lot better than the first set. Let's see if they can also win a set against Totem.
Yeah, need a good performance here, and it looks like the name's going to be ripping the Mina through the mid and playing as the gem carrier, and it is so far the Stew who's going to be grabbing their gems as well. So Kenji will be laning the Sirius, which we didn't feel too thrilled about, I think, at the same time. Lenane falls low, forced to pop a gadget here as well to get back to his teammates. And it is Totem in control at the moment. They get this one off their side and claim control of the map.
Well, Lenan is going to be pocketed in that corner now. Joker coming from a very aggressive stance from the bush, going to keep keeping and shadowing him all the way forwards, but it's actually Joker that wins that trade. Gets some gems as well, not to be the ideal person to carry them, but if they can just buy some time enough for Maori to get the remaining three, I don't think they're going to be worried too much about it, not with that pinpoint precision on that Shislimi slash.
Yeah, that was a dirty super coming in from Joker there, and he wants more. Goes straight back in for Lenane and tries to get him to drop that extra gem that he just pinched off their side. So the next one spawns on Metasport's side, which gives them a bit of a buffer, a bit of time to kind of try and reclaim some of these gems that Totem have stolen from them already. Zero really low here, but the Shadow doing a good job against Maru at the moment. He can just super straight onto him, would get the kill, but chose to kind of wait this out for a better opportunity.
Ooh, nice there from Maru. Oh, and he actually faces shots as well. Stays alive in that top left. That's ridiculous. Now Joker gets the fourth gem. They are going to be split regardless, though. But Takai, nothing really to say in terms of utility. There's something to say for Zero, but they would prefer to have had maybe a hypercharged Chester at this moment in time. Some taps onto Maru, some dashes away. Joker on the left-hand side, dancing around these shots as well. Lenan gets a connection, though, and the gems are spilled. Joker goes in for the super, gets them. Oh, that's beautiful from him. A fantastic defense. Puts the gems back in the pocket. and Metasport got to do it all over again.
Yeah, Joker's been absolutely on it this game, but there is definitely a chance that Metasport get this done. Maru coming in with the hypercharge here, just trying to burn up, try and keep the name back, who's got his hypercharge and pops it now. Maru comes through with a big super, and Joker will clean up the back lines to take this win. What a performance that is from Totem, seeming firmly in control now. Just that one little reset that had me worrying.
Yeah, Reply Totem have spent clearly a lot of time ironing out some of their cracks. I mean, Joker's on point in that game, super aggressive. And we've seen just how kind of troublesome MENA has been, looking back to yesterday in East Asia and looking forwards as well today. We've seen it so many times. It is now the new shiniest brawler on the scene since Brawl Cup, and seeing just how versatile she can be across the game modes. And Joker is really championing that lane side and giving Lenan a real task to have to bear.
Yeah, I mean, that super in the middle of the last game is beautiful, and he finds another kill with it there. Some heals along the way, and Maori will sweep in for these gems that are laying in the mid to Kai. Gets some good shots in, but Joker yet again will find the kill.
It'll be tough here for Zero on the left-hand side to escape this spawn. Reply Totem have done a fantastic job of locking down the hatches. Lovely there from Joker as well to evade those just the shots to keep the aggression onto Lenan. But a nice windmill in return, and some shots will seal that from that side of things. 3 versus 2 now is a chance for Metasport to be able to retake this mid.
Yeah, Lenane being this gem carrier through the mid has been, I feel, just as much a harm to them as it has a help. It stopped him from going aggressive and trying to claim some of the gems off the opponents, who the other 2 players on the team really just don't have. Dakai has been in the back bushes for a while. Joker trying to make the move around this side, gets some heals off and earns the super. But he has a Kenji clone focusing onto him, and he will clean that up, and it's 7-4 now.
Yeah, Joker now has to heal, can't go as aggressive as he would like to. Looking at Maru on that right-hand side now as well to see whether he will be able to get that super, which is going to be needed here, I feel, for Reply Totem to open things up. A hypercharge as well from Takai. If it connects, could prove deadly. That's such a pinnacle moment in this game. Joker going into the mid. That Shadow giving a real troublesome task to have to deal with. And he will go down yet again. So this is fantastic timing, realistically, here for Metasport to come back in this game.
Yeah, they've got full control now. Hypercharge there, but Maru goes straight past it and evades a few of those shots, but will burn down. A dying shot in there as well, and Kai, unfortunately for him, I think gets that heal. Might have been better used to have a different one against Joker here, but he's being pitched down, makes his way up to the top, and it's 9-8 in favor of Metasport now. But Maori will get this one off their side, and Joker causing a bit of a rocket in the back.
Yeah, Joker just buying valuable time really here as the gem's now tied. One spawning in on the side of Reply Totem, but it's going to be Lenan who is going to be dashing in to pick it up. Speed zone here is going to be crucial for Reply Totem. That gem going to go with Joker. I mean, he had to go for it. Is it the prime chance too? They are now split. That hypercharge of Lenan, if he connects this, it could prove troublesome, and that's exactly why they dive. But they go down. Maru just mistimed that slightly.
Yeah, Joker has a hypercharge super here now as well. That's going to be extremely punishing if he can go in. Lenane looking for this gem off the Totem side, and he probably will get it here. Super comes in from Joker, and that's not the best use of hypercharge. Couldn't find him in the middle of that gap. But still, the opportunity to grab this one, and yet again, Joker to the rescue.
Mari there, popping Gadget, trying to earn that super back as quickly as possible. Tipping Takai that earns his windmill Gadget yet again from Lenan. Was another heal from Takai. I think he'll be okay with it in this position, to be fair. He wants to hold the mid, 13-13, and time is ticking down towards that final gem.
Yeah, the last one seemingly will spawn on their side for Totem. Can Joker get this kill? He does. Lenane getting one off the opponent's side, 420, and actually drags Maori towards him, but he's got the Joker coming towards him, and Maru in the backlines who doesn't find the super onto him. A huge waste and a big fumble as Totem drop all their gems, and with only 4 seconds, they're nowhere to be seen.
How Lenan survived there was absolute daylight robbery. There's no right that he should have survived there, and Reply Totem had many chances to do so. I feel like they messed that up. That should have been better. He should not have been able to escape on such low HP.
Absolutely. It's a big, big play from him, but a big fumble there from Maru as well. Not finding that super. Could have just kind of, I feel, waited behind and let them kind of, and forced them to stay on that Totem side, but did go for the aggressive play, tried to be the hero. Didn't pay off in the end. And now, it's going to be a big, decisive game for both of these teams.
Yeah, mistakes, some cracks starting to show for Reply Totem now. But I like their draft in that sense. I feel like it's still got a very good shot here. I think it's just a few moments here where they're just not really judging the situation properly and just holding the ground they need to hold. So 4 gems to 0 now. Better start for sure. But now Metasport starting to get knuckled in. Takai on the right-hand side with super as well as Zero's a good starting hand.
Well, Takai, as you say, already got super. Zero needs to work towards his. Lenane picks up one now. But it is 5-2. And Totem in a decent position. There's a super for Lane that's not going to pay off for him. Joker didn't even really get thrown up in the air at all. Has a super now, might be able to find this connection. Just narrowly misses, but avoids the return shots from Dakai, and somehow is still alive.
A cheeky one there from Maori, but he is struggling with these shadows. Nan dances away as well. But Maori is very much set on trying to get those 3 gems from Lenan rather than 3 from the mid here. Maru as well, equally so. Great defensive measures. Lenan there was completely all alone. No one there to help and survived.
I mean, Joker is playing this Kenji so well. He's been all over the place, getting kills, keeping them back, and only 1 gem is all they need. Lenane picks up the 1 out of the spawner, and Maru round the rear trying to make some plays. That one will spawn on Metasport's side, but the next is Totems for the taking.
Kind of back where we were in this previous game, and I hope for Reply Totem's sake that they have learned from those mistakes. Good connection this time from Joker, and then now going up might not work out. Lovely windmill there. He was so aware to Maru's presence. That was key. But in the meanwhile, it is countdown for Reply Totem, and now it's down to Metasport to reset it.
Yeah, a bit of an overcooked super yet again. Lenane gets the hypercharge away from Joker, and he needs to survive. Dakai around the back, and that is a huge overextension. Overstayed his welcome, but Maori trying to get Lenane down and does find a few shots. It's doable from mid, so don't need this over aggression, but Mario will keep him low.
Ridiculous! What a windmill gadget there again from Lenan, is playing out of his mind. But 1 gem from the mid is enough to reset this countdown. Is into the pockets of Maori there. Joker continuing the aggression. Lenan is bottom left, low HP, 7 gems above his head, and a massive target. And Reply Totem know it. If he goes down, it's going to solidify this win, surely, for Reply Totem. 5 seconds is not going to be enough time, not even with a hypercharged Chester, to do anything about it. Somehow, some way, Reply Totem come out on top yet again with that set.
Great plays from both sides, but it is yet again Totem who come out on top and are going 2-0 up against Metasport. I mean, they had their moments on the opposing side, but for the most part, Totem just absolutely all over them. And a great aggressive play on the Kenji from Joker. They all had the moments, and Maori just so consistent on those gems. I say that as there shows a replay of him dying, but it was well received anyway.
Yeah, for me, I mean, that could have been a set that went away from Reply Totem, let's be honest. I feel like they had to really work for it in every aspect. I think Lenan was just going absolutely crazy. Non-stop was he the man that, for me, was so self-aware every step of the way. And I'm not trying to point out the fact that he was always alone, but a lot of the times he was having to deal with things like pretty much just, mano-y-mano, and coming out alive more often than not. I think that his survivability was crazy.
These 2 games for me have been one of the most enjoyable ones we had in all of the BSC, really. In the first one, all 29 gems had to spawn for us to find out who the winner is. And in the end, all 29 were on Metasport. Still, Totem claims the set. What an insane back and forth. So I'm feeling generous, guys. I want to give out some points for everyone after this crazy back and forth. You get some points over on event.brawlstars.com, because how enjoyable was this to watch, really?
Yeah, just insane back and forth. And like I said, I feel like Reply Totem may have just dodged a bullet. That could have definitely been a set in which they could have easily dropped. And I think Metasport could be kicking themselves slightly after that.
Yeah, it felt like they maybe should have had some more games on the board, but you know, Totem, I don't think they made too many bad plays, other than maybe Joker's overstaying his welcome a little bit with some of the gems. They just seem so consistent and have done for the first 2 sets, to be honest with you. So slightly worried for Metasport coming into this 3rd set. It seems to me, and it feels like it's going to be a 3-0, but I've got some hope that Metasport are going to be able to bring this one back.
Let's see, what will be the first 3-0 of the day? We didn't have too many of those yesterday in East Asia already. Now from EMEA, I also expected some more close games than this one looks like to be. 2-0 for Reply Totem. Can they close it out here? We are out in the open. Once again, you either want to break open the map so you can go in mid a bit easier, or you pick something that can walk over water. Angelo is out of the way, Brock is out of the way, so we get to see none of that. Young, for me, is the best option if, the other options aren't open. Brock is actually, so maybe that's going to follow now from the side of Totem. Brock or Pearl are 2 of those brawlers that we see very often to open up the wall in front of you. On the right side, they just decide to go with speed from Jaeyoung.
Yeah, I like that shout. I mean, ultimately, in this map, having that additional channel be built immediately off the bat is crucial. I prefer the Brock myself first and foremost over the Pearl, but Pearl's still going to be very, very good regardless. Coming forwards now for Reply Totem, the Overcooked is just going to be great for having on your side and just inflicting that kind of pressure. But for me, I wouldn't mind necessarily even Augusta pair with it just to add to the tankiness of that Pearl. Could be doing a wondrous job here, or maybe even a Bell to ricochet some shots between everyone going to be hunkering down behind that Jae Young with the heals and the speed. Will cause a bit more of a problem.
Well, there's the Brock that you wanted to see. They're actually going to be taking both of them, it seems.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. How dare they? You're only allowed one of those wall breaks, but, you know, depriving the side of Metasport of it as well. I like that. And Pearl, I think, as you mentioned, when you kind of get a bit overcooked, the gadget as well, and you can, you know, really put some huge burst damage in, take people by surprise, which is one of the main things you need to do in Knockout. That kind of surprise factor gets so many kills inside so many games.
That comp on the left is now what I would pick myself, really. This is exactly what Reply Totem wanted, and they got the trio that they played in scrims very often as well. Now, Eve coming in as the last pick on the right-hand side with the hatchlings. All three members on the left-hand side are gonna struggle a tad bit. Pearl has probably the easiest time to get rid of them. On the right side, they just want to stick together now. Play of the heals of the Jean, also of the speed and heal of Jae Young. So I also didn't mind your Bell shout here, honestly, because now they can really just clump up together, and Leon especially will not have a great time against it.
Yeah, especially on the other side of the field, they could have even picked it up instead of Eve, just to have that, you know, ricochet between the lollipop drop and people within it. So it's definitely a brawler which could have shown itself. I don't mind not seeing the Pierce here, by the way. I think it's a tough map to make it work. If you don't hit those shots, you can find yourself in the back spawn quite quickly. So I don't mind seeing that brawler specifically can escape through the picks and bans.
Yeah, it was an early weekend warrior there from Lenane, forcing them back. Gadget in return from Maori here, and that's some good hits. Forced her back all the way up, and a nice wall break coming through as well. Unfortunately for him, didn't get those, all of the grass down, I should say. Still a portion at the back that they can use, but push far enough back into spawn that they won't be able to just at the moment. Lenane trying to make a break with some slipstreams up this left-hand side against Maori, who throws yet another gadget out towards it.
Yeah, that's the way the cookie crumbles, so to speak, on the left-hand side, and Lenane will get burnt more often than not if he tries to push into it. It's going to be a tough one here for Metasport, in my opinion, especially as time goes on. Joker going to be able to break that crossover and ensure that he leaves the wall intact behind it. The gas now coming in, leaves nowhere to go. Another break from Joker. And now there's going to be some heals and speed coming forwards from Dakai. Oh. Magic hand to nowhere is a big miss that you cannot afford against a team like Reply Totem. 1v1 though, we can worry from Lenane, and now some speed and some heals. Tapping into Joker. Oh, Joker wins it! Lenane just went a little bit close to the gas.
That didn't seem like he should have been winning that, to be honest with you, I won't lie. When you've got kind of Brock in that mid-range situation, you know he's got to walk up and auto-aim against you, so that's why you're retreating to the back. Don't know if he just missed a shot in there, but that felt like a Jae Young win, tied over. Hypercharge coming in now from Joker, just trying to extend this lead and put them on match point. Sends that super over the top and pretty much to nowhere, and I've got to bring back that Gene pull as well. That started the crumble of Metasport in the last one.
Yeah, some nerves potentially, and you can't really, at this stage, when you're 2 sets down, afford it. One round away for Reply Token to get onto match point, like you say, and this lollipop drop is forcing now Metasport to be going back. Not really feeling like the Eve is doing too much either as a pick for me. Need to see more of those hatchlings enter the map and put some pressure on or get close to that hypercharge. It takes a while to earn, that's the problem.
Joker sends the rocket fuel out, and Maori with a gadget as well. Maru on the left-hand side, just using a bit of that invisibility from the lingering lollipop drop. The name hypercharging forward, though. Gadget used. Maori going to get pulled in, and Dakai will find the kill this time. Rocket fuel over the top, and just trying to get some shots in. Maru will find the super. Joker surely going to go down here, and Dakai sees his demise. A lot of hypercharges still there for the Metasport side, and I like the way they're looking now.
Yeah, I like that from Dakai to go and super on the aggressive, knowing full well that even if he does go down, there's enough bodies there to be able to pick up the scraps, and he earns himself a super and a hypercharge as well alongside it. Still on the fence very much so about the Gene hypercharge myself. Can be what actually kind of seals your defeat, but let's see how he wants to utilize it. I would suggest towards the end stages for kind of more mobility in that sense, and then just use super on its own.
Yeah, Maori not finding the connections that he wants with these gadgets at the moment. Hypercharge there as well. Dakai pops one of his own to run away. Super over the top, and Joker finds a little tag, which will keep him low. Hypercharge, Eve spawnables in the back, and that should allow them to get out of this position. But still, Totem have the power of position at the moment. Now starting to break free, but a great couple of taps from Joker onto Lenane. And Maru, in Viz, just trying to stay alive.
Dakai needs to pull now, and they do get it. That's the perfect timing for it. Healing puffs are going to be crucial here, but now Reply Totem knows it's the time to strike. Huge rockets from the sky from Joker, and a pitch-perfect tap from Maru, seeking around the wall to seal it. And Reply Totem moving on to match point.
I mean, that's so well executed there as well. Really nice from Reply Totem. They absolutely look on form today. There's only a few times throughout this entire series where I felt like they haven't been in control of the game. Even sometimes we're on the back foot, you're like, oh, okay, Totem have got this. And Metasport A lot left to be desired at the moment, especially with how many hypercharges they had coming into that last round. I was expecting them to walk over Totem there.
I'm with you. I feel like, to be fair to Totem, though, that they were able to capitalize down at a moment where Medisport were weak. I think if Lenau had been present as well in that final moments, it may have been a little bit different. But like I said, that 1v1 as well should probably have gone his way. That was a bit of a turning point for me that wouldn't have even got to that stage had it happened. So this is now the final stand really here for Medisport, and see something more, or will Reply Totem just get it done and move on to the semis?
Lollipop drop. Lingering hole on the right side. Great down. He's found the kill. I mean, that's the surprise factor I was talking about. He hasn't managed to really punish those moves too much, but now he's starting to. Finds a second as well, and Maori really coming into his own on this brawler. And they break up some more grass, leave those walls intact. And Zero has to go back to the gas.
Some more grass. There's one tile left in that middle section. In just that round, they've been able to absolutely decimate it whilst leaving all cover in play. Absolutely ridiculous. The perfect setup to have going into this round. It just seems like Reply Totem are just running full speed towards the semis.
Maru has a super here now as well, and you can see Zero just very cautious about it. Rocket Fuel going to be missed by Joke though, and Maori knows that Dekai's got this pull and has to respect it, moving back to this right-hand side as Lenane can scout him out so easily, and honestly, so can Dekai.
I love the Lollipop drop combo with the Pearl as well. Pearl being a notoriously very slow brawler with vision gear, maybe. Oh, Maru comes in that left-hand side, gets pulled in though, and now it's a 2v2 as Zero starts to bring the tally back into some form of order.
Yeah, well, that super might be taken down, actually. Joker gets a couple of shots, and that seems like a big waste now. That could have been used to get the win in the late seconds. But Joker brings it down and puts them back in a decent spot. Has a super to throw over the top as well, and Pinch should be coming in. Dekai overstays his welcome in this mid. Super over the top with the Rocket Rain, and Zero all alone in a 1v2. And that's an auto-aim battle he won't be winning. Reply Totem come out on top and see themselves to the semis.
Reply Totem then back in business, seemingly, and moving swimmingly into those semi-finals now. Well, they haven't been for a while, it must be said, looking so different to the April monthly finals, and their poor results in those qualifiers that led to a really depressing downtime. I'm sure it was for them to have to regroup and rekindle their former glory, but that was exactly how they wanted to start. Again, the last time in the semis was back in February. It's been a long time coming, but they're seemingly on top yet again.
When we got the chance to talk to them, they sounded a lot more confident now than they were in the previous months. In April, they didn't even make the monthly finals, and now they definitely look rejuvenated. Maori and Joker as the ones with the most kills, but Maru played as well very good. He just made sure that they had a lot of pressure at all times, so sometimes you don't have to get the kills if you enable your teammates.
Yeah, exactly that. And I just think the draft itself was just absolutely on point. I mean, rarely do you ever see kind of like a doubling down on the Pearl and the Brock. Just in case there was ever any doubts, Joker is GOATed, just to confirm 100%, yes, in caps. But I feel like that Leon combo as well with the Pearl, you know, even with the speed gear, it's sometimes not even enough for the Pearl to have that maneuverability. So I think just like the perfect draft, really. They're looking so good today.
And Joker, after trying out with some different rosters, ultimately stayed with Reply Totem. So definitely a good move on their end. I feel it paid off. And both SK and Heretics aren't even here today. So good on Reply Totem. They're moving on into the semis now with a quick 3-0. Only a single game dropped. We have one more quarterfinal for you right now, and it's such a beautiful one. We get another 50-50 in my books.
Yeah, the reason Heretics aren't here is because Reply Totem knocked them out in quals, so they seal their demise and their fate in that respect, and this is a great chance now to just rub salt in the wound, isn't it? Get even more points on those leaderboards, and looking forward to our next match as well. I mean, this one for me is very much a 50-50, Novo Esports and Navi. I mean, I've really struggled with this one. We know that Trav sided on the side of Navi as we were united here on the desk with Novo. Welcome back, Kenny, as well. How are you feeling? Have you changed your predictions for this one at all? Because Trav did have some pretty valid arguments.
No, I'm holding the line.
We're holding the line.
Sorry, I mean, it's Trav we're talking about. Why would I change?
This is the third iteration of the Novo roster we get to see. They now pick up Juice and immediately reverse sweep Foot and SK in the qualifiers. Insane feat already. really successful. So let's head straight into our quarterfinal number 4. It is Novo versus Navi. And it is a sort of a revenge as well, because Novo did play in their first iteration with no one other than Enraged. And you can see him now in the very right, playing for Navi alongside Rage and Dira.
Yeah, this is a match that has got so many intricacies in terms of grudges between former teammates. It's going to be a delight to see how this one fares and goes down. But certainly for Novo Esports, you know, they've had a pretty rough journey to get to this stage. They're departing ways with Terry, who's gone back over to the East Asia region. That's a pretty big move to have to consider even the possibility of making as an organization. A good monthly finals in March, one that I think is fair to say that we kind of had our expectations succeeded in that regard. You know, beating Reply Token, double match point versus Humble. That's some serious stats. So to go from there and not qualify in April, to then have to make a roster change, some big moves have been made by this organization.
Absolutely. I mean, jokes aside, obviously, I do feel like this is more of a 50-50 than anything. I could see this going Navi's way, but I've just been more impressed with Novo's form in recent. When watching their practices, when going through the qualifiers, I just had that tad bit more. And again, this is kind of just a gut check. I think this might be a month for Novo. And on top of that, the marbles have spoken, and they nailed it yesterday, so I don't dare go against that.
Well, let's see how they will do. We joked about it at the beginning of the show. The community has deemed this to be a Drake versus Drake matchup because Juice and him just look so similar. You can't tell them apart.
It's ridiculous. I've actually been actively, by the way, just kind of feeding this into Drage's Discord server over the course of the weeks. They are just so similar looking. It's actually unreal. But I mean, you know, you got Gero versus Naui, Enrage versus Filippo, and then you got Drage versus Drage. It's just perfection. I mean, top-notch social media marketing, if you ask me.
A great edit on top of that as well. I mean, that poster goes pretty crazy, especially considering that. But like you touched on, this is super personal. I mean, we've got so many storylines. Well, we're going to have to watch the top left corner. Is going to be tough for our production team. I mean, these guys look so similar. I would get them confused too.
There is a bit of an age gap in between them. Drake used to be the prodigy child coming in, 16 years old and immediately out of the gate swinging. Now it's Juice and doing the same on that Novo roster. Played his first ever big BSC moment with them and immediately, again, they reverse swept Foot and SK. Foot landed in the lower bracket just because of these guys. So, sorry again for Big, I guess. They're the reason why Foot was playing in the lower bracket. They're the reason why Humble and Foot are now in the upper half of the bracket both together. So if they win this one, they now have the chance to get another matchup against Totem and make their way to the finals.
Jeez, Enrage. I thought I had a bit of a flashback there to watching Loud back in the Brawl Cup, where they all kind of made their hairs go blonde. That's a strong, bold haircut, if you ask me. That's a choice.
It's more white, by the way. Great.
Sometimes you just need a vibe switch up, and I think that's exactly what Enraged is channeling here. Just to change up, look good, feel good kind of mentality. I'm here for it.
He's channeling something. It feels like he's channeling his inner sort of, I don't know, his inner...
Yes?
Yes?
I'm trying to think of the words to describe the hair. It's kind of difficult, but...
It is our job.
It is our job. I'm struggling to find words.
Blonde is a great choice. It's grey, though.
It's a good choice.
But still a good choice in my book.
Good choice. Rebelliousness. That's what I was trying to say. His inner rebel. Thank you. We got there. Just took 10 seconds on the clock to make it there. It's a distracting thing nonetheless. So at least that they can have that in part of their strategy.
You were certainly distracted. We could tell.
I really tried, guys. I tried.
We're heading over to the map draft now. Once again, Novo got to decide if they want to pick map 1 and 3 or 2 and 4. Of course, they go with the first one, going with Jamfort. We haven't seen that map today yet. I'm excited. Golden Gulch, Pinball Dreams, and then Hideout picked by Navi. As our decider, we have Ring of Fire. I like these maps. Pinball Dreams, a new Brawl Ball map as well. So this is going to be a very interesting series. I do hope we get to see a bit more. We just had a 3-0. I don't want another one.
I'm not opposed to it as long as it's an entertaining 3-0. I think they're okay to have. I think, to be fair, this is one that I just genuinely am not sure whether it's going to be really convincing or whether it's going to be kind of strung along in that regard. You know, if you're considering scrims, then yes, Navi have looked a little bit weaker in that regard, but I don't know necessarily whether Juice coming in for this Novo Esports squad is like the magic solution to the problems that they've been having. I think it's very early to say. Yes, their qualifiers in June were outstanding. Double match point versus SK, and then beating for Esports in that 5th and final set. Again, 2 5th and final sets in those qualifiers shows resilience, resistance. But this is the monthly finals. This is where it really counts. So coming into today, I feel like Navi have got that experience and potentially the ice in their veins to still stay tall. Mortis, Kit banned out on the side of Novo. Edgar and Damien banned out on the side of Navi in regards to those global bans. And I can't really fault them, to be honest.
Yeah, nothing really unique about this, if I'm being honest. I think that's a couple enraged specials on the left-hand side, but Mortis and Kit in general, I could see really any team ruling them out. But one thing this does set up for is several assassin types of brawlers. Edgar, Mortis, Kit, gone. So now players are going to have to pull a little bit deeper if they want to get aggressive, but this also leaves all the anti-tank choices out there. So I think this will set up for some very different solutions than we've seen in previous games.
That is an exciting global ban if I've ever seen one. We do have Pierce, Colette and Naja all left open, but a lot of the aggressors out of the way. I want to set that storyline a bit further, go deeper. We had them beat Foot, as I already mentioned, and SK Gaming. And Juice used to be Yoko's former teammate. They played in Madrid, they played in 3 monthly finals already, and Juice now had his revenge. Novo used to play with Enraged, who's on Navi. They also want revenge. Let's see if they can make it the double and get revenge once more. 28% believe they can. Not as many as I thought. On the casting desk, we're pretty aligned here that Novo should take this one. Navi is 3rd in the leaderboard right now. I think that could have had something to do with it.
Possibly so, yeah, possibly so. And I think in terms of win rates too, Navi have been more consistent in that regard. They've always qualified for a monthly final, despite their best performance being in April in that semi-finals. But no, it has historically been quarterfinals exits for Navi regardless. We do need to kind of see them make some more grand finals if we're going to kind of be fully convinced on their abilities to really champion that 1 and 2 position. I think for me, kind of maybe looking even at this earliest stage at maybe more LCQ, the way that kind of for Esports and Humble are tearing forwards is quite scary.
It's a very intricate matchup. I mean, you just touched on it. The personal relationships that these guys have had, former teammates a lot of the time, and now they have to, as I like to call it, win the breakup. And that's always difficult. It always is in your head. For me, Navi haven't looked as good leading up into this event, but Humble said it in their interview earlier. Semantic talked about it. You practice and practice and practice. All that matters is you show up on game day. And the one thing I will give Brawl Nation credit for, and why I think this is a very valid prediction, I picked Novo, but I'm not necessarily overly confident by any means, is because Navi have that experience. All 3 of these guys have been on the big stage. We even have a world championship on this roster. So I think Brawl Nation can put their hands safely. This doesn't feel like a 3-0 to me. It feels very competitive. This should be a 3-1 or 3-2 in my mind.
As I already mentioned, Navi right now in 3rd, and they want to keep that position. In order for that to happen, they do need to make it at least to the semis. And in the qualifiers, they lost to Big. Will they also lose to Nova? We're going to find out in the next couple of seconds, and we get to see a map we haven't seen so far. It's Janford. A map where you really just need mid control, hold the fort down. A lot of times we see some tanks on here for that exact reason. Just plant yourself in mid and then just don't die, really. Mina and Trunk would be the 2 that come to mind immediately. Both of them banned out Ellie and Lily as well on the right-hand side. They do have first pick, so they want to get even more tanks out of the way. With the global bans and the regular bans, we now have 7, 8 brawlers out of the way that could count as aggressors, Colette and Crow as well. Now on the right side, Janet would still be a gem carry that I want to point out, but we haven't seen her at all today so far. A safer pick would be Ross or Chester or Otis, the usual suspects.
Yeah, I like that shout. I mean, I feel like it's definitely a viable option for Janet here to come through. It's not necessarily too up there in meta-wise, but in terms of this map, I think it makes a lot of great sense. I think that Lumi could be also as one of those rarities where she's not picked so far, not banned out in the global stages. Could be an option here. I think that Nita as well, some good insurance policies, Chester, things like that that can be in those bushes ready for an ambush are going to be quite handy. Just where that Ruffs on the other side of the field is going to be breaking up some of that push as well. So things like that got to be kept in mind. Otis is going to come in. That immediate mute in that regard going to help him hand things.
I think this is actually a really good sneaky ban stage and then also first pick, because a lot of the times we talk about how these anti-tanks are so important early, but in this situation, they've now banned out 3 popular ones on Gym 4, and we have several assassins already out of the way. And on top of that, the sandbags deal really well, in particular into brawlers like Chester and Otis. These anti-tank brawlers don't only fare well into Colonel Ruffs, and especially at a professional level, if you can afford to not go anti-tank, I think do so. I really like this setup coming in from the right-hand side. I don't fault the left here. Obviously, the vision's really good for that skinny lane. Now they can pair this with something more aggressive if they wish, but I still think there are plenty anti-tank options, to your point, like Chester on the board if they really want to deal with Kenji.
I was about to say Navi still needs an anti-tank. Chester and Kenji would be my pick for them. Kenji already picked up now though by Novo. So let's see if they have another aggressor in mind. Again, many of those have been banned out already. Leon maybe could be one of those still left open. Fang maybe, but there's not too many that are really good in a draft at the moment. Stu coming in as their gem carrier of choice. Just like Janet, he has the opportunity to always get out of harm's way when he has his dash available, which is pretty much all the time. Now, with Ruffs and Stu, they don't have the most damage on the board. I still vouch for a Chester pick at this point.
Yeah, I'm still for it for sure. I feel like what I kind of gather from the way that they've gone with the Otis and the Kenji on the side of Nova is they really want to get probably Filippo on that Kenji brawler. Like, they value him and being able to be that kind of pop-off player enough to be able to have the Otis in there, just like you say. I think it makes perfect sense to have it on their side of the field, like Kenny says, in regards to whether Nova would have tried to pick it up anyway. Let's see whether that third and final pick will come in to be something of a more aggressive side lane, again, to join with that Kenji, or maybe even so to break open the map. I mean, that wouldn't be the worst of ideas, to have things wide open, allow the Kenji to go off in another direction, but have one of those bottom sides be completely opened up would be kind of where I would be thinking to be able to go here.
I wonder if they go with something more safe here. This doesn't really feel like a spot where they want to get too aggressive, especially in the face of a Chester. So I think this could be one of those 6 picks that's more control-oriented. And Lumi, for me, makes a lot of sense. I love the way that her gadget orients on this map. So we've got a giant fort in the middle, as the namesake goes. But of course, Grim and Frostbitten quite literally can cover up that entire middle. And on top of that, because of how the lanes are structured, you can actually throw 1 in each different lane. So you can actually control 2 at once.
Good shout there from Ark. Lumi is the last pick. I do like the left-hand side comp. There are some aggressors now as well. Right side, very safe options here with the Ruffs, with the Chesters too. It's a very conventional comp that is proven and tested. Let's see if it works out for them too.
Excellent stuff as we get Novo versus Navi underway. They got knocked down to the lower bracket, but Navi are still a force to be reckoned with. I think looking to prove that they're not just a borderline LCQ team. This is a month where they can take the opportunity to now grasp onto that new world final spot after all the hard work that EMEA put at in the Brawl Cup. Drage getting the victory on this right-hand side as the fresh mint goes down. Meow left all alone, but does have 3 gyms in the pocket for all that.
Yeah, nice air support there from Enraged. Really kind of left nowhere to go here. And Gero and Drage just getting comfortable in that mid of this map. 3 gems still, however, with Meow. Now looking to try and find an entrance back in. That speed zone down very quickly. Gero going to be forced into this right-hand side pocket, kind of where he wants to be anyway. Having to dash around things there just to ensure it with the helping hand of his teammates. Now, it's quite neck and neck, honestly, for some big taps there from Meow. Did leave Gero below low HP.
Love the choice of wall break as well, because now this makes Lumi's job a lot more difficult. It's a brawler that likes to use these walls to her advantage. You can see it right now. Drage is just kind of pinned on this top left-hand side. We've got Gero who's backed down. He does have the speed available, of course, with that dash, and there goes the speed zone alongside it. So Rage now tries to encroach on the middle of the map. Juice trying to dash forward, but that's one of the matchups I think is going to be really difficult for him. Into Stu, who can constantly cycle out that super. He's always going to have a leg up.
Nice mute there from Meow as well, and Gary now in a perilous position, requires the body blocking there from Enraged. He pops the hyper charge in a perilous time. Now Meow can't contest this, otherwise Gary would have absolutely been forced back into a potential pinch as well, as Filippo was in play in that top mid. But now it's going to be allowing Drage and Enraged to get back into the swing of action here. Juice going to avoid that gem, probably the wise call as well. A hypercharge from Meow just to stay in this mid to contest things. It's neck and neck.
Gero peppering at the enemy team, now diving out. The hypercharge allowing him to skate at a moment's notice as Drage goes right head first at Kenji. The swordsman will go down as another Colonel Ruff super gets into play. Enraged has been cycling these constantly, and it's showing on the map. It's constructed very differently than when we first started.
Countdown then for Novo, but one that I think Navi have got time, certainly have got the time to be able to reset from this mid, but they do need this gem that is spawning right now. Juice might be able to capitalize down and goes in the aggressive, does not quite dash in the nick of time. It's 10 to 10. Drage low, gonna seal the demise then by Meow with that fat splatter gadget. And now a gem in the pocket of Novo will proceed to counter, but no, Geru here is outnumbered. Drage coming in now, has got a super, now hypercharge as well, and it's gonna be go, go, go for Navi, but I think he couldn't get it off in time. Geru's gonna be ticking on this right-hand side now as well, trying to go on the aggressive, trying to get something done, but it's not gonna be done enough in time. 12 gems in the game, going the way of Novo.
A lot went down in those closing seconds, and I think most importantly, Novo get the kill on that right-hand side when it's about 8 to 8, 10 to 10. Alongside that, they also don't give Garo a super, and because of that, now it's a 2v3 favoring Novo. Garo can't move forward because the enemy team has a presence. He can't skate away or dive in for a gym. Just perfectly played there. I think that's where the mechanics started to shine at the end. I want to point out Enraged as well. Lots of supers going down. He's winning his lane more oftentimes than not. I think he's going to be a key feature in opening up the map as we progress, and I think that's necessary if Navi want to take the set.
Well, she's struggling a bit here to find something between Enraged and Geru, but now Geru's chosen to go right, leaving Enraged to go down. Drage low HP here as well, going to be in a really tough spot, especially with the respawn coming in now of that Lumi. Yeah, Filippo coming forwards now. Drage 64 HP, did better than I would have thought, to be fair, but trying to buy his time as best he could, goes down inevitably. 5 gems already with Nova, who are just picking up steam.
Novo just oppressive right now, juicing the front lines as well as Rage has to drop a super just to stay alive, watching his teammates burn to the ground, and Rage finally gets a super he can drop on the right-hand end, tries to open it up, just one little bush remaining, has a power-up available. I imagine Garo's going to try and march his way over to this, slides through, grabs super, but the countdown has begun. Damage may already be dealt. Novo in trouble. 1700 HP with 7 gems for Meow, but Navi are entering. They've got this cut off here with the Grim and Frostman, but Garo is skating. Kenji in the backlines. They get the takedown. Filippo with 430 actually goes down. It's going to be forced to Kenji to pick all these up. Still time for Navi yet.
I love that from Novo. You know, they could see that they were in trouble and that everyone did their bit to ensure that the gems did not get stolen away. And now if Juicy can just actually go up into their spawn if they want, or bait the idea, staying down low as well. Drake has got super, but probably not the bomb that he needs under these circumstances. And the hypercharge as well from Juice will seal it. And the first set, the way of Novo, some back and forth, but for the most part, fairly comfortably.
Novo with a start of a win on their own map, and especially for kind of a new roster change in this as well. I think that's a confidence booster to say the least. Wasn't sure how this was going to go down. I think Navi should be more comfortable. They've got more game day experience. How would Novo show up with a roster change in the second half of the year when they are the lower seeded squad? For the most part, they haven't been as consistent at Navi, who are another team I think are looking to prove themselves. We talked about this pre-show as a gang, but this side of the bracket is really intriguing to me. We've got a setup right now in this region where it's Humble and Foot. Literally the top 2 teams, not just in this region, but the world. And now everybody else is playing catch up. They know they have to deal with these in a normal bracket. Instead, though, these 4 teams in the bottom luck out. Both of them are up top. So rarely one of these 2 teams are going to have an opportunity for a semifinals, but possibly a grand finals. And I think that's going to largely shape the end of the year. Novo have a real opportunity to skyrocket up this leaderboard.
And let's hope this third iteration finally sticks. First with Enraged and Terry, and now with Juice, the prodigy that they needed, maybe. And it looks like this really fits like a glove. Play the wonderful Kenji enabled his teammates to pick up those gems in the mid, and there was nothing really that Navi could do in the end to turn that set around. Maybe their own map pick will turn things around here. It's Goldarm Gulch. Let's see what they will pick up here in the draft. Usually the cheese map, but Kids fortunately is globally banned.
Yeah, thank goodness, honestly. I mean, that's what Brawl that I just don't really want to see very much of at all. And I know that many teams in the qualifiers, I'm sure, will not want to see that Brawler also, as it did have some moments, let's say.
Dog as well banned out, the other cheese Brawler.
Yep, that's what I want to see. But now Kit cannot attach anyway, so it just kind of means that Doug's a bit less prominent. But the Pierce first pick, I really do like to see here from Novo Esports. I feel like Brawlers like RT is still very, very safe here. Not going to necessarily be on those bans, but certainly going to be up there in terms of Brawlers that are very, very viable. Mina as well here, super aggressive, hard to deal with. So having something in your back pocket like a Chester or like an Otis or something to be able to handle those aggressors can be really quite key here.
Love to see a Pierce come through first, but I wonder if this right-hand side divvies up with something like a Gus and then a Mina to round it out, because I think that would be a nice combo, just in the sense that you get that long-range feature, and we're running out of aggressors, because now Leon's out of the way. We talked about it before, but no Mortis, no Kit, no Edgar. You see a Pierce, I think you want to go at the health points here, so that makes a lot of sense for me why we grab Mina with the only remaining choices for that category.
I like your Gus shout, but Iron Band out as well. The best counter usually to a Pierce would be a Charlie. Maybe a Byron, and both of those banned out. So Nova was hoping that Pierce would be left open, and they got exactly what they wanted. So draft couldn't go better for them at this point. Right side now, it's not going to be a healer to back up Mina, but still a valid option. Angelo can make use of all these puddles around the map, has a bit more mobility, a bit more space to dodge. He's not too bad against the Pierce. So I do like the comp from Navi. I'm super excited to see though what Nova will pick up next, because again, their draft could not be going better at this point.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried, honestly, for the Angelo. I mean, if they start to sort of deviate away from this kind of like long-range sharpshooter control-based idea and start to bring in some more aggressive ideas, some more things that can herd the cattle, so to speak, like a Daryl, something along those kinds of lines, then Angelo's going to be really dependent upon that Mina windmill gadget to be able to survive into the corner. But then you are in the corner, and what you do then is pretty much tend to go down as the inevitability of the gas will close in. So this Daryl is a really nice idea, but it's going to need something else behind to back it up, to have those abilities to really go in. Maybe even a combination with a Gene wouldn't be the worst of ideas, to have that magic hand pull and let the Daryl do its thing.
Gene Gus to heal, or a Meeple to double down on the long-ranged idea. Don't mind it. Mention of Meeple is not going to really find a target here because we don't have anything to help him. Of course, Pierce shells could help. Meeple, when he has a super available, can still make use of that catcher, but maybe it has to be a rage quit if Navi picks up another tank here, which we don't have too many options left open. Mortis is banned. Kit, Damien, Edgar, Leon, really every good option. Is it just going to be another tank counter? No, it is going to be a tank. Fang is left open. Nice to see that. Now Angelo, double tank or double assassin. Can that hold up against the amount of damage we have of Nova's side, though, Kenny?
It's not a lot of fun going into Daryl, but Fang will love the matchup versus Meeple and Pierce. The one thing we have to look out for is if this is the rage quit that's being run in the middle of a Fang dash, you are going to come to a screeching halt. So there's going to be a lot of micro plays going down, a lot of interesting interactions in terms of what gadget they choose. Navi have put the map in their hands. This was their choice, and they went with a risky Fang last pick. Curious to see if it pays off, but one of the benefits of Angelo is he's going to be able to traverse over this water immediately. So positioning favors Navi. The good news for Novo, that Daryl Super will charge up passively. If they need to branch out for space, they can. They just have to wait a little bit.
It's a huge risk to bring in a Fang, in my opinion. But I feel like what you spotted there, Kenny, is really, really valid, because it might be the play. Try to encourage them to have to change gadget on the Meeple, because the Manchester Meeple here is just really hard to deal with. It's an immediate break of the bush. So, and they haven't played it yet, so I kind of wonder whether it may have worked if that was the play.
Does this also allow for Garo to no longer run the jump? He could run, take aim, and just kind of go through the walls too. So there's so many little decisions that these pro players are going to have to make. It's a chess match. This is far from checkers. As Strange is just sitting comfortably. Now Juice going to be diving out, only using half of that Daryl Super. And oftentimes, I don't love to see that, because now he's not charging up for another one. He just has to hold on to half of it.
And from what I was expecting to see in the draft now, it seems like Novo are the ones that are kind of being chased around. Quite the contrary to what I was seeing. So Navi now in a good spot, but Gary's going to be weaker on that side of things. But ice bounce, what a bounce there from Juice, but it is countered, quite heavily so as well. And look at this, Enrageful forward, a 1v1. Filippo should be okay here, but the heals are coming in. For Garo, not enough. Filippo will seal it, but a very close starting round, gotta be honest.
Felt very winnable for both teams. It came down to a little tornado kick and then some Fang dive as well for a stun. Really nice roundhouse there, but ultimately, Garo just couldn't knock those arrows towards the end of the game. Had the heals to back him up. I think that gave him a real chance of winning that. Filippo sat pretty though, took his time, got the dodges off, and allowed his team to take a round.
Juice has got hypercharge. Probably not looking to use it at this stage of the game, but wait. And that's the problem with Novo's strategies. They do have to wait and survive, more importantly, towards these later stages to be able to really give Juice the best fighting chance. Without that gut shielding, it's not going to be nearly as straightforward to be able to get this done. Filippo has got super as well, so timing that to perfection and getting this comp to work it requires a lot of setup, doesn't it? It requires everything to go right at just the right time. And it also, while waiting for that time to go and to push, try to not feed into Navi's utility.
Novo patiently pressing against this wall. Supers for every single member, but now as that fog starts to close in, Juice knows what he has to do. A dive-in hypercharge as well, isolates Enraged up top, who doesn't make the tornado count, but Drage goes to the other end. It's a trade, 2v2 situation as Garo dives in right at Filippo. He's going for a shotgun affair, and it did not pay off. Filippo now has to deal with Enraged, and somehow Enraged clutches up for Na'Vi. That really felt like Novo were going to take a game.
I don't know how they didn't, honestly. That really should have been Filippo's kill to have, but Enraged dashing around and getting it done and earning off the back of it as well. A hypercharge, and we know what that can do for EMEA. Now Na'Vi are on the hunt. They want this round. They want this first game in this second set. Enraged now going to be hugging this wall yet again, keeping that pressure on. And Novo used a lot of utility in that last game, but Enraged is now in a perilous spot. Oh, the windmill, just in the nick of time to survive.
This is turned entirely. Tides have shifted from Novo went to a final closing moment with 3 supers. Now they just have Filippo's. And on the other side, because of Enraged's heroic effort, he has charged up a super and a hypercharge. Drage now fully loaded and Enraged. Watch the smoke. Triple King going down. Drage swoops in as well. And now it's a 3v1 situation. This has gone from bad to worse for Novo.
I don't think as good as Juice is on these tankier brutes that even he can 1v3 this, but I've got a hope and a dream that he might be able to try for it. Not going to happen at all. As Navi make that look like child's play. Lovely stuff, and they're back in the game.
The kick artist really popping off towards that end game. A triple cane to open things up, and then Drave swooped in with an extra little oomph. Very good stuff, and it was a brawler that we kind of had question marks about, but this has been an awesome set at every level. If you're a pro player, you can look at the little choices in terms of gadgets. If you're just somebody looking to get better at the game, now you're really starting to see how crazy they are. This isn't just your Masters lobbies, your Mythics lobbies, and ranked. This is a next level of thinking.
It really is to be marveled at. And again, Novo clustered, flustered, struggling to find an inch in this long marathon that is Knockout. As Navi can just sit back, they can just try to pick away at things and try to get some utility. Ideally what they want to have is Enraged in those later stages, and unless Novo break away from this like they are doing right now, but it might be a bit overzealous, and there's a stun, a big one at that, but it's going to keep Juice still alive, and Garo can't do anything about it. That was the play. What a break moment for Novo. I thought it was risky, but that's the beauty of Daryl, allowing that long roll off the back of that riverside to get it done.
We talked about Angelo being to travel over water. Well, Daryl, while he can't inherently, not all the time, he can certainly roll over it with that super, and you saw the long dash that it got. Enraged, I think, at this point, just looking to charge up as much as he can, gets a little heal. Ooh, he was feeling dangerous, but makes the intelligent choice. Once he gets that super, back off. No need to be a hero in that situation. Just go on to the next round. Don't feed as much as possible while trying to gain some utility of your own.
Well, Juice, again, has hypercharge. He's going to actually use it so early. I quite like the strategy, but will he come out alive? Drage will get traded. That's quite crucial, but it's still Enraged that would have been the better target for me. Nonetheless, they'll take it for now. Good taps from Meow onto Enraged. They've separated Garo from that side as well. He's going to be able to swing around now and join his teammate, but very close to being singled out there.
Several interactions we're about to watch out for. Meow has a super, so they can shoot through walls towards these in-game, and now that time has been bought, Enraged can dash forward with a windmill, but that means that Meow's gonna have to be careful to not utilize his gadget too early. Watch Garo on this right-hand side. He's gonna play the long distance. I feel like this is a very even fight, but it's gonna come down to who plays their utility a little bit better.
They gotta use it now, and they are, but it's a bit late. I mean, it's taking a lot of shots from Enraged. I'm surprised they didn't try and single Enraged out and use the wall to their advantage and just try and tap him through it. In the end of it, it's a bit of a wasted utility. I mean, it kept Navi back, but nonetheless, so it has put Enraged in a perilous spot. It's a good super, though, from Filippo, and it should be enough. But it was a bit close for me. I wasn't too sure. I wasn't too convinced on the timing. But nonetheless, Novo will be able to claim that game.
I was scared for Novo because they burned that hypercharge super really early on. I mean, the fog hadn't really pressed everybody into a tiny square yet, but they still didn't even need to use the Rage Quit gadget. They were allowed to get those kills, some nice taps. They bought time by standing in the wall. Just some good decision-making overall, and this chess match of a set is now going to be all tied up as Novo once again take the unorthodox option. Most of the times you're going to see teams fully walk triple left on our side of the screen, but instead Blue is going right. They're playing these long-distance options, trying to put Juice in prime positioning and looking to meet Na'Vi on that right-hand side so they can get an early Daryl roll.
Well, in that last game, it was Nova that made the adaptation. This time around, it's going to be Navi, as Juice does find the kill and gets out. That's ridiculous. Now he should have been there. It should have been a better defense than that, and now they're one man down.
Scarrows in positioning on the left-hand side. They have the positioning, of course, but they don't have the kills. And of course, being backed by somebody like Juice, at this point, he can just play bodyguard. He can branch out for space once they get this Daryl reload. And now they're going to be looking to move down this right-hand side. The fog is going to force the issue, though. Drage trying to get a look here on that left-hand side.
No.
Choke point.
Oh,
He's diving in, immediately deleted, though. Definitely not ideal for Navi.
I still can't believe that Novo got out of that, really. I mean, they left it so late, and there was only one way to go. Oh my word. I mean, they're judging this far better than my eyes can cope. Novo now continuing the assault, and Juice almost got a cheeky pick up there as well. Had to come back, had to reserve his timings now for fighting another day. Stays alive in the 3 versus 3 still, but I love it's just the balls of the man to go in like that. This is what you've got to do. You can't allow Navi to play down the clock. Novo are trying to make the plays prematurely, and more often than not, it works.
Yeah, unfortunately for Juice, though, it does burn a hypercharge, so he's going to go into this final moments without that purple button. He will get the super that climbs up, so 2 supers in the back pockets for Novo. Meanwhile, Enraged and the fellow kick artist in Fang will have their supers available. That's something, especially as you mentioned, this starts to close down a little bit. It's even easier for Drage and Enraged to line up those shots. They'll just be dancing around the middle. They don't mind buying some time. They're actually just going to leave Juice for Novo's side on the top left, and he's going to go for the long dash as well. Garo popping the super to defer him immediately. The red roster clustering together. Drage expanding, stunned. Enraged now goes down as well, and the sharpshooter is not going to be able to do a darn thing. Beautiful execution coming out of Novo. Look at Juice, the rookie, on Daryl, just popping off here. Maybe this is the roster change that will finally put Novo over the top.
What I'm really liking, though, about Juice is just how similar his playstyle is to Filippo. But what I'm finding so far, at least, it's still very, very early days to say, but Juice does seem to be very consistent at being able to judge those aggressive plays. And Filippo is like someone who's just so dangerous, but not every time is he coming out on top of those interactions. I feel like Juice is going to be one of those players that people are going to have to be focusing their draft around, figuring out what they do to shut that man down, because, you know, he's just a danger, a real danger on brawlers like this.
Some great replays overall, and a really fun set. I think both sides certainly had their moments. And in our previous format, a 2-0's fine. Reverse sweeps are obviously difficult, but everybody's already prepared all the maps. We all know what we're getting ourselves into. This is different, though. That was Navi's map choice, and now Novo have gotten a steal. For the set 3, we're moving into Novo's, one of their most comfortable maps. And now Navi are going to have to climb their way back. They are a great team, but again, this is something just from watching Novo. They look comfortable. They strike me as a little difference. There's a little strut in their step going throughout this, and the fact that their young playmaker is Juice. He's somebody that even on a stage like this is popping off 8 kills and dangerous. I'm loving the accolades we're handing out today. What an excellent choice from production.
I mean, you know, again, as I said, coming in, I don't know yet whether he is like the magic answer to all. I know there's a lot of discussion in the community and a big, massive change by Novo, a change that is absolutely paying off so far. But nonetheless, I've got to say, like, he has been exceeding my expectations today so far.
Possibly the magic sauce, and I would love to get in the room and hear what they have to say. Let's take a look at a clip from that previous.
Okay.
Are you fine? Go back.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Go back. Nice.
Super,
Super. To be honest. Let me heal up and go. Left down.
Nice.
Go.
Okay, it's fine.
Yeah, stay there, guys. Nice.
I've got super.
Crystal clear comms and some great gameplay overall. Curious to see how far they can take this. Job not done yet, though. Navi are a team that have a lot of veteran presence. These aren't some rookies unlike that other side. Juice so far has been excellent. Obviously, this isn't his first monthly finals necessarily. He's been through those qualifier stage and previous rosters. That Madrid roster especially kind of gets poached by several teams. Clearly, there's been some talent recognized. And Novo, somebody as an organization that really came to the spotlight last year. They've recruited world champion Meow into their fold. I just feel like there's a lot to be excited for in this second split, regardless of how this goes.
Yeah, I fully agree. It's like that squad that just for me at the moment may have found the missing piece for them as far as that's concerned. It's just how do they fare across the wider of EMEA teams? I mean, their qualifiers, like I said, absolutely outstanding, but can they keep this up? so far, so good. And I feel like that, draft was just really, like you said, Kenny, just a beauty to watch go down. As Drage is so good when it comes to drafts. His channel on YouTube is literally all about that. He's got the gap in the market, and it is just really wonderful to watch how his brain works. But it did feel like, to me, like you mentioned, coming in that draft, some real mind games when it came to gadget choices and brawler changes and like just the strategy unvolving. And that Daryl, for me, I did worry about it because, sometimes I see it combined with the Gene, because like you over time are able to then support it, get a pull, and then your Daryl can go to work in that 3 versus 2 scenario. So there were plenty of times for me where, honestly, I was nervous for Novo, especially during that sort of the team comms moment as well. There was one way to go to escape that gas, and I felt like they did an amazing job to come out that one alive.
Anytime you see Daryl before the 6th pick, there's just so many ways to counter him in the game. We have an entire archetype for anti-tanks, and of course that's so popular in our current meta. So the fact that they escape not their map pick, and with a composition like that where their new player is excelling, that's what's the standout to me. They're going to be dangerous throughout this month and possibly future as we progress over to Novo's second choice of map. It's going to be Pinball Dreams. Brawl Ball has been a lot of fun to watch right now, and I think this is going to be a real change up to used to what we're seeing in the aggressive nature of like East Asia yesterday, because again, there's several bans that are really popular. We had the global ban of Edgar, Kit, Mortis, and Damien. Usually all of them are up in your face brawlers. Now we've thrown Shade out of the equation. So if we want to go with something that's more aggressive, an assassin or a tank, you're gonna have to really think through.
Yeah, it's a map that I'm kind of worried, honestly, for Navi in that regard. Less in terms of the scrims, less for sure in terms of the win rates here. So I don't know how prepared they are coming in to it. Already the Crow, the Colette, and the Shade. First pick of Ems for Navi coming forwards. But looking around here for what might be the first sign of danger on the side of Novo. Would quite like to see a Chester myself. It's definitely a brawler that would be able to helping hand any sign of tanks in that regard. Otis as well, really quite versatile. Going to have that kind of idea for me. Liking that Lumi ban for sure. A very dangerous one ruled out on the side of Navi. But again, this is a tried and tested from Novo, so I feel like they've got more confidence coming into this match.
Yeah, I think those were my top options as well. It's interesting that IMS was their preference in terms of what anti-tank they go with, but I think maybe for the way this map is built, it might just be their way of going about it. Otis, I think, as a matchup for not only getting the anti-tank, but specifically into IMS, now you can kind of have an equal range matchup. You've got Fat Splatter, which is a great cutoff on this map, and you can pair it alongside Leon. I love they combine both of these because the Fat Splatter can kind of get through that wall, so if they wanted a lollipop drop for Navi or vice versa, now that Novo won it in their hands, I think you have to take the Otis outside it, because otherwise it's an easy gadget IMS click or something along those lines that can just get rid of it.
Question is now, do Navi consider wall break? That's the thing, it would be quite helpful to be able to expose those lollipop drops. Mina going to be the aggressor of their choosing. It did work out well despite losing that previous set for them, and I think that it was played really well regardless. Might need some support though along the way in order to keep it on its feet, on its toes. Some heals wouldn't be the worst of ideas, but I'm still worried about this third and final pick coming in for the side of Novo and what they want to do to really cause a problem in that regard. Let's see how they want to fare with it. But again, the Mina is a danger that maybe the Otis is not enough to be able to contend with.
Yeah, I wonder if they want to get something flexible here. And this is going to be a control-oriented brawler, so not aggressive, I'll call it, but does allow the wall break. And this is kind of an EMEA special right now. It's a region that really likes this brawler, and there's so many good reasons. It's flexible in the gadget choice. You can run him in mid, in the lane. The shot isn't overly difficult, but thrower as a 6-pick answer, I really like this. I mean, obviously, if Mina can somehow get up close, it's not fun, but you have Otis to back you up. You got Leon that can build you some space, and there's no true wall break here, so I think if you're going to choose Barley, this is a spot that makes sense for it.
It's kind of interesting, isn't it, seeing how Barley is kind of like coming back slightly. Just
for sure.
Not everywhere, not meta, not like a first pick worthy or go-to idea when it comes to throwers. Definitely better throwers to be choosing, but Barley is definitely just in certain places, in certain circumstances, coming forwards in quite a nice way. And I'm sure when we get some buffies to come forwards for that particular brawler, we'll see hopefully some throwers come back even more so into the meta.
So these brawlers are really going to struggle in the early onset against Novo because Barley's going to be able to get the tags. Lollipop drop on the ground, so a little peek shot for Meow as Garrow's backed away. The Fat Splatter has made their presence known. Enraged, though, climbing up the map, now dashing down at Juice. It's going to be backed away. Barley, of course, needs these walls. He's going to be okay in the mouth of the golem with no wall break. Navi are going to be able to just stand here, assert themselves, and make sure Novo can't move forward.
Juice there. Not maybe the best connection on that fast splatter. I'm pretty sure he was aiming for the bush behind it, but nonetheless, Navi just starting to push themselves further forwards here. Gera gets Gadget yet again. It could be quite devastating to Nova, just trying to hold fort for now. Another lollipop drop goes down. Fast splatter there, nicely done there from Juice. That was better to divert Drage, but there that bush goes down from the Mansions of Meeple yet again. As time goes on, there's going to be less and less places for Nova to hide.
Exactly what I was thinking. That entire middle is just regular turf. There's no longer any grass on it, so that's less spots for Leon to hide. They know Meow is down here. At any given moment, he can move, but I love this decision of Gadget choice from Drage, because now he can pierce through the wall into Barley, but more importantly, the lollipop drop. They don't know where Meow is, but a great guess out of Drage. They get the immediate elimination, and while Nova were able to claim the ball, they weren't able to take the map or kills.
There's a long invisibility too, and good game sense there from Drage. His teammates were ready for it. Big acid spray as well from Drajan with a super coming forwards now. Meow and Filippo know it. They're in trouble. Big taps from Drajan on the right-hand side. Meow's going to fall here. Filippo forcing the ball to the right a little bit here. Oh, just survived for 717 HP, just about enraged behind enemy lines now. And Drajan's going to get the ball to his teammate. There's going to be Meow for body blocking there as well. Lovely from Navi. Beautiful. The way that they got that in was pinpoint precision and great teamwork.
I love the little detour you saw to Drage. He's headlong sprinting. He's like, oh, turn around. And Garo just steps up in front of him and body blocks. I mean, just great teammates being there for each other, knowing that that was the only way they were going to get that goal, because that would have been disastrous if they put in all that hard work for that one to not knock in.
10 seconds on the clock now. Meow advises takedown as well. And oh, Garo was just a little bit too far forwards in the final 10 seconds. What a time to tie it up. And that's got to dampen Navi's ego.
And overtime changes things entirely. Green grass in front of both of these teams as Navi look to change the positioning of the map. The only walls being built are going to come out of Meeple's pockets, and Rage now with a super shot. He can use that to get kills, or he can use it for a super shot. Instead, he's going to be aggressive up in the face of Novo. In the air is everybody, and he takes them up top, drops a bucket in the back of the net.
And that's what I was concerned about. When the Mina showed its face, knowing that Enrage was going to be likely on it, I mean, just plays like that are just beautiful, aren't they? The maximum value. He was so pivotal in making that play count, to get as far forward as he was, because he was being tapped up. He had to juke his way forwards to get that value, to ensure that goal. Fantastic work from Enrage.
Ooh, a little slowdown, and now a double takedown for Nova when Rage knows he has to make up for it. Windmill on the ground, but Filippo can throw it over top. So Nova will control the map and now just leave this ball. Filippo switching over to this right-hand side. Just going to throw a few bottles down, keep Navi pinned in their spawn, which is plenty of time for Nova to march forward. They know Meow has a super, though. Somehow he dodged it out, though. A big pickup, as now Garo's going to be left all alone. His target selection has to be very precise, as Enraged once again by himself, trying to defend. Drops this ball by Novo. The ball is as far away from possible as the net right now. Navi are in a world of hurt.
Good acid spray there from Drage, because Enrage needs the help. He cannot defend this all alone every single time. And now with that super on the M side, it will keep Novo back for now, but Meow has got super and a potential hypercharge that Drage could foresee yet again. That was great teamwork from Navi, who are now getting out of that Lion's Den position and into a more advantageous spot. They want to gain this goal, but they've got to gain control first.
Phenomenal turnaround for the red roster, who now want a hypercharge. The walk through walls is going to come into play as Meow branches out to the right-hand side. Ball over to Drage, pierces through the wall, kicks it through. Meow has charged the hypercharge following up, and they're going to need every ounce of strength they have if they want to take this back.
Navi know for them that just how important it is to get to this next map, the map that they've chosen, rather than one that Nova have forced them to play. Nice mute there from Juice there, onto then the takedown as well to follow of Enraged. Can Nova pushes through? Not really for now, and Drage is dangerous, maximum value, and Juice now in a really tough spot.
They got a last-second goal in the previous. With a minute to go, Juice is just going to kick this one forward and concede. Drage doing all the heavy lifting up front as now Enraged catches up. Middle of the map, just dribbling, buying time. They know they don't have to rush this. They can actually make a decision here. If they want to leave the ball in their hands, that's fine, or they can put it in the corner. Once again, Meow trying to get invisible. Drage's game awareness has been on point. That's a nice dodge, though. Once again, Meow does get the kill, and he cycled another super. They know he has the ball, but he's using this for the extra speed. Juice gonna have to be a hero here. Hypercharge the purple button for the extra stacks, and he puts one in the back of the net. Goes right through Garo. Way to take the fight to the enemy.
That was amazing from Juice, because to be honest, there wasn't enough time, and that could have easily been Navi's set, and now they're going to be forced to play it out into overtime. they have got enraged on that Mina pick, that could be really quite crucial. Filippo, they have a big last call. Gonna not really find too much other than a little bit of Garo on that top right-hand side. Enraged now is super, and that changes everything.
Yeah, we saw what it did in overtime in the previous, but numbers this time for Novo. The blue roster rushing up the middle of the map as Meow flanks to the outside, has ball in his hands. Purple button available for Enraged, flashing back and forth. Let the mind games begin as Garo now looks for one of his own. Only makes one connection on a Filippo, though the fact that he stayed alive was crucial.
Enraged being tapped up here, but Enraged there with a hypercharge. Not going to find anything. Meow was able to dodge it. That's huge. Can Nova now push forwards? Garo falls equally as quick. But Enraged trying to make a break, but no super. That could have been a goal, but he didn't have the utility. Will Filippo super this forwards? No, going to hold it back for now. Juice has got his. Can they make this work on the side of Novo? Filippo, huge map spray on that last call, but Enraged goes to the ball, and it's not enough. He doesn't quite find his footing, and it's going to be a goal for Novo.
Match point. Na'Vi looked like they were going to come away with game number 2, but some excellent craftsmanship to grab a bucket, but most importantly to my eyes, a flop of a hypercharge. The triple cane did not tag a single foe, and because of that, they no longer had a super shot. They no longer had an easy way to get a frag. Instead, it was Novo taking the numbers, and with a beautiful shot towards that top right of the net, they're now going to take a massive lead. Pressure fully on for Na'Vi if they want to continue their tournament.
It's going to be so frustrating for Na'Vi, more to the point now in this next game, because they were 10 seconds away from the map of their choosing to get out of Pinball Dreams and into Hideout is their game plan, and now they're going to struggle with this mental. I mean, that was not the plan, and Novo turned 10 seconds into their advantage and then played off the mistakes, and I mean, it's going to be hard to reset, if not impossible.
Enraged has to shake this one off. That was a big-time mix, but he is a big-time playmaker in piloting EMEA. He's going to have to make up for it here, but it's been a lot more intensive, a lot more passive as Filippo's able to have his way. Just hugging this wall on the left-hand side is now Meow gets a huge kill. He's going to go invisible, a little extra smoke trails to go through. He's going to try and find Enraged, who knows he has to make up for it. A little windmill, not enough. Filippo rushing for the ball. Juice has a super available. If they just get the stun off, this is a guarantee. Enraged cannot do anything. The gadget choice, crucial right there, because he doesn't have the bounce back. He doesn't have a way to get the friend zoner. He only has the one that goes through the walls and acid spray.
A really tough spot now for Na'Vi. Like I said, Drange could not do anything more on that defensive measure. Enraged has got to open things up. Meow is playing an impeccable Leon. He really is. He's opening up so many doors for his squad now. Fat spots from Juice perfectly placed. Flushes out Enraged and forces them back onto the defense.
Now Meow on the right-hand side using the lollipop drop. Garo through the wall to make sure they get rid of it. A hypercharge and purple button for Meow. Right-hand side. Juice still has a super in that pocket as well. They can get a mute, and while it's not necessarily an inherent goal-scoring play, it does get a huge opportunity on offense if needed.
Now, will fall now. Fat spots from Juice, but there's a big Mansion Meeple gadget there onto the map. And this is Navi's time to go on 30 seconds on the clock. They are up against it now to do something about this situation, because it is match point for Novo. If they hold on and Navi do not score, they're into the semis.
Now kicking this ball into the bottom right-hand side. A full-on castle that Enraged is going to have to penetrate through as now the Tornado goes through, but it's not going to do enough. Juice with the mute. He's been boxed in, though. Drage trying to round the corner here, but he's so far away from this ball. Activates super just out of desperation, but the writing is on the wall. Novo are here to play, and a shortcoming from Na'Vi will push them down this bracket.
Oh my, no. That's like Drage Inception, isn't it really? Oh my word. Juice, Drage, and then also Drage joins the party. Yeah. I'm glad to see that they can see the same things that we can here on the desk, though, to be fair, because we've had a number of players this season looking so similar. So it's great to see that Novo are playing into that and having fun with it. But, I mean, just an impeccable victory. That was a set that absolutely Na'Vi could have won, arguably should have won. And I think that Novo capitalized down on that moment of weakness. The mistakes were there, and Novo, when they see a mistake, you know that is the best time to strike, because that is the play that we expect to see from Na'Vi under pressure. The play that absolutely could have happened again. But Enraged was just not able to find that connection. Meow was able to get away with the invisibility prior to it as well, so it's a bit of credit to him to be able to bait it out. But it should have been a set for Na'Vi. In my opinion, it was Novo that capitalized down on Navi's weakness.
Navi came close twice to actually take a set off Novo's hands. And this one really comes down to draw for me here. I would pick a Mina over Leon any time of day. The M sketchup from Rage also a bit questionable. I wonder why he chose to spray through the wall instead of the friend zoner. So good on Brawl Ball to save the ball in the moments where they could score. And then the Barley as last pick here for Novo. Chef's kiss, honestly. A Barley against no wall break whatsoever. Insane. Meow here with the most kills. 2 goals on him as well. Really well played on his Leon. As I said before though, Leon wouldn't be my favorite. I felt like Navi had a really solid draft up to the point where that Barley came in, really.
Yeah, and I think the acid spray mainly there because of thrower and then also lollipop drop. That's an adjustment a lot of pros will make just so they can make sure they can get rid of it at all times. But what a setup we have here on the bottom hand side. A couple Italian orgs going at it. Novo versus Reply Totem, but up top, the 2 big dogs of the region. What a semifinal we've got in our hands.
And up top, the 2 big dogs of our casting desk. Travis back. Hello. They're both taller than me. That's why, yeah, I feel a bit small. I don't get to feel very small usually, so that's kind of nice. I'm so tiny and petite, you know.
Oh, what a pick. That's the most pick.
Didn't expect that today. That was not my bingo card.
Crazy.
I always have a surprise in store, and Kenny has a surprise in store for us in that semi-final number 2, as we seem to be all aligned for our predictions, quarterfinal predictions, by the way. Guys, we did amazing today, apart from one guy. He stinks.
I let myself down at the end there, to be honest with you. I went for Navi, went for the heart. And I thought they were kind of in it. They were in it, but they didn't manage to get a few of those games on the board that they probably should have done to put themselves, you know, right back up in it. Because if they get in that third, if they get in the third set to make it 2-1, I think they're probably going to be back in it with their map draft, to be honest with you. So a little bit unfortunate, but you know, I'll stand by my mistakes.
Kenny, anything to say about that semi-final number 2 prediction?
No, I mean, I really believe in this Novo squad. This is more of an eye test for me. Again, this is a similar situation to Navi, where Totem have practiced and played this game for a long time, but I just have a gut check. I just have a feeling. I don't know. There's something about them that's really impressed me, and obviously nothing took me off of them in that quarterfinal 4. That was really impressive. As far as 3-0s go, it was definitely one of the more entertaining, one of the closer ones. I feel like Navi were still a strong squad. I don't fault Brawl Nation for going with that, but I don't know. This is just me going with my heart and my gut a little bit.
And now it's time, after the quarterfinals are over, for our semi-final number 1. These 2 teams really need no introduction this year. Humble versus Foot Esports. And no, don't be mistaken, this is not another monthly final, grand final. This is not the Brawl Cup finals. This is just the semis, and those 2 teams have to face off against each other because Foot Esports did unfortunately lose in the qualifiers. They came through the lower bracket and ended up in this spot. That, by the way, was a bit of a throwback. The World Cup Grand Finals, the international stage, was also just another monthly final in EMEA.
Yeah. It was, and it was an entertaining one at that as well. Obviously, a little bit of a substitute coming in for Esports, Lenane, who we have just seen drop out in the quarterfinals with Meta Sport. But it is really, really entertaining to see this as a semi-final, I think. I'm quite glad to see it not the final, because these 2 teams are running away massively in terms of points thanks to the Brawl Cup, and obviously thanks to their performances in the first half of the year as well. We can't discount that. But at the same time, I'm glad we're going to see a different team in the grand final facing off against one of these teams.
Now in the quarterfinals, Humble had a bit of a quick run, only dropped a single set. These were the drafts that we got to see from them. Clearly favored Crow here. Their global match bans were pretty interesting, very targeted towards their opponents. Usually we get to see a lot of the meta banned out at the global ban stage. Not so with Humble. They left Damien open, for example, Edgar completely open. And we get to see some of the best moments they had against Kumala Savesa.
And we're definitely going to get to see some repeats of those maps from before. If these teams are picking them, especially Humble or Foot, oftentimes, I mean, I guess Foot were a lower bracket team this time, right? But Humble kind of dictate the map drafts now, so I expect them to go with that. But as a result, because Humble dictate the drafts, all these other teams are practicing the maps that Humble are good at. And Foot knew that they were likely going to be facing Humble. I'm sure they'll be very seasoned at these choices from Humble as well. I think this could be really competitive. I think really fun. I'm excited to see Guesty get back into some world-class action.
And then on the other side, we have Foot also dropping a single set only. These are the drafts we got to see. Mina seems to show up a lot. Weird, huh? When we
No
have Angel
surprise
Boy
there.
on your team.
Yeah, no surprise there. Didn't start off too well, though, to be honest. We got absolutely dominated in that first set. The draft really didn't play into their hands too well. But it was all redemption from there. They started playing well, really started to gel together, and their drafts got a bit better as the games went on, I feel. And so did the performance. Started a bit sluggish. I don't think it was just the draft in that first set. They didn't really seem to be performing like their normal selves. So I'm glad to see they ironed out those mistakes later on through that series, so we can see this grand final level game in the semis.
A crucial one at that, too. And I strangely feel like, I know it's a semifinals and not a grand finals, but I would argue this is the most important of their matchups, at least on this stage. Obviously, Brawl Cup, a different story, but the most important on this stage due to seeding. One of these teams isn't going to have the opportunity to get to a grand final. Humble have already dropped in a quarterfinal earlier in the year. This could set up not just for seeding, but also in EMEA. We know how important those qualifiers seedings are. The further down you go, the 1 seed is going to play an 8 seed, which is a lot easier than even something like a 7 or a 6 seed. So I think this one's strangely the most important yet.
At the moment, FUT Esports still with the first seed. They're only 25 points ahead though, so this win could be huge if Humble takes it. Now, both of those teams once again have the opportunity to have a map draft, since we introduced that in the summer split. Out in the open is going to get picked up by Humble. They choose to go first here, so they will choose map 1 and 3. Out in the open, followed by Pit Stop from FUT Esports. Third map is going to be Hard Rock Mine, picked by Humble again, then Layer Cake picked by FUT, and the 5th map is usually just a tiebreaker chosen by us at random. Pinball Dreams it is gonna be. Out in the open was the first pick also from Humble in that quarterfinal number 1. That seems to be their favorite.
Yeah, I mean, it played out well for them, didn't it, really? They made some big plays on that match and seemed pretty much in control of it, so no surprise to see it come through again. Pit Stop, bit of a rogue one we haven't seen in a while, so I'm excited to see them play that, which I think probably, as they've picked it, will favour FUT. I do feel like they tend to be a bit more of an aggressive team, quite often picking up those double aggressions.
I love to see Pit Stop. We haven't seen it in ages, honestly. It used to be the Bull map, and then it wasn't even in the map pool when Bull was at its peak after he received a buffy. So let's see if we get to see him today, despite a couple of nerfs. These are the global bans. Once again, very targeted from both of those. We have Mina, Angel Boy's Brawler, Humble does ban it, and then on the right hand side we have Pierce, Luki's Brawler, banned out by FUT, and then just 2 meta brawlers really, Mortis and Naja banned out as well. That leaves many good options open though.
Yeah, I mean, some big-time playmakers out of the way, but I think this is one thing that I like that Humble does in general, and I think a lot of teams around the world have different interpretations of global bans. I feel like a lot of times this weekend we see just delete the best brawlers or the most frustrating ones, but to me, I want to take down brawlers that the other team are comfortable with, and you're at a level of Humble and FUT where you're actually officially the best 2 teams in the world coming into this split. I would rather just know that I'd get rid of their comfort stuff and just deal with the rest along the way. I think this is just the better spot to go towards.
Do you want to deal with an Edgar, a Damien, a Colette? All of those have been left open. Series has also had some great showings today. Now look at this. Humble with 54%, just about take the win here in the vote over at eventofprocess.com. And this must be the closest ever vote in the entire year.
Yeah, I think that's probably the case. I can't really recall any ones as close to this. Maybe some of the grand finals between these 2 teams would have been similar, but absolutely, this is so close. 54% of the people at home go for Humble, so should be a good one.
Let's head straight into the draft then. Semi-final number 1 is on the way. We are on Out in the Open yet again. Got to see Humble playing on this map in the quarterfinals already. Now it's FUT Esports time to show us what they have against them. Brawl is going to be the first pick yet again. Really seems to be the favorite. Despite not getting any buffs or anything, we didn't really get to see her on even this specific map in the past. Why is she so good right now, Trev?
Yeah, I'm not sure. People seem to be just warming to her a lot, as well as obviously kind of has that ability to deal with some of the more aggressive units, along with still being able to kind of have a say in a lot of those mid and long range matchups as well. Wall break, and obviously you can take people by surprise with kind of the overcooked and the gadget as well. So I think it's a good brawl to have. Leon over the other side as well. They've banned out the Gene, so definitely kind of set themselves up to pick up this brawler, and I think they champion it really well.
It's another one where I'm going to keep my eyes out for Glowy as a support brawler, especially as we
You love it, don't you?
Well, I just love seeing these two teams specifically play it. It's been really interesting, and I think part of the reason why both these teams have scrimmed this map so much is they're both comfortable with, but Foot knew that Humble wanted this. I think that's just them doing good homework, and especially with removal from some of these brawlers, that's just how it goes. It's a popular one in this region. Jaeyoung also comes to mind as well, who's somebody who could just slide through, but I think Gus is dependable. I like grabbing him somewhere along this 2-3 turn because he's got the range, he's got the support. It's going to be hard to outduel him.
Jaeyoung screams here to me as well as he gets picked up for the second brawler here for Foot Esports alongside Pearl. He's going to do wonders, and they don't really have anything yet to open up the map. Could still be a Brock here or to go over Watcher. So Jaeyoung definitely. By the way, Humble beforehand had picked Pearl, Gus, and Crow. So they could also decide to pick up the Crow themselves now, making sure that Humble doesn't have anything against the heals they have on their side with the Jaeyoung now. If they want to go with some aggression, Nina is not an option this time around. Maybe a Fang could have come in, but yeah, it is going to be the Brock. As I said, you want to open up the map, making sure you have another entry into the middle where the action goes down.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think the only brawler that can really go across the water now that's going to be viable is something like the Eve, and obviously going to be able to tank a few of those Brock shots. Jaeyoung kind of shoots through them, so it makes it a little bit less useful with that. But I really like that Brock shout, as you said, so you kind of have to open up the map, and it kind of forces the opposing team to be able to do just that as well. You did mention the Crow too, which is still very, very viable. It's going to be the meat below. We've seen that pop up a few times here and there, and way more than I would have expected, but sometimes it works, and sometimes it just seems to do nothing to me, though.
It's been something that just shows up a lot for EMEA, and I think for several reasons. In this specific spot, I think the Mansions of Meeple is going to be crucial for them, as Jaeyoung, Brock, Pearl, not necessarily up in your face brawlers, so I don't think Rage Quit is necessary. This is a treat, folks. A semi-finals of Humble and Foot, a grand finals caliber match so early on. The top two teams in the region, and Foot has Guesty back. This is the matchup we're used to seeing. Buckle up, get ready. This is going to be something special. As the lollipop drop kicks off, Lukey left-hand side trying to sneak through and goes for the auto-aim tag that is natural from somebody like Meeple. And of course, like Sunny mentioned, constructing the map important, especially on this one. So if you don't have somebody that can traverse over water, you need something like Brock to give you an advantage.
Yeah, I think the lollipop drop gives them a good helping hand into the mid nice and early on. Pearl throwing out some shots through the mid, trying to find Boss, but with that little grass break there, it's going to be a lot harder for them to fly under the radar. Lukey gets hit by the burn, and the lollipop drop drops down quickly. Semantic trying to gain some ground on this right-hand side, but with Guesty rotating over, it's going to be more difficult.
Humble all corralled on this right-hand side as another rocket fuel connects. Less grass for them to work with, and the one disadvantage of their composition, they don't have any extra maneuvers. They don't have somebody that travels over the water. They have a little extra speed from Semantic, but of course, the less grass there is, the harder it is to pull that off.
Yeah, Guesty was in two minds of whether to go back or to the right there. Probably a good job he did neither, or has it been kind of pinned back in there on the left-hand side. Angel Boy managed to get the kill on Semantic. Both the two members of Humble remaining are really low. Down goes Lukey, and Boss will follow suit.
Nicely done by Foot, and a strong start from them. Now they have immediate access into the mid still, of course, as Nob and Guesty will take the right-hand side. Angel Boy sticking in the grass. Ooh, and an interesting choice there, too. And I kind of like this as well. Now they don't have to depend on the launch pad for that hard right-hand side. Instead, they have more options to walk away, especially into long-range or mid-range single projectile brawlers. The more space you have to dance around, the better odds you have at juking.
Yeah, and I love the way they break that right-hand wall, and then all of them are forced to play left anyway, with Boss going over to that right-hand side and claiming it. Angel Boy and Nob kind of separated from Guesty here at the moment, so Humble unable to take advantage of that situation. A few slipstreams being provided, speed being used, but still no ground really being taken by Foot.
Interesting that this Leon's now going to go up top right, a little sneak attack, and Angel Boy doesn't have enough in the tank for a takedown. As Semantic falls as well, though, a 2v2 situation. Lukey through the wall, trying to get an extra tap. Nob there to cover for his teammate, though, so Lukey will back down for now. Because of all the wall break being done, Nob can escape through the right-hand side, and does get the hypercharge off. He was going to be close from the rocket rain, but it does do enough to get contact.
Boss left all alone. Guesty on the back lines, but can move forward. Boss having a hard time just multitasking here. One tap out of Knob. Boss goes down, and Foot will take game one.
Yeah, really nice there, I will say. Well managed, and Humble looked like they were in a good position to go and try and get some wins at some point there. The 3v2, but was quite quickly traded in a really nice hypercharge. Brock super over the top to equal the score out. So yeah, lovely, lovely stuff from Foot, and just seemed to be a little bit more in control, even with that Leon super coming through and getting the early kill.
That's something that stood out to me, especially with Pearl being drafted. It's one of the better brawlers for vision. It's somebody who can kind of have a fanning shot without those cookies. Look at this, Semantic can't hide at all, especially with the burn down as well. He's gonna go to the back lines, and he knows it. Didn't have enough HP to handle all of that, so Foot already cooking in the kitchen. It's a 3-2 lead for Pearl and the gang.
Yeah, they're getting hammered at the moment, and real backs against the wall here. Shouldn't be winning this round, and if they do, then they pull something special off. Good few shots coming in, and a rocket peeks round that right-hand wall, and the Incendiary will keep on ticking that damage down. Now speed coming through, and Angel Boy fancies himself in this matchup, but the shield coming through now. Weekend Warrior in turn, and that might be a kill. Big pinch coming in on the left-hand side as two of them take down Lukey, and just Boss remaining might search for the gas.
Tough start for Humble. They lost Leon so early. This is what's led to the numbers advantage for Foot, especially considering this was a Humble choice of map. This is really Foot excelling so far, and I think that's very worrisome. But like I mentioned, Foot seemed to practice this map a lot. They looked comfortable with it. This isn't the first time they'll be dealing with it today. So I think that was a great warm-up affair for them, not only from a draft and strategy standpoint, but also on the map as well. More grass being chopped down on that right-hand side, less room for Humble to hide, and for Semantic to really thrive here. He's gonna have to find ways to get isolated kills, but he doesn't even have a super to muster yet.
Boss hit there as well. Has a super in hand, so we'll be able to provide a shield out, but Angel Boy just moving so fast, and that's a huge kill as well. I can't help but feel like it's Humble really being out of spot rather than Foot playing incredibly well. Not that they're not, but they've just been caught out so many times. Good taps coming in here from Boss, but over the left-hand side, Nob and Angel Boy will clean up Lukey, and this is going to be the set, and so convincingly too. Humble have lost.
Not their strongest stuff, especially considering how well-renowned, how tenured this team is, especially off the backs of a Brawl Cup performance, a really solid quarterfinal showing. That's not the decision-making you want to see, and I think a few things to go alongside that. The Leon was a little risky, especially into the face of a Pearl, and on top of that, like you said, just caught out of place often. There were just so many situations where Semantic goes up top, grabs this kill, that's nice, but then Knob is able to retaliate with a kill of his own. It felt like anytime Humble even had a grasp on it, it was just Foot with a perfect response. Not great footwork, not great decision-making, the shots weren't necessarily landing. It just didn't feel like the Humble we saw a couple hours ago.
Yeah, so quickly ripped away every time they had a bit of hope. Really nice stuff then for Foot Esports, starting so strong. Good draft, well played, and Humble really nowhere to be seen, and the stats back that up as well.
This is insane to see. Keep in mind here, Humble picked this map for the second time already. This really seems to be their favorite map of all times, and they had a pretty similar draft to what they had in the first round as well. But Foot Esports is just a different beast to best. Not here with the most kills. Killtacular, yeah, that's how you could call him, I guess. But yeah, definitely a good performance of him. And as you stated already, Foot Esports looks even better now in the semis than they already looked in the quarterfinals. I actually changed my prediction after the quarterfinals. I felt like Humble looked a lot stronger coming out of the quarters. Foot Esports struggled a bit too much in my eyes against their opponent there.
Yeah, it did seem like they were, to be fair, against pretty similar level of opponents in who they faced. So, you know, I thought maybe coming out of that one pretty similar. I just kind of backed Humble based on merit from obviously the World Finals, and yeah, I think, Brawl Cup, and they obviously did look a little bit better in that opening matchup as well. We move on to Pit Stop then, which, as you said, was a Foot pick, so it's a little bit worrying that Humble might have this run away from them here, and especially since they've got this Edgar as their first. Ban-wise, you're looking at the Kaze, the Kit, and the Shade for the side of Foot Esports. Humble get rid of the Colette, no surprise there. BB, maybe a little bit of a surprise, and then the Cordelius as well, so maybe they want a bit of aggression.
BB shows up a lot on this map for EMEA, specifically Foot, but I think this is kind of a no-brainer Edgar first pick. Don't overthink it. Just grab the brawler that's already insanely good in the game, and on top of that, in this map in particular, of all heist map, defense is really hard to pull off, so that's why they're getting so aggressive early. I think this is going to be a lot of tanks and assassins as we progress.
I would still like to see a ball come out here as well. We could just get a triple rush come from both sides. So far, it's the perfect setup with the Miko and the Edgar. You could, of course, still decide to go with something to defend. Cordelis out of the way. Otis is the next best choice. There he is, actually, directly coming in from Humble. So they do try and defend as well, not just rush the save. Since we have added those tiers to the save, you now have to pop 3 bubbles. We see these type of comps a bit more often. It used to be just rush it down and get as much save damage in as possible. Now for that, again, some more tanks could come in. Bull is one that comes to mind immediately. Or they go with something like Crow, who also just pumps out a lot of damage with his hypercharge. They also go with a bit of defense. Lumi can do both, actually. She's a bit of a flex brawler. We see her very often on Heist.
Yeah, absolutely. A few buffs here and there have kind of catapulted us to near the top of the meta now. We've seen a global ban quite a few times across this weekend, as well as just normal ban as well, if it did slip through that. So that's something that Foot have gone and picked up. Yes, we did used to kind of see a lot of base races, as you said, with the bubbles coming through and where you got to crack the safe. It makes it a bit less feasible. You know, from my point of view, bring it back. Let's have some base races. But Colt's going to come through then, a bit of wall break here and there, which will help the Lumi out as well in a few of these matchups and stop the Miko from being as effective.
For sure, and I think we're going to get Edgar, who's diving into the safe constantly, but now we've got Colt, who can do a ton of damage. I like that Sunny calls out that Lumi is more of a flex pick. I really like the gadget that can cut off these really skinny lanes, but on top of that, if she does escape to the other side, she can fan out those shots so quickly, so the DPS really does add up. For this left-hand side, they've got Miko and Otis. Both are solid DPS brawlers. If you're going to have an anti-tank, you might as well pair it with a feature in a brawler that can do damage. This one's really interesting to me, though, because Stu isn't necessarily going to be a brawler that deals well with the high safe. I think this is somebody that just the paper matchups is why they pick it. Into Edgar, he dashes away. Into Colt, he can kind of skate out of shots. That's a really fun one, but I don't know if this is the right map for it. Love it on paper. Let's see how it plays.
Yeah, we talk about damage here, and Stu, well known, doesn't really have the most of it. His reload speed is a bit too slow to really be a DPS brawler, but he's really good into what a Foot Esports show up against him. So it's just kind of a reaction to it. I'm sure Humble would have loved to play something like a Barry, but against that Colt, they really just can't. He's going to open up the map pretty soon.
Yeah, I actually kind of really like the Stu, to be honest with you. You know, not every brawler in a heist comp really has to be dealing big damage. You can just bring them in, as they have, to just counteract what the opponents are playing. Lukey and Boss having to retreat back to this defense now as Angel Boy is ripping through this safe. And Gessie coming back to join him now, and they didn't manage to get that first crack up top either.
Pretty close both sides, but the most important thing is now the high safe's being cracked, and Nob has gone through as well. Interesting choice of brawlers as well. It's actually Nob piloting Edgar. A lot of the times you're going to see Angel Boy be the aggro, but instead he's the one on this Lumi. It's working out really well for them. Close to 50% now, 49-42. At this point, it's inseparable, 7%, but more importantly, both on the same layer of the same.
Yeah, Edgar back in the mix and put in a much better position to go forwards. Great little lockdown from Angel Boy coming in there, and Nob will get the crack of the safe. Semantic choosing to go up a bit further, but Colt still ripping through this safe along with Edgar. And Foot again. This is getting worrying, Kenny.
For sure. I mean, this is now on Foot's map as well, so previously that was Humble's choice of play, and it was Foot showing up strong, 50+% of the win there. And it's just interesting to watch these compositions go. Again, Stu, like you said, on paper, it makes so much sense. I love it for the individual matchups. You don't necessarily need a ton of damage, but Semantic just doesn't feel like he was being a big playmaker there for high safe damage. We have to find a way to get Boss over there as well, or just let Semantic rip. Otherwise, it's going to be a lot of 3v2 situations. I think that's what we're going to see as this progresses. Unfortunately for them, I think Semantic's not going to be able to get over there as much as he would want.
Yeah, Edgar already up top as well, and that's a good cleanup on defense from Gessie. Nob still staying alive, and Lukey going super aggressive there, and that's going to be the first crack. Angel Boy will just wait this one out and get a few shots in. Semantic playing a little bit of defense now, but does leave him for Boss to kind of clean up, and still, he survives. How has that happened?
They haven't killed him. Gessie was there for backup, and look at this. They're going to get another penetration onto the high save. They're already below 50%. Semantic can put in work as much as he wants, but they're still down an entire layer.
I mean, this is brutal to see. Angel Boy, Gessie, and Nob all down the bottom, and this is going to be game. They've just demolished them in 2 super fast games. Angel Boy absolutely beaming, and who can blame him when you're in this position against your biggest rival in this region? You're one set away from knocking them out in the semis and taking a massive lead on them.
for such a grand finals caliber matchup, this is really feeling not like even a semi-final. I mean, this has been a sweep so far. I mean, just to be honest, these are the two best teams on the planet, and Humble have been decimated so far, laid out. I mean, some interesting draft choices, but on top of that, it's just not even or even close to it. This has been Foot the whole way, and we go back to a Humble map here for set 3, but it's going to require a reverse sweep. I was not overly confident. I mean, Foot are a great team, but this is not the Humble we know and love.
Last time those two teams have faced off against each other, it was on the big stage, and Humble took the win. With Lena on their side, now with Guesty, but Esports looking a lot better, and their draft has been impeccable. This one comes down to draft for me as well, as I kind of suggested, maybe just pick a rush comp. Yes, it's a little less common now with those bubble pops, but it's still just the better choice. We have 3 damage dealers on the right-hand side, and we see the damage they've done to save. With Stu and Otis, you just want to defend. You're hoping that Miko will go into save and do all the rest. But that's just not enough damage, is it?
I mean, I think, to be honest, for me, it was more the defense wasn't there. Like, I thought Semantic did occasionally get up the map pretty well, but like, there were so many mistakes on the defense. We saw people survive narrowly so many times, people who should be killed not being killed. And yeah, maybe Semantic should have got a little bit more damage, but for me, it was the defense just didn't pull through.
Yeah, I mean, all of that offense consolidated into Miko. He was literally the only one dealing high save damage, and if that is going to happen and you want to win, you're going to need more than 2 frags from your 2 teammates. There just wasn't enough output there on offense or defense. Miko can only carry so hard, and the other side, Foot, everybody doing their part, kills, damage, all the above, and you can even see the smirks on their face. I mean, they just look confident. Foot looks settled in. Humble look like they're going to have to scramble if they want to pull off a grand finals appearance.
In my eyes, just don't pick defensive brawlers and then you don't have to defend. And that's what Foot did. And it worked out, you know. Now, heading over to Gem Grab, though, Stu is going to be picked up yet again. And I do like to pick on this map more than a pit stop, at least. He's a really good gem carrier on a map like this one. Now, on the right-hand side, what we usually get to see a lot is Otis. It's banned out here, so not going to be able to be picked up. Ruff's also always a safe option here. Chester, just those picks that are always a safe option could come out here first.
Yeah, I kind of want to see a little bit of aggression here as well. Chester, as you mentioned, so good against the majority of people. Lumi comes back again, and when you've performed like you have in the previous set, why not bring it back through when the brawl is that good? So a couple of really good versatile selections here from Foot Esports, and it does leave that possibility open that they'll go something more aggressive towards the end, and Humble now have to account for it.
Stu as a flex pick is a lot of fun, just because they can send this up the middle if they want, but also they can keep their distance. Love the control out of Lumi. I think it's just such a solid brawler. If it's slipping through the regular, I'm going to have a hard time not picking it on that 2-3.
Keep in mind here, we haven't seen Damien from these two teams yet, and he has been left open, sliding through the global bans and the regular bans. Edgar did so as well. Those two are rated as the best brawlers in the current meta. Edgar is being picked up here by Humble, so they do have the aggression that Trev you wanted to see. Now, are they going to follow it up with the Damien, double it down, or maybe pick something like a Nita to make sure that Edgar counter isn't in the hands of Foot?
Yeah, I mean, it's questionable if they will double down or not, because with Foot still having this last pick and having already Chester, which is going to be pretty good against some Lumi as well, they go for the Rico, something that used to come through on this map like every single time, but recently hasn't really been that brawler. And there's definitely a possibility that they can still go something aggressive here. Yes, Rico's going to be pretty decent down one of the lanes, but still a bit of opening, I feel.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're really squishy on this left-hand side, so I wonder if they beef up on the right. I think Damien would have a hard time from a distance, but I can't say I wouldn't be tempted if I was this squad. Edgar coming through on the left. They've got their big star player on the right. They're going to need a 6 pick that can deal well with several brawlers. Ooh, and this is a good shade matchup. Yeah, that's a great aggro choice, and honestly, I don't think the left-hand side accounted for that too much. I mean, Stu can wall break, but Rico's squishy, Stu's squishy, Edgar has HP, but of course, if you're through a wall, he can't make a punch go through.
A lot of confusion on Kenny and my face already with that Stu pick on pit stop. Now again with the Rico, leaving kind of a lot of options for Foot to just go aggressive, and that's exactly what they did. Shade is going to have a phenomenal matchup into all 3 of them, really. I fear this is Foot's draft, and Humble has to win it regardless to make sure this match is going to have set 4.
Well, it's do or die now for Humble Foot, looking on top of the world at the moment, like they're going to go straight to the grand final through this one. Angel Boy just sitting back at the moment, not really moving too much, and I feel like it's going to be like this off the start until they see which lanes are which, so they can choose where to go.
Ice Rings go down in the middle of the map as Nob slides through, grabs a few more gems, and it'll be a 4-0 lead. Humble really even found their footing, and that was a big-time tag out of Angel Boy. The second that he gets that super, it changes the game up entirely. Luki didn't manage to get a second tag either, and as a result, he won't have that super. That's something that has to be in their pocket if he even wants to function on the map.
Yeah, and it was a big-time gadget miss early on from Semantic as well. Angel Boy might be able to get a super here and get away from him. Guesty not having the best time there, and he'll kind of just jump to his demise, Semantic. Angel Boy will get another as well. We've got 7 gems, Luki's low, and yet again, it's all Foot.
Yeah, it's all Foot, and I don't really have an explanation for it. I mean, the drafts have been a little bit different than I'm what's seeing them doing in practice or in previous, but it's more than that. It just hasn't felt like on the field it's converted whatsoever as Angel Boy's going to dash towards this left-hand side, hide in the wall. They finally get a takedown. The rubber burns him away, and as he melts down, it'll be Luki in the middle of the map trying to get a tag on a Nob who just has too much distance for him. He's not been able to get a super. He's not generating any offense. He's hardly able to claim gems for himself. As Foot get another pickup on the left-hand side, it's just an easy countdown.
Yeah, the gem comes along with it too. Semantic's still got a chance to turn in this one round, but Angel Boy with a hypercharge available instantly gets stunned out as he comes in. Luki's going to fall as well, and it's painful to watch.
I mean, a blunt way of putting it, truly, it's just not what we're used to seeing. I think it's just credit to Foot Esports, and also, we're not in the room with Humble. I don't know if the strategy's not coming through, if Foot's drafts are throwing them off, if just something's going on next to them, if there's somebody in the room just messing up their tablets. I don't know what to say, but Humble are a great team. I always struggled to rule them out, but Foot feel fierce. It feels like they just got the combination together, the strategy going through. Maybe Humble just experimenting a little bit, but nonetheless, it's been clear who the better team is so far. And already, in this intense situation, it's Foot on a match point.
Yeah, Semantic going to need to try and find this gadget early on this time. Missed it in a pretty questionable opening situation in the previous one where they just managed to get 3 gems straight off their opponents. Misses it again. I mean, it's worrying, really. Angel Boy going to be able to get a few swipes in, but not find anything. I don't think he was really within range to get any supercharged either, but Boss so low on the left-hand side, forced back now.
Semantic has a supercharged up, though. Needs to make sure he dives in at the right time. Guesty playing back on this left-hand side, leaves these 2 down, and that's exactly what he's going to click. It's a gadget button, so now Luki's going to have to struggle to tiptoe his way on the right-hand side. It cuts Boss off from progressing forward, and even though Foot have lost the numbers, it's enough for them to hold on.
Yeah, Guesty going to try and pinch around the side against Boss here. Gets a little bit of a slow onto him and actually finds the kill as well. Really nice from Guesty there, waiting to try and lock down Luki. Jump comes in from Semantic, and Angel Boy thought about using the super, but decided against it. 1 gem spawns, and Luki not yet going to try and go for it. Just waiting for his teammates to try and make a move, but the left-hand side is all Guesty at the moment.
Great 1-2 punch out of Luki and Semantic. Now Semantic wants more. He's got a hypercharge. He's going to go straight at Angel Boy. Used the hypercharge and did not get the kill. The Ice Rink will deter Luki too, as Boss looks to play back as well. Lumi doing a great job of these peach shots. They've now pinched him, and Nob's going to be looking for a kill. Somehow Boss grabs Guesty though, but Angel Boy looking to scoop in and make up for his teammates. This allows Semantic to dive in. An immediate tag from Angel Boy. He is just dangerous.
Didn't even look like he landed. He just got obliterated. Hypercharge there as well. Luki didn't have a super to start with, now forced to kind of run away as soon as he gets it. Boss really low. Angel Boy will get that one. Does have a gem though, so wants to try and survive in the back lines here. Semantic trying to get forward, but not getting anywhere just yet. Now super used by Angel Boy, needs to survive, or at least until Nob can grab this extra one, and that he does.
Angel Boy still up top, Nob in the back heels, and it's just a better GG out of Foot. That is a statement match. After losing their star player at Brawl Cup, they have responded. They've gotten revenge, and they will not only win, they will hold on to that #1 spot and send Humble packing shamefully.
Wish I could see what that was. I really do.
Can't tell at all.
Yeah. maybe get some better camera quality for next month, guys, if we're going to hold stuff up. But really disappointing there from Humble. I mean, you can see Luki had already left his camera there, so clearly not too pleased with the result either. 3-0 against Foot. Listen, it's not... You know, people have been 3-0 by Foot before, but when you're Humble, we're expecting more from you. Really worrying. They had a decent quarterfinals as well, and I tell you for free right now who I'm going to be predicting in the grand finals.
They've been facing off against each other in 2 grand finals already. Foot Esports won in February, Humble wins in March. Now it goes back the other way and Foot takes the win. And it's not even the grand final, this was just a semis. Huge surprise still. as Foot Esports didn't look too good in the quarterfinals. I even changed my predictions, thought that Humble would surely come out on top, and it was a 3-0 in the end. Now, I usually don't want to blame only draft, but these are two teams that definitely know how to play. That's probably the highest level of Brawl Stars you can get, and the draft just wasn't it. I mean, Edgar has a brutal matchup. Can't really go up against the Chester. Lumi, not really a good matchup against him either, and we saw how Angel Boy just won more often than not in these 1v1 interactions. Boss on the Rico, he did a lot for the pick, but I didn't love the Rico pick. And then the Stu in mid, I mean, Luki played his heart out. He played really well, but what can you do if both of your lanes are kind of struggling?
I mean, this is the thing for me. Like, we can only blame the draft to a certain extent as well. They didn't play well either, Humble. It was really disappointing me. I was expecting more of a close game between those two teams. As you can see, we're moving on to semi-final number 2. Though it's going to be Reply Totem versus Novo Esports. Should be an absolute banger. But then again, I said that about the last one too.
I think it will be. I mean, I hope it will be, because that wasn't the grand finals and the semi-finals that I was hoping for already. Yeah, I mean, it was kind of like Humble doing Humble things from like April, where they had a great sort of advantage potential that just turned into Foot Esports just domination.
I was about to say, hey, look, now we have 3 Italian orgs still left standing in the race to June monthly final, grand final winners. Now it's Foot waiting for either Reply Totem or Novo. Oh God, I forgot about that.
I had as well.
It is the community votes yesterday. Crazy Raccoon made it through the quarterfinals in a breeze and then lost in the semis, very surprisingly. Humble just had the same exact fate, so at least they have the community to blame.
Yeah, our bad, guys. Our bad.
At least Boss got an MVP for like the first time in forever today. I mean, Semantic's still chasing it for land, but like that did actually happen. But yeah, the community vote continues to be cursed. It's actually disgusting how accurate that is.
It is amazing how it's for once not the esports site itself, but it's the community. It's you guys, it's your fault.
Pass the buck.
Now we want to head into semi-final number 2. No team got jinxed there. It's Reply Totem versus Novo, another Italian derby between those two rosters. Now Reply Totem didn't make it to the last monthly final in April. Look very much rejuvenated coming into this month. Had scrimmed like no one else. I think they have 100 sets more than any other team, and the work definitely paid off in their match against Metisport.
Yeah, they needed the work as well, I will say, considering how they did in the first split. I don't think they'd have been too pleased. You know, when I spoke to Drake, I was like, listen, you're in 5th. This is probably one of the worst spots you've been in halfway through the year. And he was like, yeah, listen, it wasn't our best. And they've absolutely worked on it through that off-season, and it showed. Joker playing a phenomenal Kenji through those clips as well, but all members of Reply Totem really playing well. It's going to be a bigger challenge for them, though, this one. Absolutely against Novo Esports, who looked really good against Navi, who looked really good in the qualifiers. I think it's going to be a really, really good game if both bring their A game. Sorry.
But speaking about scrims as well, I do recall with like Tribe Gaming in North America, a monthly final where they had scrimmed like 390 sets or something crazy, and they'd actually over-scrimmed. They actually kind of didn't perform as well. So there is a balance to be found for sure. But similarly with Reply Totem not qualifying in the April monthly finals, neither did their opposition. So there is that to be said about things. They are kind of like, being pitched across from one another in that regard as to who has made the better adaptations from those failures in April.
We just saw the picks as well from Reply Totem. They like to play a very aggressive game, had Mortis and Naja global ban, so made a lot of sense there. Also a mix of maybe targeted versus just the meta brawler. Naja is still very, very good. And then on the other side of things, we now have Novo Esports. Also played super well in their quarterfinals. Are they good enough to beat Reply Totem today? This was their draft. Kid was banned out, Mortis as well, so both of these teams don't really like the Mortis. They also like to play aggressive, but that Barley last pick, again, Pinball Dreams, was ingenious.
Yeah, beautiful. And they played so well too. Their drafts were good, they played well. And listen, Navi aren't a bad team, so if you're able to 3-0 them, then you're in a pretty good position to carry on moving forwards. And it's a huge opportunity for both of these teams too. Looking at their bracket, listen, it's not easy by any means. If they go and beat Navi and Totem, they probably deserve to be in a grand final. But you look at the top and you see Humble and Foot on one side, and you know you have to take that opportunity with both hands. And I'm sure that's exactly what they're going to try and do here, because I definitely think this is a 50-50. Novo can 100% win it, but I'd argue that Totem just looked that little bit better in their first round.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, and I absolutely rate Kenny's prediction in that regard because it could absolutely come to fruition. It really could. I think that Novo are looking fantastic. They've really come well prepared, and I feel like they haven't, or at least they seemingly don't seem as though they've got like the pressure and the weight of that responsibility on their shoulders. They look like they're enjoying themselves. They look comfortable and confident, and they've clearly been putting in a lot of time, and maybe not necessarily having prepped as much as Reply Totem in the scrims, but certainly as a squad where it matters.
So Reply Totem knocked out Heretics of this monthly final, and on the other side we have Novo winning against Foot Esports, SK Gaming, and now in the quarterfinals also against Navi, knocking at the door of Reply Totem. Now, can Novo really win this one? You voted for them, Trev.
I did not. Kenny voted for them.
Oh, Kenny.
And we love the Kenny
I always
faith.
confused it.
We love the Kenny. Yeah, we do look similar, to be fair. Similar accent as well. But yeah, as you just said, I love Kenny's idea with this one. Like, this is where I feel that I should have kind of differed in my predictions. Maybe should have sided with Novo and then got a little bit different here, just like Kenny has. We've got the map draft coming in now, though, and Reply Totem are going to be picking first. They go for the pinhole punt, which we saw them play phenomenally on with a really interesting, good draft. Pit stop to follow up, which we've just seen Foot Esports play on and decimate Humble. Then we go to Out in the Open on Knockout, and then Gem Fort is a selection of Novo to round that out. And then we kind of give just a random map, and that's going to be Hideout, which we've seen played loads throughout this weekend as well.
Yeah, it's a bit of a Zeta special, isn't it, really? And we saw it played so much yesterday. But, you know, how are you guys finding the map drop? We haven't really spoken too much about it. I mean, do you feel like there's any advantage in going second pick? That's my kind of biggest reservation so far. We've seen it once from memory yesterday with Fennel, but is there an advantage with that?
Global bans coming in, and now Naja and Mortis are going to be banned out yet again. Totem already banned those two in the previous stages. Now Leon and Edgar, two aggressors, banned out by Novo. Leaves Damien open once again. It was completely left open in the match that we just seen between Humble and Foot Esports. Often also slid through the regular bans and not picked up a single time. Is he just not that good? In East Asia, it seemed to be one of the highest rated brawlers overall.
I do just feel like people are kind of accounting for him as well, though. Even if he slips through all the bans, I feel like they're absolutely just kind of having those pre-picks to kind of try and prevent it rather than letting it slip through like a few of the East Asian teams did. I've said a few times, expecting it to kind of slip through and these kind of underdog teams play it a bit more. But when it gets a bit more even, you know, out the quarterfinals and into the semis where the game should be more similar, you know, it's a risk that both teams should be taking.
Both of these teams just fall short at the moment, making it into either LCQ or the World Finals, 6th and 7th. Don't do it, Trev. Don't do it.
I won't. Don't you worry, Sonny. Don't you worry. Yeah, yesterday was the only time.
A little reference to yesterday as well. But yeah, they are in the race at the moment. They are in a pretty good position. Reply Totem already snatched that LCQ slot number 2, just making it to the monthly qualifiers, to the monthly finals, and also winning their quarterfinals. But yeah, they both still need a couple of wins on the board to make sure they get those slots and maybe even make it to the World Finals directly. Now, looking at the vote, once again, very, very close. It's the same exact result, actually, between Humble and Foot. 54% of you vote towards one way. And we want to kick things off right away as we head into our semi-final number 2, Reply Totem versus Novo. Looking strong, both of these teams take down their opponents 3-0 versus Metisport and Navi. They didn't stand a chance, couldn't even take a single set. Now, I do expect this one to be a little bit closer. First pick on the side of Novo. Or are they just gonna go with something safe again? We mention it so often. Chester would be a great option once again. Surprise! Or are they gonna go with something aggressive? No, they don't dare. I think that's the wise choice. Safe, Chester, first pick. Like we've seen so many times before.
Yeah, I think it's smart, especially in these kind of interactions where it's so 50-50, as we've just seen, 54-46 in terms of predictions. So it is such a close game. I don't think there's any need for either of these teams to take risks. I've got a feeling that they're both going to be feeling pretty good going into this one. They both, know they can win it without really taking too many risks. So I like that first pick, and I think we're probably going to see something similar with Reply Totem. Intrigued to know if they're going to go the same as last time, which they starting off are doing.
Could be Damien. If they're picking Charlie, I mean, that's a really strong counter for it. Leaving it open, maybe laying a trap then in that regard, just having the Charlie there. There is still Gale as well to double down if they want to spike that Otis ban there. So I think it's still certainly a risky brawler that both sides here have got to heavily consider.
Right-hand side now, yet again. Are they going to go with something aggressive, even though Gale is still in the room? Kenji bans out, not too many options left open. Or are they going to double down with that saved draft? Ruffs, for example, still left open here. Let's see what it is. I want to see something aggressive, honestly, at this stage, but we are going to double down. It's not going to be anything too out of the ordinary. Ends also great at just keeping that mid control and pinhole punt with all these pushes in the middle. It's really all about getting that mid under control to then eventually score, maybe even just with a single kill you can push up.
Yeah, M's on this map when you can, slide behind the walls and you've got a super, it can be super, super dangerous and really scary thing to be faced off against. Totem, though, they're lining up exactly how they were in the previous time we saw this. It was a Gale to round out this exact composition, and Nova were going to take the trunk, so they're going hyper-aggressive. Still, definitely an opportunity to bring something defensive and just play for that control, as they did last time.
Damien again left open, still not picked up.
Yeah, I kind of wonder now whether it might be like the first time this entire weekend where it's not banned out and not picked. And it is going to be exactly that with the Gale coming in. I thought it might be a Gale kind of idea that they could have doubled down with, regardless if it were to be the Damien on the side of Novo. But that is super interesting to me. I mean, it's been definitely debatable in this specific region as to how prevalent Damien is in the meta. Some are saying that they can handle it and it's not that big a deal. Some are saying that it's utterly broken. But it just amazes me that we are going to see it not picked or banned for the first time, I believe, this weekend.
It's actually insane. Damien completely left open. Maybe he's not as good as we thought he would be. Totem once again gets exactly what they wanted. Let's see if they can make the comp work.
I mean, the comp worked perfectly for them last time, so they just need to replicate that same thing. And already Maru trying to make a move on the right-hand side, and Joker's there to support him. Filippo in the back lines as well, getting beaten down by the last remaining defender of Totem. 2v2 here in this portion of the map. Joker has a dash. There's the Cocoon as well, and that should be a nice early goal for Reply Totem, and no surprise it's working again.
Very clean, very clear cut. I like that start from them. And just kind of makes me feel like Charlie's in a very good spot, regardless of it being just like a very strong counter to Damien. But just really, the way that Reply Totem have been depending upon it for the majority of today, as Nova now advance forwards. Meow going to survive here as well, and they would prefer that he was going to be down in that regard. There is, I believe, no blustery blow just yet for Maori. Maru has got Hypercharge and may need to heavily consider using it now. There it is in just the nick of time there from Maori. And a steal, and Maru's got the speed to be going up this line as well. Gets 2 consecutive shots along the way, and it should be a steal. What an amazing turnaround from Reply Totem. Straight off the defense and straight onto the offense.
I mean, you could see that defense coming a mile away. They were being so cautious, and he was just trying to peek and get that last shot to the blustery blow, as you said, and just execute it perfectly. Double stun, double kill, and then the Hypercharge up the map. It's perfect from Reply Totem. And this comp, it worked for them perfectly last time. I don't know how Nova have let it slip again, because it just feels like deja vu.
It's just got great synergy, hasn't it? Yeah. It's a great Damien answer, but it's also just got a lot of gaps that are being filled by someone else. And now Maori will push his ball forwards. Nice. There, defensiveness. And oh my word, he made that look easy between the Twister and the blustery blow. A pitch perfect pass, but not quite the finish. The Cocoon will be, and it just feels like Reply Totem have an answer for everything.
But the thing is, it's not just a Damien answer. They've got answers to every single tank in the game. They've got a Gale and they've got a Charlie. You're going to be able to defend against most. And then they walk into it with a trunk. It makes no sense. He's going to be Cocoon there at 1 HP, and the returning Yo-Yo should deal with it. Stun comes in, and slight waste there, but it just stops them a little bit, and Joker will go and clean that one up nicely. Control back in Totem's hands. They've got the goal lead, and they've got a good amount of time to just either get a second goal or defend.
Well, Joker getting a couple of cheeky taps here as well, but Filippo, once blood, goes in on the aggressive and gets some good value for it. But now trying to finalize things. There goes down the Twister, and Joker comes back for the helping hand. There with a nice Hypercharge now, and the speed zone going down. He's got some options now on this left-hand side.
Joker's today, by the way, has been an absolute joke. It's been unreal, hasn't he? Like, his aggressive plays have been so good. Going to try and go for a goal there, but pinched in by Justin Filippo. We're going to try and make a move up this left-hand side. Maori needs that blustery blow back again. Gets a little connection there onto Filippo, but might be able to stop this with a Twister. Meow goes for the super, catches all three, but a Cocoon over there. They surely would have gone for the ball. Twister on the goal mouth, and Joker gets the super, but can't quite clear it all the way. And this should still be a goal. Really nice stuff there from Novo, and a wonderful M super.
Yeah, tough clearance there from Joker. Couldn't quite get the maximum range on it. Maybe a little bit of over compensation as well, over confidence on the side of Reply Totem. Oh, look at that Trunk super goes straight through. It didn't quite connect, but Joker now in a great spot. Does get a lovely return super as well, but Juice just straight off the spawn, able to body block that potential goal.
Yeah, he thought about going for the shot there, but I think he just wanted his super instead, which is smart, and he's doing a great job of, as you said, cycling out these supers and making it. So he's never not got it. But Maori can just surely go forwards here with a blustery blow, but Meow a little bit switched on to the defense there, and Filippo trying to make the move. Pinched in now by all three members. Here's the Cocoon with the hypercharge, and Meow's going to go down. That should be a goal. Maoru sweeps it in, and the set goes Totem's way.
And that was quick.
Yes.
That was convincing. Yes. This is a new Reply Totem. They are looking so much more refreshed. And it reminds me of 2023, you know, and that was what I felt coming into this season, this year, that we would see with this reformed squad, the dream team of the organization, in my opinion, because that's what really was the driving force for this organization coming forwards. When they brought on Joker to combine with Maru and Maori, it was like the missing piece of the jigsaw. And the achievements that they were able to gain off the back of that roster were just unreal. But then at the start of this year, it just felt like there was just no synergy there. And everything was just all a bit mismatched. Now this month, they are starting to look more like their former selves.
Yeah, it didn't feel the same, but it is a lot to live up to be fair. When you know you've succeeded so well in the past, you've taken a break and you've come back together, it's tough to live up to that history. But so far, as you said, in this monthly final, it's looking very good, and it's looking likely they're going to make it to the finals if it carries on like this. Really good draft. I can't help but feel that Trunk was a bit of a questionable pick into a Charlie when they've still got a last pick to go another tank, when they played this exact composition against a better tank in the previous one. It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I feel you. Absolutely feel you. I mean, though, on from Brawl and into the next map, which is Novo's pick. So I do feel like this is quite a good idea from their side of things, because there's a lot of brawlers in this particular map that can be a real troublesome thing, and also a set that can blow by incredibly quickly if you get this wrong. This is so heavily draft dependent, and I like that sort of strategy from their side of things. Brawlers like Miko, like Berry, Kaze, really aggressive ideas in Shade, BB. There's a lot that can go wrong when it comes to this draft.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw kind of a 50-50 in terms of like base race defensive brawlers when we saw this being played literally just by Foot and Humble. But Miko's going to be banned out, so we won't be seeing that, along with the Cordelius and the Colette. So 3 very good bans, 2 super defensive ones and 1 offensive one. Over the other side, the Shade out of the way. I'm so pleased with that because it just runs right on this map. Kaze and Nita going to be out of the way too. So it seems like maybe Novo want to play something more aggressive with the Nita ban, but you could say the same over the other side as well with Reply Totem getting rid of the Colette and the Cord.
I like Colt here, I really do. I mean, just being able to break open the map is certainly going to change things heavily as to how this draft will play itself out. Brawlers like Bull might have a much tougher time being able to get themselves close to that safe. Maybe it opens the doors up to Lumi and other longer range affairs. BB, though, for Reply Totem combined with the Lumi, I quite like that from them. BB is a very, very tough brawler to have, and especially with that Cordelius ban in motion, to defend against it now is going to be more troublesome for Novo. Yeah,
it's going to be difficult, especially when you can just run it down, and Lumi being as good as she is, which was one of the brawlers that was played. I believe it was by Foot Esports, and they got quite a convincing win on this map. So really nice to see that come down once again. If left alone on the safe, does so much damage if you just auto-aiming that, spamming it. And on defense too, works an absolute treat. So really well-rounded brawler and a great comp so far from Reply Totem, which, you know, at this point, I expect.
They're actually going to bring in the Bull themselves, so definitely going to be synergizing as to where the Colt is looking to break to ensure that whoever is playing that brawler has got some pathway towards the safe, but any kind of walls that are left untouched are going to also aid Reply Totem's BB in the process. So it's definitely a tight thing to kind of judge here on that side of things for Novo. They might want to go even more on the aggressive, maybe a Melody as well, wouldn't be the worst of ideas, and just double down on the rushed approach and get on the safe as quickly as possible. Otis, though, is going to have there for the defense and an answer to that BB, so they're playing a bit of a more defensive game in that regard. For me here, could be a buzz here for Reply Totem. Just double down on that rush and go for it.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it, to be fair, but you've just got a question of when that map gets broken up by the Colt. You're going to get battered by a Colt and an Otis if you're out in the open. And not as many things to grapple on as well if the walls aren't there. So Ruffs is going to come in. I like it from Totem. They're just being a bit more calm and composed rather than trying to base race it. And I think at this point in the game, when you're one set up and you're probably the favourite slightly coming into it, you don't have to take too many risks. You're going to be able to provide a good amount of hypercharge drops and power-ups too.
Well, considering how the first set went for Reply Totem, Novo definitely need to make this a closer affair. Ideally a set win for sure, but if nothing else, if they do drop this set, it's got to be a mental thing that they can kind of still overcome. So if it's just an overhaul and Reply Totem run away with this one, you got to wonder going into a third set how it's going to really be playing on their conscious mind. So Novo, of course, Filippo back on that tank, which absolutely gets demolished on the left lane. It's like Reply Totem were ready for it completely. And he is a great tank player. He's a very aggressive player. Now with Juice, I kind of wonder how that was going to sort of sit in their playstyles, but immediately it just feels like Reply Totem have got, again, that answer for everything.
Well, this wasn't the best start for Novo and Filippo in general. But he's managed to get up the map now towards the safe, just use that super up. But he will be defended quite quickly, just about gets that first crack. But Totem are onto their second, and they're just still here, still so healthy, and getting so much damage, and they're going to get the third crack.
Maori can just find a little opening, which he does for the helping hand, that knockback from Joker. And it's just like now a numbers game that Reply Totem have got the advantage for, with Maori coming forward. Hypercharge as well, going to be able to give her a little bit of a helping hand, some jukes, some dodges, and now Maru and Joker on the right. And this is exactly what I was worried about. Novo can't have a speed run in this set. A map in which they chose. This is the drop that they were expecting to be able to have the upper hand in, and Reply Totem made it look that easy.
What is going on in these semis? We were promised good matches, Ark. We were promised close games, and the teams who were winning just demolishing their opponents. Totem absolutely flying here, and the only chance that Novo got to get towards that safe was when it was pretty much allowed by Reply Totem.
That's a concerning thing, and again, look at that. That's great from Reply Totem to be like, right, well, obviously it didn't work out with the left lane. Last time for them, they're likely to go right, and that's exactly what happened. But Filippo did earn a super in the process. One that might just pay off here. He can escape Joker here. That's great from Joker. Fantastic work. Allows him to stay in position there and that top right in the mid and continue the assault onto the other side of the safe.
Yeah, just keeping Otis back, ensuring that their opponent... That's brilliant. Well, he's flying. I said it before, Joker's just playing so well today. Every aggressive brawler he gets his hands on, he's flying and manages to get another kill as well with the help of Maru. Some sandbags down now and just can't quite mute them out just yet. Gets a shot in and has his mute available. Now, hypercharge for Filippo, and that needs to be a big play.
Yeah, Meow now opening up the mid might change things considerably. Hypercharge coming in from Filippo, but all three members of Reply Totem were absolutely ready for it. However, Juice staying in position and Meow going to get a ton of damage on that safe and actually crack it forwards as well. A bit of a break on that left-hand side might give a bit more of an opening, but now Reply Totem are forced to play defense.
Yeah, they're getting some power-ups here and there as well, and Maru's going to pop a hypercharge. He must be close to his super at this rate, actually is. Does get it off, a hypercharge used by Joker here, trying to chase them down up top. Base racers, Maori's going forward, and I said, when you get that auto-aim on the safe and you're absolutely free, you're going to be ripping through it, and Nova are down here, but Totem had the lead there, just about getting a few shots in, just get some damage, and back in the hands of Novo now.
Maori's doing mad work up top. That was fantastic work to keep his eye on the safe, getting those cracks coming in, but also to defend as well. But in the meanwhile, Novo getting some damage too. We are at 25% left of the Reply Totem safe, and that should be the damage is down to 2%. But no! Somehow, some way, Reply Totem still get it done. I was convinced, absolutely convinced that Novo had the manpower to do it, but it wasn't enough. And that is a terrible way now for them to go to this third set, because Reply Totem are cooking.
Man, that 2% is a game changer here. That would have given Novo a pathway back into this, but 2-0 down and being dominated as much as they had. They were good that game, Novo, don't get me wrong, but prior to that, they've been getting, like, absolutely demolished. And Totem winning that game is huge for them. They should be able to go and do this in 3 with the momentum they've got, and how just down Novo are going to be feeling after that game. You expect this to be done in the next set.
I just can't believe it. I mean, the Colt on the safe there, was no damage. There's actually no damage gear rolling in. In fact, that may have been the difference maker. That one tap actually showed it up. So if he'd actually had that prior, that would have been probably the difference maker there as well. So crazy how these microcosm plays can make a difference on the outcomes here in Brawl Stars. It really is just a special year in that regard. How small, the tiniest of things can make a big, huge difference. And that difference is massive now in favor of Reply Totem. 2 sets over Novo. And unless we kind of see something turn around here in what is a Reply Totem picked map up next, it's going to have to go to the 5th and final set for Nova to be able to bring this back. And so far, I haven't been enough to be convinced that they can do it. But if they are going to do it, it's got to start here.
Yeah, and I think this, if I remember rightly, this is a map that Reply Totem had already played as well, and they played it really, really well. So just adds to the worry that I've got for Novo Esports at the moment, and I'd be really disappointed if both of these semi-finals end in a 3-0 when they promised to be so good coming into it. I'd have said it was 2 50-50s, but Reply Totem are running away with this at the moment. Charlie then is going to be the first ban for Reply Totem here on Out in the Open. Jae Young and Daryl to add to it as well. And then over the other side, the Byron, Colette and the Pearl, 3 very good bans out from Novo.
Brock Open first pick, you know, I mean, 2 of the brawlers that Reply Totem had in their comp are actually banned out here, the Leon and the Pearl, but the Brock is still very much there. Jean, though, is going to be how Reply Totem fare for it, which leaves it open as a potential pick here for Novo. I kind of like that for them. I feel like it's the way to kind of consider going here. Open up the mid straight away, maybe even consider brawlers like, you know, EMEA, which is not banned here, which is kind of wild to me, considering that it's like one of her best maps to be having. I mean, you're not going to have the healing from the Jean or the Jae Young being banned out, but there's certainly some options that you can have still open to combine with it. Things like Gus can certainly allow that greater amount of survivability, and it is going to be their first pickup.
Yeah, I mean, the thing for me is, though, you're giving them so much opportunity to just counter that, but then again, you do have the last pick as well, so you can kind of bounce that back towards them if they do overcompensate, which against the EMEA, I feel like sometimes you do. It's like, you're so scared of that brawler, especially when it's someone who's so good at it as well. So first pick, Mina, is good, but it's a risk. Angelo, not really a risk. One of the better brawlers in this map, able to just go over the water and obviously play that sharpshooter role.
Damien is open and a possibility. I'm not saying it's necessarily the best brawler here, but it is one that Reply Totem did try out in their scrims, and it can overthrow an Angelo. You can just rush forwards in some aspects and just kind of sit and hug that wall. Oh, no. Wall of sound as well can allow you to advance up the map with Glowy. Oh, I don't like
You don't sound thrilled for Novo.
I don't like this.
For who? Who don't you like it for?
Well, take a guess.
I'm going to say Novo.
Yeah, you would be right.
Yeah. I am smart like
You're
that.
the smartest of the best.
It wasn't obvious. It wasn't obvious.
The biggest of brains.
Yeah, no, that's what I pride myself in. My IQ. But yeah, I like that a lot. So, I mean, listen, it's in the map name. I was about to say it's so out in the open that Glowy's going to be really good. But Fang, in return, one of the brawlers that occasionally pops up here and there and did have a few buffs. So I don't dislike the Fang. I think we saw it was Navi play it against Novo on a different map, obviously. But it had its moments. You've just got to really calculate and play it well. But I do think Totem have got great comp here to finish this.
I mean, I don't know what the win rates are for Damien in this monthly final thus far, but I'm going to say it's probably on the higher side. Yeah, never played for good reason. I feel like Novo may not have the answer. I mean, certainly this Angelo is going to struggle to really hold ground against the Damien.
Yeah, it is, but Damien can't really move up too much and get big damage in. Yes, he's going to have those heals. They're now being provided to Maori's own Joker. Very much just left there. Get some heals, just trying to move forward, get some shots in. Meow runs in and then bounces straight back out. And honestly, it's looking really good for Novo.
What? Sorry? What?
Listen, I could not tell you that interaction, but...
Come on, Mr. Play-by-Play, break it down for us.
Filippo just destroyed them.
I don't think I've ever seen 3 brawlers hit the ground as hard or as quick as that.
Yeah, that was crazy. Fang with another super as well, so cycle it out, but 3 supers in the hands of Reply Totem, and the most scary one being that of Damien. Same for Maori, I suppose, as well, though, with the gene pull if someone oversteps. I don't know if they know he's got it, but now he's shot, they do. So they're definitely being a bit more cautious this time, as they were so aggressive in the last.
Spiritual healing as well, gadget for Joker, which I would have thought the Sandwall was kind of better. Maybe they're kind of concerned about the Master Fletcher of the... Oh, missed there from Joker, but the right-hand side is still here, and Filippo just supered into the wall.
How do you go from 3 kills in 0.1 second to just throwing your super into a Damien wall? Must not know the interaction between it, or thought that it was going to be low enough to just fly through. But that was questionable. It's given Totem an in that they really needed to not provide now.
Yeah, they might not have had one otherwise, honestly. Now Meow going to have that poison for the healing as well, but Joker's going to be able to capitalize down here on Juice, the helping hand of his teammates as well. And in 1 versus 3 now, Meow will go straight into the gas.
He's got his hypercharge too, no super in hands, but Maru does have the hypercharge and super, and I think that gene pull is still lingering around. Maori just holding on to that for dear life, waiting for that opportune moment. and Joker will be wanting to try and work on his end. It'll be provided.
Yeah, if Reply Totem now can just connect it, it will provide the perfect cushioning to ensure this game, which would lead to a match point scenario. We've got there so quick, it's hard to recall that it's even a possibility as the hypercharge of Joker goes in and Juice is bouncing off that back wall. Crazy stuff as now the hypercharge of Maro and everyone exploding on the side of Reply Totem. Meow cannot do anything here. Surely an Andrew in a 1 versus 3 cannot do a thing. It's game and match point for Reply Totem. Novo need to wake up.
I mean, they handed that to them. What a first round they had with that Fang Super, just obliterating everyone. And then the second Fang Super straight into a Damien wall. And that was an opportunity that they did not want to provide Reply Totem here, and it is match point. So now really worrying for Novo. 2 in a row here will get this done for Reply Totem. Joker taking an early hit to the face from the Angela, who's obviously gone over that water, but instantly healed all the way back up from Maru, and his gadget will help him out too.
Maru's got to be cautious here. He is getting shot. That's a nice amount of heals there just coming through. But Reply Totem are going to lose positioning as a result of that aggression that Novo are starting to adapt towards, and they do need to do that early on. Maru as well. Got to be careful, but Maru comes in clutch. Has a huge magic hand that gives Reply Totem the edge.
Yeah, Fang Super was there, but he chose not to use it. Maybe he wants to hold it for the next round, but Meow's committing. He's using his super himself. Maybe he thinks he's going to be able to get that damage in. Filippo uses 3 again. It's a 1v1. Maori's so low, can't evade that shot. And yet again, the Fang is the saving grace for the side of Novo. Really strong stuff. Meow straight back over this water. And Filippo doesn't have a super, sadly.
Pushback again in the early outset of things are Reply Totem now. Hypercharge there from Meow. Some good taps are there, but the heals are strong. The magic hand yet again from Reply Totem connects. And now Novo have got to heavily consider, do they stay or do they go?
Totem sitting in the back here, looking quite safe with all these heals grouped together, but Filippo has punished this grouping a few times. Jump comes in, doesn't have a super of his own, now gets one, but won't be able to run anywhere. And that's a kill from Joker, who cycles it out. Meow now going to be feeding over a lot of super to the Glowy, and Gene maybe going to try get one himself. Just waits until Maru got a lot of that charge and then took the final hit. Has the hyper, and the Gene pull has just been punishing Just every time he comes in on that Mina, and he needs to book his ideas up in this last game.
Yeah, Maru has not missed a beat. And this is the last stand now for Novo. They have got around. They just need to ensure that they do not feed in or get connected by that magic hand. Stay standing until the gas closes in. Just take their time with this. Maru as well, getting tapped up down to 80 HP. A hill at the nick of time there as well. And Joker has to go in. Hypercharged Gene Pool. The rarity of that even connecting. But no, Filippo will shut the idea down as quickly as it was thought. And Joker, the last man to fall, does give Novo Esports a little chance to breathe here.
Yeah, Filippo played that really well again, and he has been the man for Novo in this set. Just getting a few kills with the Fang every now and again, just flying in with the super and doing a great, great job. Novo given a lifeline, as he said. Still match point to Reply Totem, but Novo looking better.
I just feel like Reply Totem's comp has the edge still, but Novo know that they've got the upper hand in these early moments. Joker got to be cautious here to keep that tether intact. Now coming back, but not quick enough for Filippo to be able to secure it. And look at this, Novo know that in these early seconds, they can make it happen.
Yeah, I think they had 3 supers there as well, so they're going to be in a good position to close this one out. Sorry, Angelo doesn't have one. They've still got 2. 2 for the side of Totem now as well, and the Damien one being the one that they need to watch out for here. But the Gene Pull, yet again, has punished them a few times too.
Maori has got pull here. Filippo, though, with super, is dangerous, but cannot go in too prematurely here. Has got to wait his time. Allow Meow to tap in some shots here. Get someone low before he goes in for the final blow. Juice starting to deviate to the left-hand side here for the flank. Maori taking some shots here as well. So be cautious now as Meow getting into a really perilous position now. These poisons he'll be hitting, but oh no, Filippo into the walls of sound as well yet again.
Well, just going to avoid some shots. All of it coming in now, but Joker's going to catch 2 of them in the loop. Meow just about gets out, but Joker on the chase. Super veiled for Maori. I think he'll want to hold this, and actually he's going to head straight to the gas, not feeding Joker. But he has a hypercharge. He just needs that super, and that might be wraps.
Reply Totem with one more shot at Grace in this set to seal it and proceed to the grand finals. 1 round away. Meow has got to make this one count. Everyone on the side of Novo have got to come together like they've never done before in this new reformed roster. They're going to be able to survive on in this series, and Maori, yet again, has got to pull. And I've got to be honest, I've not seen him miss one yet.
Yeah, everybody just waiting. Maori, the only one shooting, trying to avoid all these shots on the side of Novo so they can't get scouted out and the vision gear used against them. Also, they've got a few things. They're able to move away and get away from the gene pulls. You know, the dash, the mobility of Juice, the jump from Meow, and the Fang super as well will get him out of the way. But Joker, desperately in need of this super to get the win.
Look at this, it's both sides playing chicken, dropping some pins. But the stakes are absolutely what both sides are fully aware of here. No one wants to make the first move, is waiting for the gas until it's go time. Meow can't be far away from popping, but it's going to be Reply to who've got my eye on here. Here we go, Nova going in. Reply to know they've got no chance to go in. A great connection as well. Felipe goes into the gas. A 3 versus 2. Joker timed it to perfection, and everyone falls. It's Reply Totem. They're going to be back in a grand final spot for the first time in forever. They've gone from not qualifying in April to solidifying themselves in June.
Just brilliant from Reply Totem. Really, really nice stuff. I must say that gene pull as well. The Fang super came in and it was just negated by the gene pull hitting. He kind of just baited it out to start with, started walking up, acting like he was going to do it, and then only used it in defense. And look at that, it was a really nice play to start things off. But Novo falling short. They have had a great day. They played well against Navi. They played... Okay, I'm going to say they played good in this last set against Totem. They were a little bit sketchy other than that. But Totem have played so well today, and I think they're deserving of that grand final position.
I've put them down to win the grand finals today. You know, I feel that strongly about how well they've been working and ironing out their mistakes, coming together as a squad, putting in the grind that is needed to be back on top here. I don't know whether that will come to fruition. I feel like Foot looked very good versus Humble, but was that maybe Humble just not looking as good against Foot? That's my reservation, because I thought Humble looked great in those quarterfinals, but you know, Foot looked more shaky. But what a result for Reply Totem, no matter what happens next.
Across the bracket now, Reply Totem looks completely unstoppable. They haven't dropped a single set. We see it here again. 3-0 versus Metisport and 3-0 now versus Novo. Both of our semi-finals going that way. Ark, yesterday in East Asia, we had only 2 3-0s across the board. The matches were as close as never before. What is EMEA doing? 3-0 for the 4th time already.
Yeah, it's kind of wild, isn't it? I mean, I think we have seen a lot of throws in this region going in prior to Brawl Cup, but nonetheless, it's definitely a sight to behold. I mean, I feel like there is a bit of a divide happening in terms of the teams that maybe were not attending Brawl Cup to really focus within their home region and kind of come together as an organization to work out what they need to work on coming back in June.
What I do want to point out, last year at this time, right after Brawl Cup, we had Humble not even qualifying for the monthly finals. I feel like sometimes we see those Brawl Cup teams that have so focused so heavily on the international stage and the international meta struggle to come back into a normal monthly final, focus on their own domestic region. And yeah, coming in today, Humble didn't look as strong as they did before. Foot is the other Brawl Cup team. They looked really strong. Reply Totem had all this time between April and now. They didn't even qualify for April to just focus on these monthly finals. So maybe they even win it all today. Who knows?
I would love to see it. As a Brawl Stars fan, go Totem. There's no world where I'm picking against Foot. I will still stand firmly that this is the best team in the region. In the online format, they've been clear-cut. I think Totem have obviously proved themselves. Is a good team. I obviously underestimated them in the previous, and they could show up today. But wow, this being split, I mean, I respect the pick. Last time I was somebody going with my gut, and obviously we've seen Totem play well, but I refuse to bet against Foot. Whoever won between Humble and Foot was going to be my pick regardless of the outcome.
And I respect it. I mean, I did have to think it through. I did speak to Joker as well this week, so I mean, there's a little bit of the side of me that, you know, I've noticed the shift in their mindset.
Sure.
He's been feeling really, really positive about things and how the whole team as a whole is performing at the moment. And, you know, he did say as well that, you know, maps and draft for him is a bit of an advantage, and maybe if they do, and we can ask more about that as well later on, but I mean, that's getting a step ahead. But he does feel like that is an advantage for them in terms of their strategic ideas, and he's a man of strategy, you know, a man of draft, and when there's a new aspect that comes into the format, they are a team that are going to be gravitating heavily towards that for an advantage.
Again, I just felt like Reply Totem looked unbeatable today, 2 3-0s in a row, and this is actually exactly what I had on my website pick from yesterday as well. Reply Totem versus Foot Esports in the grand final. As I said, I believe that the teams that played at the Brawl Cup are usually a bit too focused on the international stage and first need to land again, come back home, give it a rest, and maybe Foot Esports needs, another month to win another grand final. Let's actually see. Well, first up though, we have a little something still for you, a little throwback to the Brawl Cup.
Welcome to Guess the Brawler. They have 30 seconds to guess as many as possible. The time starts now.
Pistols, wall break.
Colt.
Peep.
Nani.
Got a shadow in front of a band for the storm.
Serious? What?
No, skip. Skateboard.
Ollie.
First brawler.
Shelly.
Japanese fans.
Max.
Fans. Dash. Okay, skip. Arcade machine.
8-bit.
Yep. Newest brawler.
Naja.
Nope.
Not bad. I think we got this.
It's okay.
This is round 2, and I'm here with Team Humble. How many brawlers are you gonna guess?
More than 8.
Okay, 30 seconds. 3, 2, 1, go!
So my brawler is a thrower. He throws
Barley.
bombs.
Dynamite.
Yeah. Train.
Chuck.
Red.
Radmo.
Spawns shadows.
Sirius.
No, 3 shadows. Super.
Skip.
Okay. Can control enemies with first super.
Willow.
Long range brawler, my favorite one. Semantics.
Pierce.
No. Semantics.
Spider.
Mutes enemies with a super.
Otis.
Ink drops. Yeah. Skip.
Stop!
Shit, no.
I mean, 6 is fine.
6 is fine. We're not happy with that, but we're fine with the record.
Yeah.
Welcome to round number 3. I'm here in the lobby. I'm here with 2 fans. You can win the gold Brawl Cup postcard. Woo! But you need to have at least 3 brawlers correct, okay? 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, so he's an old man. He's living in a hotel, and you think of ice when you think of ice. Yes. Okay, so he's also an old man. He's like a magician, and he poisons people.
Byron.
Yes. Okay. Oh, he's like rolling on the ground.
Darren.
Yes. Okay, so she's got like, say hello to my little friend.
Jesse.
Yeah, okay. We got, he throws stuff.
Dynamite.
Like free stuff.
Tick.
Yes. Okay.
Time is up! Oh my god! You were amazing! Guys, you won the postcard, the gold postcard, and this was Guess the Brawler.
And then there were only 2. We're now heading straight into our grand finals of the June monthly finals here in EMEA. It's Foot Esports versus Reply Totem. Foot Esports are back in yet another grand final. It never was different really in EMEA. They took down Big and swept Humble in what could be a blockbuster semi-final really. Against Humble, they surprised us. I did not expect a 3-0. I did expect them in the grand finals though. They do look like the team to beat still in EMEA.
Yeah, I just think for me, Foot are still favorites here. For Reply Totem, though, I think this is arguably more important. Not only have they now surpassed all that middle pack of the region, but now they've got an opportunity to take grand finals at a perfect time of the year as well, where we get 1.5x. What a time to show up.
Yeah, for me, the question about whether Reply Totem were back on top, for me, I think it's been answered regardless as to what happens next. You know, this was a team that had so many struggles coming in, and just, you know, 1 monthly final appearance, you know, that is so unlike this organization. You know, to make it those semis, to lose to Humble, we kind of expected, but it was still a double match point, you know, back in March. So there was a chance that they may have made the grand finals even earlier. But getting back to it now, I feel like regardless as to what happens next is already a win, but this is a squad that, as far as winning is concerned, you either take the whole thing or you lose regardless. So they are looking for glory today.
Reply Totem had some ingenious drafts. I called it before already. Today, not only the gameplay, but also the draft was absolutely perfect. On the other side, Foot Esports looked really good as well. Their draft against Humble was also what really gave them the edge over them, I feel. First up though, the Reply Totem here, they had Naja and Mortis banned out twice as their global match ban, so they really don't like to see those two. This was the semi-final draft, a 3-0 yet again. Anything that stands out to you here, Kenny? I know you're a glowy lover.
I like seeing Glowy on Out in the Open. I just think it's a brawler that's been really solid in the EMEA meta, and it's something that I immediately touched on in scrims. But I think these are all really unique brawler combinations as well. Very different maps. Pinhole Punt now twice for Reply Totem as well. I like to see them pick it again because it's been such a success, Gale being a large part of that. In the global match bans, when you're facing off against FUT Esports, I'm expecting 2 of the 3 following to be in those global bans. Mortis, Kit, and of course the special Mina. I want to see any of those thrown out because you got to know your opponent.
On the other side, we had FUT Esports, as mentioned. They did drop a single set in the quarterfinal to then make it a 3-0 versus Humble. A huge surprise to many of us, Ark.
Yeah, a little bit for me. I just felt like FUT did not look as comfortable in that quarterfinals match as I felt that Humble looked in their quarterfinals match. But then they've really made up for some lost time. And, you know, it was actually quite disappointing to see Humble not really put up much of a fight, you know, for what we were kind of anticipating could be, you know, the grand finals in the semi-finals. That is a mega pint of water there from Angel Boy. Just being able to chug back and get that hydration in order. Love to see it. But certainly, they're so dangerous. And now we're back with Guesty as well, the man that couldn't quite make Brawl Cup. And, you know, they are now their former glory, aren't they? And they're so dangerous in this position where they're able to play from the comfort of their organization. So I think now they are sensing that it is time to strike, and Reply Totem could well be that next organization to add to their tally.
For the Esports, global bans were a bit more targeted. They ban out Piercer against Humble, makes a lot of sense. Whereas Reply Totem, again, just chose Naja and Mortis twice as their global bans. They just don't like these brawlers. We had some really ingenious drafts from FUT Esports today that called big on a pit stop, something we haven't seen in a while. Lumi here twice. And I, again, believe that this was what the draft was what gave them the edge over Humble.
For sure. I mean, immediately after the match, Humble specifically Semantic put out a tweet that said, we just kind of threw draft. And I mean, honestly, we kind of called it out as we were watching alongside. It wasn't their strongest showing. I'm not ready to give up on Humble by any means. I still think they're strong. We actually talked about in the car, unless Humble just absolutely fumble the bag for an entire spring split, or excuse me, now summer split, I'm not going to bet against them in the future. But FUT, for me, are still alongside Humble, the top 2 in not just this region, but the world.
We do have to mention here that Humble, we like to call them the Eternal Second. They came this close today to taking the #1 seed. They just couldn't do it. It would not have fit their story, right? So they had to lose today to keep becoming Eternal Second, I guess. For the Esports, they did lose to them in the Brawl Cup Grand Finals. Now today, back with Guesty, they finally best Humble after all. And Guesty is a player that stands out, really. We talked about him so often already. Who is this guy, Ork?
He's the new prodigy in EMEA, the man that we all had our sights on going all the way back to February, and a man who, in his debut in the BSC, won the whole thing. I mean, it's really honestly incredible to see someone just come in fresh, who prior to the BSC was very much a Maturino merchant, for me. Going into a monthly final victor was just such an incredible journey, and that journey is just getting started. How often do you get through that season point of the 2026 journey with 2 monthly final victories under your belt out of 3? It's really quite incredible, and there's a reason why everyone fears him.
They qualified for 4 out of 4 monthly finals and made it to the grand finals every single time. They could get their 3rd win under their belt as well. Also in the grand finals of the Brawl Cup. FUT Esports is just... it's unthinkable. It's hard to think that they will never make a grand finals. It's where they belong, really. Now we are just waiting for the maps to come in as well, because we now, with the beginning of the summer split, have added a map draft system. Reply Totem with the first pick here. I believe FUT was able to decide if they want to have pick 1 and 3 or 2 and 4. They're actually going with 2 and 4 here, which is a first of today.
I'm honestly not 100% sure, but I do know Pinhole Punt is the priority choice of Reply Totem, and Pit Stop was one that FUT selected earlier. Out in the open, one that FUT is very familiar with a few times on that. And if it goes all the way down to it, of course, the last remaining game mode and the tiebreaker map, going to be dueling Beetles. And I would say, based on how Reply Totem are playing, I'm confident in FUT, but I'm also confident this probably won't be a 3-0. I feel like these teams are looking in really good shape all around. So while it's been a couple 3-0s recently, I think we're going to get a little more distance in this one.
I think pit stop as well, being in the number 2 slot there, is a pattern that I've noticed. I mean, we saw it in the previous set versus Novo Esports, one that actually was a pick against Reply Totem, which Reply Totem were able to capitalize down on and perform really well on. But it is that map and mode that if you place in that secondary slot that, it's a very tough map to get right, is what I'm saying. So if you are falling behind, it's a potential shot at grace to be able to bring back the sets to being even in that regard. You can fall victim to being pressurized, and if that draft just does not go your way, you can fall victim to it.
We start out on 3 maps that we have seen very often today already, Pinhole Punt being one of them. Now, I do hope we don't get to see another 3-0 here, but who knows. Now, super excited also to see these global bans. Totem going for the 3rd time in a row with Mortis and Naja. Their global bans are just cemented in stone here. Then we have Damien and Leon on the left-hand side. FUT Esports left Damien open against Humble, and it wasn't picked up even once. Now, why is it banned out here?
I don't know. I mean, just to be honest with you, I think it's just maybe just a discomfort in what they play against. But you called it out really well. While some teams really like to target what the enemy team does well, this might just be something that Reply Totem have locked in all day long. I hate playing against Naja, and I hate playing against Mortis. And the other brawlers alongside that Mina kit, they can kind of just throw on the regular bans if they really want.
I feel like they just saw Reply Totem play out in the open before, where they did pick Dame and Glowy together. And now playing out in the open again as map number 3, they might just have this brawler banned out because of that one specific map. That is an insane vote. Everybody on the website seems to go with FUT Esports here, 91% at least. That's a huge surprise to me. Arcu and me have both Reply Totem as the winner here. Yes, of course, FUT Esports has won in the past, but just looking at today, I feel like Reply Totem just looks like the better team.
But that's my point in a way, and from what I'm about to say, is like that, yeah, we kind of keep up very heavily with Reply Totem here on the desk, but a lot of you watching at home maybe haven't seen that kind of transition towards where they're currently, where they're currently at in terms of their mindset. And FUT Esports is the safe vote. It really is. I mean, 3 grand final appearances, 2 of which they've won. You got to think that a 4th to add to that is not really the hardest thing for them to achieve.
We have 4 grand final appearances versus 1. FUT Esports versus Reply Totem as your grand final of the June monthly finals here in EMEA. We are on Pinhole Punt yet again. A map that Reply Totem has won twice already. This time around, Mina is not going to be globally banned and also slides through the regular bans. When I see FUT Esports, I always think of that brawler, even on a map like this one. Picking up Otis does leave them the option open to pick up Mina later on. He's one of the best counters to it. Now, on the side of Totem, we have seen some aggressive plays today, but they decide to once again just go with a safe option. Charlie and also Gale could come out of them. Never mind, they do go with the Mina, despite the Otis on the other side. They do not want to see this brawler in Angel Boy's hands.
No, I mean, if they're not going to ban it out, I think you either have to decide grabbing it or you better be darn sure you can deal with it. Charlie, kind of their textbook, one of their 2, 3, or 1st overall picks just because of Spiderlings, the defensive mechanism, and the Cocoon, of course, and it's something we saw them do against Mesaport earlier today. Yeah,
it could be a chest to maybe have to defend against it now on the side here of FUT Esports. They definitely have got to have a strong answer. I mean, considering that the Charlie's actually combined with that Mina, it's really nice from them. Ems, as definitely sort of like a guesty kind of brawler to have here on Brawl specifically, could do a good job of shutting it down, but I think that they need something a bit more in all honesty in order to do so. Kenji going to come in and be that same aggressive brawler to have for that Mina on the side of the other field.
I think Mina and Kenji have been the 2 assassins that have been picked up most here in EMEA. It makes a lot of sense to see those 2 yet again. Especially on Brawl Ball, you want to have an aggressive brawler to make room for your team. Approach that mid that is so contested. It's all about mid control in a map like this one. And there is Jester to defend the other 2. Charlie and Jester now both have a pretty good matchup into that Kenji. Ems doesn't really bring the range against the Charlie. Otis just a mainstay on a map like this one. I feel like all 6 brawlers here are really good, but I would probably side with Reply Totem's comp if I had to choose.
They're certainly going to need every bit of this draft to work out. Believe it or not, longtime legends and a dynamic duo in Maru and Maori have not won a grand final since May of 2024. Now they're finding EMEA's newest hotness in Guesty and his squad on the other side, looking for their third grand finals of the year. Will it be 2026, or can Kings of Old finally retake the throne?
It's a good start from Foot here. So far, that top left Maru, so weak, and Mari having to hold fort. Joker trying to flank around this. Whilst Foot wait to regain. Angel Boys coming now from the bottom right-hand side. So far, so good. As Reply Totem with that one kill, able to deflate this, but Angel Boy finds the shots, and there was no one there from Reply Totem to stop it.
Joker's been arguably the best player today when watching for me. But Angel Boy, I remember looking at Sunny during that grand finals and saying, I really am convinced he might be the best player in the world. And he is certainly showing it on home terrain as well. Maru on the left-handed now being a kick away. Angel Boy somehow surviving the interaction with Joker. He was thrown to the skies and landed, got a slice of the sword and gave Foot a huge numbers advantage as Maru's going to be shredded.
Angel Boy going to be forced back now. Can't really continue to contest that as well. And a great gadget there from Guesty allowed Nob to get the pickup. And the assault on goal continues from Foot Esports. Angel Boy healing, just trying to base his way around it. A great move from Nob there as well. And pinpoint precision from Foot to ensure a straightforward first goal from them. The first game as well in their pockets. And they make that look very straightforward, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, just another day for them. I mean, this is too easy, and not to mention, too, it's against some incredible talent. Some of the best in the globe, and Reply Totem have surged to start out our summer split, but they were immediately eradicated in the opening game. Not to mention, a Reply Totem choice of map. They've gone undefeated on this map so far today, the third affair they've had, but his Foot pressing them into their back spawn. A takedown onto Joker as a kick to the left-hand side, and a waltz on forward from Angel Boy. Unstoppable force from Foot.
This is escalating out of control here. The True Gold skins from Reply Totem are not pulling in the mustard so far, and they do need to get control over things and make some opportunities for themselves. Angel Boy going to go on the aggressive, duped nicely there by Maru. Getting this goal forwards is key, but then Nob will intercept whilst Joker is now muted out. There's now a chance as all three members from Reply Totem are still standing here. Maru has got hypercharge too, and Maru will just ensure it as well. Good goal from Reply Totem, but under so much pressure now because they cannot skip a beat.
Equalizer was necessary. Maru does have the hypercharge. Will pop it for the raw stats. Missed the mark though. Angel Boy was able to slide past it as Joker looks for a boot. Doesn't make contact with Angel Boy though, so it's fair fight all around as Angel Boy kicks this one forward. Guesty slowing down the enemies. Maru in the goal side trying to absorb it all as Joker gets the ball and kicks it away. Angel Boy sprinting down the map as Nob gets in positioning. A super shot to Guesty, but plenty of time on the clock. It wasn't just a win, it was a complete domination in that opening set.
That was not even close. I've got to say how it is. Goals from Foot that should not have gone through, and Reply Totem did not defend in any way, shape or form. The best chances they had the majority of the time were to clear the ball, and that's not good enough. Not by a long shot. Going to the next map, things have got to be different. That was the goal that Angel Boy should not really have scored, in my opinion. They were just dropping the ball on the side of Reply Totem. These moments here, I can understand why these are scored. Great synergy there from Foot to ensure it, but not really much to unpack. Reply Totem made one opportunity, and that was it.
Very quick Brawl set goes the way of Foot Esports, and I do want to say they won against Humble because of their draft skills. Now in this one, I felt like both drafts were fine, and Foot Esports still made it such a quick match. I wonder if Reply Totem's nerves are showing. They're in the grand finals for the very first time this year. Did they prepare for it enough? Did they know what to pick really against Angel Boy and his squad? Yes, they did take the Mina away from him, but he was just as good on Kenji.
I'm not going to give them that excuse, to be honest. I mean, this is a map that they picked. They have played twice today. They are veterans. Nerves can't be the reason they lose this one. To be honest, I think it's just Foot being better all around. The fact that they're taking it to other teams, Humble, now Totem as well, and beating them on their selection of map, on their best percentage win odds, I think doesn't just go to show how good that Totem have been to get to this point. It really puts an exclamation mark on what Foot are doing, making a stance here so far.
Well, this is now a Foot Esports picked map, and Colette comes forwards We have barely seen her today for good reason. She is just that good. But it does leave open some big heavy hitters, and they are starting to fly through. Edgar and Lumi, two very nice pickups there on that right side.
Lumi was a pick of Foot Esports as they played the map already today in the semis. Now moving over to Reply Totem. Second pick here, could go with something aggressive here, a tanky brawler like a BB, for example. They have to Colette on their side already. Not really anything so far in Reply Totem's side to put up against it. Next to BB, of course, I'm still hoping to see Bull as well, as Pit Stop has always been his best map.
And on top of that, you've got Lumi and Edgar, who into shotguns aren't going to have a fun time. Lily showing up here for what I believe is the first time today on this map. So Shadow Realm, instant access to that, can disappear, can get unsafe. This is a straight line brawler. It's not looking to play any defense, just go with the high safe.
We're so surprised if it's not BB here for Foot Esports, like Sonny says, because they play it 15 times in their scrims and it's got a 93% win rate. That's kind of disgusting. If not, it's definitely going to be picked up by Reply Totem, so they might go to defend against it. They're pretty aware of it being something that they're going to want to have, so they might even go defensive if they don't pick it up.
Defensive? I don't think so. Bull is going to come out. Finally, I get my wish granted. I'm very happy today. Still, on the right-hand side, we could see something like a BB, as you mentioned, the most picked brawler by Foot, also the most picked by Reply Totem, but into Bull, into Colette? Probably not. It's going to be a Nita instead. Another Reply Totem special, I'd say. We have seen them play Nita before she was meta. Now she has a Buffy and she's quite good, especially into Bull. Her stun gadget so good against him. And she, of course, with a Hypercharge Bear, also dishes out a lot of damage onto safe if she gets it onto that.
Fantastic sixth pick. I think on paper that Nita is going to match up really well with all three of the enemy brawlers. Bruce the Bear can be there for assistance. And also on top of that, as many of you know at home, since it's a popular choice for the game mode, a great brawler if you can get to the high safe. But getting there is the issue. And in the previous set, Totem could not make much of anything work. So far, so good for Foot Esports across the goal, not only in the grand finals, but the entire day, as Angel Boy disappears into the Shadow Realm. Will pop out in front of Maori and his teammate. Maru now rotating onto the right-hand side, a cutoff, and Angel Boy's going to go skating. He doesn't love the cold weather.
Ooh, Nob just gets the upper hand there as well. That was very, very close to who was going to stay standing on that safe. Maori cannot close the gap enough to get these Morning Stars onto the safe, and the Hypnosis there from the Collect gadget will seal him on the right-hand side. Nob going in now. 2 taps there will seal Maru as well. And this is where the damage starts to cave in, and then Reply Totem are tested on defense.
Yeah, and Angel Boy's trying to get the gulp on Maori here. He's following him down. Knew he was going to die either way, so was just trying to take one with him. An excellent stun, though, from defense. Gusty going for a dash away play. I love the creativity, but unfortunately it didn't work out. Nob substituting, though, for defense, and Joker now has to substitute a super of his own. Going on the offense, diving at him several times. Look at how much Joker had to exhaust just to get a stop.
But this is where Reply Totem make up for lost time now, as the Bruce Bear is on the safe there, swiping away like that. There's just only 2% now until the break, and there is the break, most importantly. Not going in, but on low HP, not going to outstay his welcome too heavily. Angel Boy will need to stay on that left-hand side now and go on the aggressive before Nob can come back.
Smart decision from Nob. He just did a little bit of damage from the distance, knew all they had to do was get to the 50% marker, regenerates, and now can rush back in. 13% being the separator, but Joker now on the other side. What a Hypnosis coming out. A little ta-da from Gusty as Angel Boy disappears once again. It's just relentless. Constant damage being poured out by the blue squad.
Oh, Hypercharge Bear, maybe not the best of ones to be fair. Didn't even touch the safe, but Maori trying to make up for lost time on the right-hand side, and will get the crack. Now Joker coming in, will still Gusty, no, Gusty with a pitch time perfection. Hypnosis should be able to defend slightly. Joker has got to land it, and he does finally get it, but it was so close to being defended, and he knows it. This next game might not be nearly as forgiving, as Foot Esports made that one look a lot closer. Some mistakes did shine through, though, on the side of Foot. I've got to be honest, it's a rare thing to see, but they looked a bit more flustered that time round.
All of a sudden, an opportunity for Reply Totem on the map that Foot selected. They could match with a steal of their own. Going into this 1-1 would put them in a significantly better situation, especially knowing they've got one of their map selections still left.
Well, Maori now going to have a wide open opportunity on this safe side. Getting some good taps on to Nob as well, and now Joker joins in, and Maru's done a good job on defense, so Reply Totem now starting to get their groove on as well. More damage continuation down to the safe. Maru now going to swap hands as Joker falls, just staggering those spores. Here comes Bruce as well, and Foot might even go for a dive here. No, going to stay back to defend for now. Nob with no super though, will not get the save, and a bit of a miss there from Joker. Bit short-changed.
Fear not, though.
The Hyper Bear, big-time brawler on the left-hand side, and Bruce is there to make up for it, and now they are excelling down to the final few percentage points as Maori lobs up a few shots. Maru from the distance, Guesty trying to do his best on defense, but with only a little work, Edgar is going to leave the bull behind, just waiting for one last super to punch through that safe. What a retaliation out of Totem. Veteran Joker has been unbelievable today.
And this is exactly my thoughts coming in when I saw Pitstop as the second map. It's really unforgiving, you know? It's one of those maps that can really kind of like cement your victory and make you go up 2-0, or give you that second shot of grace. And that's exactly what Reply Totem used it for. And clearly one that they've come tried and tested into this monthly final with.
It's a big steal for them. I mean, especially considering it's so interesting, because coming into this, obviously MAF draft for the first time, how much of a difference is it truly going to make? What have teams figured out in such a short span with using it? And in our grand finals of all places, it's each team stealing from the other, grabbing the opposite. So Reply Totem, I believe, will walk into this next one with the map choice of their own. 1-1 overall, finally being challenged a little bit. Big got the better of them early on in their match, but other than that, it's really been smooth sailing, especially into somebody like, somebody like Humble. Just goes to show that they've been good, but Totem, relentless. Hadn't dropped a set until Foot 2. I mean, I think both of them are just setting up for what I believed was going to be a good grand final, and now at least we're guaranteed to go to 4.
And that Nita last pick really turns out to be the perfect pick. Look at the damage though also of his two teammates. Maru did super well on that Nita, dishing out 61,000 damage to save. His two teammates just defending and dishing out damage towards the players who couldn't really get to save at all. Look at Guesty's damage to save.
Yeah, a fat 0, and as Colette, you hate to see it because that super can do some serious work.
Yeah, maybe a bit too defensive in that regard, or just not given the opportunity to really shine through, but I think that's more Reply Totem just doing exactly what they set out to do. And I mean, Maru's got that ability to stay on defense, earn the utility off the back of it, and then bring it forwards to get the damage onto the safe. I think he was a star player for me in that map, and Joker, of course, continuing to help apply the pressure. That synergy between the Edgar and the Nita, and also the way that Reply Totem were very conscientious of their spawn cycling. They didn't kind of overcommit and find themselves all back on defense. They were just kind of staggering their way forwards.
Out in the Open is a map that both of these teams have played in the semi-finals already. Foot Esports with Pearl, Jae Young, and Brock. Totem with Jean, Damien, and Chloe. So Damien, of course, isn't going to be an option here anymore. Globally banned by Foot Esports. They just pick up what Foot had in their match against Humble. Pearl, I think every time we've seen this map today, she was the first pick.
Yeah, and unsurprisingly too, I think you either go with something like a Pearl or you go for maybe an Angelo specifically, especially considering Brock's banned out. It's really one of your few options that can get you over that water. If you're not going to be able to wall break, at least walk to the other end. The only other one I can think of is Eve, which maybe the spawn in the hatchlings could help out, but I would be surprised if we saw it this early on.
I feel like Reply Totem are that team that know how good Angel Boy is with Angelo, and then they're going to have to pick up the sleeve for it if they do want to bring it out. I think it's a great brawler pick, though, to have here. But Byron might indicate that there might be a change in those wins, really, for me. And it certainly screams aggressive brawlers with the EMEA banned out. There are still some options which they might want to bring in. If Fang having a little bit of a comeback could benefit with the sort of brawler of a Byron behind them. Also, Kit is not banned out here, which is quite a scary prospect for the game mode like this.
It is interesting to see that both teams have just banned out what the other team had in the previous match. Jean and also Jae Young and Brock banned out. Definitely like the Angelo shout from my two colleagues over here, and he's actually going to be picked up here. He's the one best bowler on this map, really. He was banned out every single time we have seen the map, so makes a lot of sense that he's picked up now that he's open. Pierce is left open in this one as well. Would be a good answer. Just have a little long-range battle, but on the right-hand side, we don't really have anything yet that can boost the team into mid or break open the walls outside of the Pearl, really. Maybe it's going to be Eve after all, just to make sure you have something on that left-hand side lane as well.
I think it's certainly open. Yeah, that's where I was. So Gus, I think, makes a lot of sense too, because in the one-on-one interactions they've currently got going between Angelo and Byron, Gus has got one of the longest ranges in the game. And on top of that, if Totem decide to go with something more aggressive here or something more front-facing, they also have a shield for it. But just in general, I really think EMEA especially are using Gus a ton on out in the open, but more importantly, knockout. So plenty of setup opportunity here. I think the most important thing is covering your bases with this 5th pick. You don't want to set themselves up for Foot to get a surprise 6th pick, catch you off guard, and get a win.
Without the Jae Young for the speed, it's going to struggle the Pearl to get up the map. So having a shield might helping hand that too. Nanny going to come in for Reply Totem. Not the kind of brawler pick that I was expecting. Let's see how they want to finalize things on the side of Foot. Sometimes the Finks here could be quite useful to have to allow those Byron shots to go through with the time warp a bit faster and you know, really pack a punch. Sometimes as well, Meeple can be a great brawler to have here, especially with brawlers like Angelo, just to have a bit of space to maneuver forwards. The Manchester Meeple, just getting rid of all the bush there, could be an answer as well.
I do like that shot. Meeple could be an option here. They're going to go with Squeak instead. This is brutal. Now, Reply Totem's comp, you see, has nothing really to make sure that they can head into the mid outside of that right-hand side lane, at least at the beginning. Afterwards, of course, they could have Nani ult or Pearl ult to open up the walls and have 2 access points. But right now, Squeak is the perfect answer. With his slowing gadget, Totem will have no way to get into the mid, and mid control immediately falls into the hands of Foot Esports. Who's it going to be, Kenny? Your shout, Foot or Totem? Who will make this one a 2-1?
I think it's going to be Foot if I had to guess, but we'll see what happens here as Angel Boy crosses over the water. Gessie, of course, it's a great shout from you. Could be running that gadget. Instead, though, he's going for the extra damage, I believe, there as Joker is immediately deleted. Maru with a little bit of a late start. I'm not sure if that was intentional, part of the strategy, or if something just went south off screen.
Yeah, not too sure, but either way, 2 versus 2 and all some taps there from Maru that could have actually connected. But Angel Boy able to keep his distance. Now, really, this kind of favors Foot because Maru needs the gas to be able to thrive with this Pearl pick, and there's very little maneuvering chance. They're just going to hope to evade these shots. No, that's what I mean. Great return to center from Maru. How is he still standing? Angel Boy now starts to tap, but Maru can't close the gap onto Gestie enough to secure a 1 versus 1.
Yeah, and we see Gestie use the other gadget, so my eye got the better of me, so that is the choice. I like it a lot, too, especially on this map. If you don't have any way to remove the walls or grass, it might as well be a slowdown point, especially in such a control-oriented affair. You see how much difference it makes. This is truly going to be a long-range to mid-range fight. What we're so used to in Brawl Stars is anti-tank, assassins, and this completely differs between that, so I'm really excited. This is something completely different from a lot of our day.
Maru is holding back, delaying things, waiting for that communication from Joker to time things, and I hope he's timed it well. Does pop a gadget with the overcooked as well, coming in. Didn't really find too much there as Gessie pops there. Gadget there, slowing Joker, and now allowing Angel Boy to tap. And it is going to seal him. Now, in a 3 versus 2, Reply Totem yet again find themselves at that disadvantage.
Now Foot can just hold back. They just got to watch for this incoming Nani peep who's going to round the corner, right-hand side, bottom of your screen, off contact. And I couldn't tell if it hit the mark, but sure enough, right in front of your eyes, it's going to be Angel Boy getting a complete kill. Knocked arrow, slow down from Gessie. He's not going to be able to move. Maori trying to escape it all, return to Cinder just to try and desperately stay up. But with the poison trickling down and 3 members standing tall, this is going to be so difficult. He has a super, but he's not even able to deploy it. The fog is closing in against him. Foot are pressing up against his face. He's doing everything he can, but the 2 members on the blue roster just taking their time. They know the inevitable. What a comeback this would be, though. It's just not enough. Foot Esports just been in the driver's seat the whole way.
I feel like against any other team, that may have had a shot. Any other team aside from Humble, perhaps. That was amazing. But to what avail? Like, it was already over, you know? And that's the thing. Reply Totem have absolutely got the technique and the skill to do it. But so far, I'm loving this Squeak and this Angelo combo. I don't think it would be nearly as successful to have the Angelo alone, but that Squeak sticky residue gadget allows Angel to tap even harder. And I'm not convinced on this strategy coming in late on that spring trap from Maru. It's a nice idea, but Foot Esports are just too savvy to it.
I imagine the concept is to let Pearl charge up her shot. The longer she goes without shooting, the more damage it does. And on top of that, the overkick gadget can catch him by surprise. But now that he's done it 3 times in a row, it's not catching them off guard. But ironically, the one time they don't catch them off guard, it's still Totem who get the numbers.
Big taps there from Nob at a crucial time because Angel Boy was low. And now Reply Totem take no chances, going straight back into the spawn, using the time that they've got now to break that wall, return to sender. Angel Boy then forced away there as well. And Nob might find something here. No, goes down in the end to Joker. Overextended a bit too much because that was actually retakeable.
Yeah, I think so too, but I love the decision for them to blow up the wall. You can afford to do that when you're in the lead. They didn't need to grab kills. It was a 3v2. Odds were very much in their favor, so now they can set themselves up for a better round 2.
Wow. Gestie low again, and that's where they were able to capitalize down, and Maori goes forward aggressively, pops the return to sender. But I think there was a chance to really secure Gestie there as well, but they chose to be a bit more defensive, a bit more slow paced. They find Gestie with a nice peep there as well. The heals from Nob keep him in play. Now by Totem trying to land the shots that need to get Maori back into a position. Oh, Maori comes in. Nob should go down here as well. That was perfect timing. Much better. Angel Boy, though, with the response with that arrow will make it a 2 versus 2 now. It was for nothing.
A terrific tap out of Angel Boy to neutralize the numbers as Maori receives some heavy hits. Joker, the long range on the left-hand side, going against Gesty, who gets the cutoff with the gadget. One-on-one from the sharpshooters. It's Maori looking from the long distance. Angel Boy rendered weak as well, and this fog will be a factor. Joker takes one shot, somehow slides through. Oh my goodness, this is going to come down to the wire.
Oh, they're juking so well around these squeak shots, but this really Reply Totem are struggling here to close the gap. Maori there with hypercharge as well, and they actually managed to do it. Surely Angel Boy goes into the gas. Unreal! How hard did Reply Totem have to work going into those final seconds to make it happen? Absolutely ridiculous. At so many times, there was potential for those squeak shots to resonate, to backfire, and actually take 2 of them down at once. And they worked around it super, super well. Now, all tied up and all for the taking here in this set.
And for a 5th time, Pearl is at the top right of your screen. I mean, we can't see her, but I'll just tell you where she is, folks. They're waiting for Joker and Maori to make a call out of when to dive in. That's why you're seeing Nob and Gesty back away so far. Nob does not dare once again approach that top right-hand wall because he knows Maru is coming in swinging.
Wow. Oh, big tap from Angel Boy into Joker there. Joker needs to be cautious. The body blocking, and of course that return to send from Maori, I'm sure were quick on the trigger if needed. Gesty down to 1,000 HP in that mid, and needs some heals from Nob. This peep comes in, gonna be tanked from Angel Boy, who's gonna be low here, no escape, and the body blocking is gonna be needed. Gesty's gonna be careful, and Nob just about keeps him in the mix.
There's very few people that can pull that out. Angel Boy knew he had enough HP to tank it, but he had to dodge the rest. Nob was there to clean up with some extra heals, and it will still be a 3v3, but it has been scrappy. Now the fog also adding into the mix. Angel Boy is going to approach this left-hand side as Maru dishes out a gadget. Gesty burning to the ground. Maori needs to make one tap follow through from Maru. 3v2 situation. Angel Boy looking for a knocked arrow, goes down, but the red roster cleans up nicely. Now a set advantage for Reply Totem.
Now Reply Totem will know how important this one is. A break from the mid will give them that escape that they will desperately need at times, but it will also allow Nob to be able to channel those shots down. He's been doing a great job. But he's staying in position now because Maru on that right-hand side is thinking about that spring trap. Gonna come back for now. I'm worried if he does go for it because his teammate's now so far back. Angel Boy now with the return to sender. Oh, needed those hills yet again. Nob is working overtime here. That's a good connection from the look of it from me. He's staying alive. Gesty low down that bottom right-hand side. Maru gonna go down here, surely, and does.
Foot on the back heels, but they grab a pivotal kill. I love this creativity coming in from Totem of the Gust Shield plus the dive in, so they perfectly time it for Pearl, but she still goes down. Now Maori from the long distance just has to do his best. Nob has a hypercharge ready to go, so even if he doesn't need it this round, it is certainly going to come in handy on the next one. Joker, 795, 35, barely survives, but the fog is going to cut him off as well. Both of these brawlers down to their final lives, stretching as far as they can, but Foot sucked the air out of them, and all of a sudden, one round is going to decide this crucial set.
They also sucked the utility in as well off the back of it. Look at that, hypercharges for Nob and Angel Boy. But I've got to say, despite that being relatively unwinnable for Reply Totem there, Maori was juking so well. Like, the way that Reply Totem are literally a pixel away from going down and still having the confidence to remain standing. Now the hypercharge peep coming in. Can they bounce Gesty maybe back in? They do. Can Maori get something? Goes a bit aggressive here. Lots of shots, but a lot of chaos, and he will actually fall and not get traded out.
The coordination doesn't work out. They wanted to bounce the Nani peep into Gesty and then follow up with Pearl shots, but Foot were ready for this. The heals from Nob combined with Gesty and Angel Boy's mechanical taps going so well, and Foot are the best in the region for a reason. Now Nob popping up purple button out of celebration, lobs up one more as Gesty cleans up, and Foot have taken the lead.
What a close set. And one that I feel is far from over almost in regards to the rest of this series, because I'm sure Reply Totem knows how close they came there. They'll be kicking themselves slightly, but they will surely know that going into this next set, there is a definite chance that they can bring things back into order. If that peep had just been a little bit piloted down to allow that knockback, I think that could have gone another way.
It's so funny because we almost see players never use the launchpad function of this map, but that was actually such a cool interpretation from Reply Totem to send a Pearl of all brawlers, a non-aggressive one at that there. Typically, it's a first overall pick in EMEA, and they find such a creative way to use it. It obviously didn't work out, but you can see all the awesome moments that they had in the back of their mind, bouncing a Nani peep into it. You saw it there, Joker throws a shield to Maru. It was still a really close set, didn't go their way, and Foot were prepared for it, but again, credit to Foot. How often do you see that? And they still had a response.
I like that you pointed that out. I think this was one of the first times ever that the jump pad actually came into big time, came into clutch and worked out in competitive for one of these teams. Now, Angel Boy, definitely the MVP in this one. You can see why, 10 kills on him. That Angelo pick, leaving him open and then not picking him up first really fits Reply Totem later on. Yes, Pearl was picked up first a lot of times today, but I felt like alone with this Angelo pick on Angel Boy as well, that works. It's an alliteration. So they just couldn't hand them Angelo like that. I feel like that was the problem, really, the draft in this one.
Yeah, as they're coming in, like, you know, Reply Totem know how good Angel Boy is with Angelo. I'm sure they've got something up their sleeve for it, and it was actually kind of more Foot that had something up their own sleeve, that squeak pick. You know, allowing Angel Boy to really land more of those shots with that slowing residue on the map, and you know, he's just so dangerous. I think it's a must ban Brawler there, but then, you know, how many bans do you need to have to stop Angel Boy from doing his thing? Mina, Angelo, the list goes on and on.
Now we come from a map that both of these teams have played in the semifinals already to a map that we haven't seen yet today. Bell is going to be first pick here on Dry Season. Jaeyoung, Byron, and Mina once again banned out here by Reply Totem. Mina also banned by Foot, Kaze, and Colette. So Kaze and Mina banned out because that is what usually gets you that blue star in the middle. We still have a couple of options open. Ellie, maybe. Jaeyoung usually one as well. She's banned out. A lot of aggression banned out. Kit is left open. Now, what do you want to pair it with here? Byron would be the usual choice. He's banned out there.
Maybe Gus here, to be honest with you, just as a safe pairing, long range to keep up with Bell, but a lot went down there. I mean, global bans, one of my suggestions was get rid of the Kit because it's moments like this where Foot Esports are going to cling onto him. And on top of that, Bell is the first overall selection, is safe, but I wonder if that's because Gene is still left open and they just felt like this was the safest into those pairings.
Yeah, I'm super worried here. Maybe Ollie could be a potential idea here. It's going to be Angelo yet again for Esports. And I mean, you know, coming off the back of that last set, you got to feel like Angel Boy's warmed up to the occasion. I do worry a bit here for Reply Totem. Pierce would definitely be a nice brawler to consider here, but it's very unforgiving on this kind of map. So, you know, it's a question of, you know, do you just combine that with wall break and bring in something like a Brock and just double down on that side of things, or play it safe and we have a Meeple to be able to push your way forwards in this map and assert some authority. But whatever way you look at it, you've got to have an answer for that Kit, and that's the concern right now for me.
Ark has been going on about this Pierce pick yesterday already, claiming that East Asia doesn't really know how strong he is. They never banned him out yet. Here in EMEA, he's also left open for the second time already on a map where he is good, but EMEA decides to not pick him anyways. Edgar and Meeple are going to be the answers here from Reply Totem. I like the Edgar. Usually he's a strong pick. They do have two long-range brawlers that can handle even an Angelo. But do they have anything against that Kit really other than the Rage Quick gadget from Meeple? I feel like Kit is going to have a field day as long as he has a gadget used just before, as long as he doesn't have it available anymore.
Yeah, I was waiting for a wall break to come through. It was either Brock or Colt in my mind, and this feels like such a perfect time considering Edgar hates the open space. Meeple as a single shot brawler doesn't love going into the distance, so now Angel Boy, whoever he plays, I'm assuming it'll be one of the two on the left-hand side, but Colt as well now gets the distance coverage too. I don't know, I really like that sneaky 6 pick out of Foot.
It's quite scary, for sure. Meeple can, like, force their way forwards, but that gadget, you know, like I said, and they may not even bring in that Manchester Meeple gadget, as Sunny says, because you're going to have an answer for that Kit. And that Rage Quit will be able to be that. I mean, the Edgar can obviously get some good healing off the back of that interaction. Straight for the blue star is Joker there, going to be tapped up there with a retreat back, and it depend on that gadget quite heavily to ensure his safety. Big taps as well there from Maori to just assert his authority over Nob and Angeboy. Couple box coming in. Big swipes from Angeboy and forcing back there straight onto his teammate for heals.
Yeah, he's so good at these assassin-like brawlers, and obviously Joker can do the same as he goes headlong into the enemy side. A breakup of the wall on the left-hand in, though, so this is going to make Maru's job rather difficult. He can get some solid shots. He has this ability to build the walls, but he's going to need a super alongside it. Maori, of course, the longer this goes, is trying to drop as many nest eggs as possible, so they're going to send the sharpshooter to the left-hand side, but Gessie just continues to tear at the map.
Oh, I'm so worried of how much of the map is already open, and Maori is going to have his work cut out for him soon. He needs to try and land this mark, which he doesn't for Nob, and great taps as well. Nob can't really stay in his position. What a jump away. That is unreal from Nob there as well to ensure that survivability. Angeboy now in a very bad spot, 2,500 above his head, and still surviving on its neck and neck. Sugar goes in. Oh my word, what an interaction. That was wild.
I think Kit backpacked the Edgar, but Edgar had already jumped, so Kit landed alongside him. The dive out, what an exchange. Would love to see that in slow motion from the folks at home. But to your point, Gestie keeps tearing away. 3 stars, very doable with the time we have left on the clock.
Angeboy goes in, Gestie gonna get a lot of taps here, so Shogun needs to pick up the scraps here as well. The hypercharge, not with a huge tap. That brings Foot now into a fantastic position, and they actually get the lead by 1 star, and thanks to Angeboy now. So it's 20 seconds on the clock, and Reply to just need 1.
Gestie has the ability to open up this wall with maybe another gadget and this hypercharge super. So Maru not going to get his values worth unless he presses against this indestructible totem. Time running out, 10 to go, long distance, doesn't make contact with Nob. One of the unsung heroes of this squad is now doing some good work as Gestie cleans up Joker too far away. Will jump in. The interaction's so fun to watch, but so successful in Foot's favor. Now the number 1s are on match point.
Make or break now for Reply Totem. Back-to-back games is what is needed now to remain in the question, to take it to a 5th and final set. Or this one will be done. Foot Esports are playing such a good game here.
It's been sunshines and rainbows all year long for Foot Esports. Success the whole way. But I'll remind the audience, Reply Totem in the offseason between our summer and spring split, vibes at an all-time low. Success in the first half, not great. Rumors of trades, of going other places, and now they've found themselves in a grand final. Maori haven't had one of those since 2024, and they're being pinned against some of the future kids of this region as Angeboy and Nob slowed down by the nest egg, but still the mark lands.
Well, Foot Esports now on the retreat. They've got the stars they need. Another tap there from Nob. Manages to be pulled down by Maru. Joker not going to be going in just yet. He'll be going straight into the Lion's Den if he does. Maori finds Gestie. Now Angeboy lurking as well, ready to bounce back if he needs to. These taps are not really landing for Maori. Joker goes in, has to come back. It's both sides playing chicken. So tense.
A lot of supers being exchanged, and Gestie tip-tapping on the left-hand side. Look at the 6-shooter work. A cutoff just out of desperation, just to give them some breathing room. But Angeboy and Nob on the right-hand side, relentless, and now expanding the lead for Foot Esports.
Well, huge taps to the left. Gestie needs to come back here, but again, this map's so open. And Joker not really finding the opportunity he needs. And Angeboy's got Maori down to 700 HP, out of range, and now going to finalize things. Joker does get the pickup. That's huge, but it's not enough. Reply Totem with 4 stars, and that blue are still 2 behind. So anyone from Foot will be enough to take the lead.
The red roster's clock is dwindling down. 2 behind, but Blue Star in the pockets as they trap Nob. Has a hypercharge in hand. Now Maori from the long distance getting a tap. Angeboy there to freeze. Joker has to recover for his teammate. They're down. He's tiptoeing his way down the right-hand side, but Nob extends. Joker low. Maru trying to fire off, but Nob gets the piercing shot. Totem tried to do their best. A dream in the making, a long time coming, but you can't deny Foot. It's not even debatable. Clearly the number 1 in EMEA. Gestie play, Gestie win.
What a win for Foot Esports. Unreal, and still the best this region has. And considering that 2 of the teams in EMEA were in the grand final of the Brawl Cup, that's a scary prospect. With or without Gestie, they're so good, but with Gestie, it just feels like the icing on the cake. Unreal, like that was such an enjoyable grand finals. I would love to have seen it go the distance, but it was deserved nonetheless. And in that last set, I feel like Reply Totem just didn't quite have the answers. Great draft. It really, really was today from Foot.
It was the 6th pick for me that just sold it. I was just waiting for that wall break because Reply Totem picked 3 very solid brawlers. Meeple, somebody that shows up a ton in EMEA. On paper, looks fine, but the second they cut it off, Meeple is a headless chicken. You just can't do anything about it. Edgar, as good as Joker is just going to have that much harder of a time winning. I think a lot of credit to Reply Totem. An excellent day, an excellent bounce back, and now they're going from one of those teams, maybe they make the postseason. Well, Foot, thanks to them, have a little more success, a little more breathing room in this region, and plenty of space left. Still wind in the sails for Totem.
The stats speak volumes as well. Yes, you have the wall break, so Joker can't really do too much, but then you also have Kit on the other side. The other two had to be scared of him the whole time. What do you do if you never know if Kit is invisible or not? With that, we have the EMEA monthly finals for June concluded. We now have a winner, and the name is not you. It's Foot Esports for the 3rd time this year.
Pretty incredible, to be honest with you. 2 drop sets throughout the whole day. One of them being big, of course, but I feel like my takeaway is Foot are the best team in this region right now. They've been the most consistent throughout the year, and now I think the storyline as we walk into next month, I hate to say it, but they didn't have Guesty at Brawl Cup, and all the Foot believers said it's because they didn't have Guesty. I mean, to be honest with you, they 3-0'd Humble. I think that has more validity than ever.
Yeah.
You have to say, though, you don't really know if they would have performed just as well at a LAN event,
of course.
But Guesty has no experience there. So maybe they're just also the online warriors, where we have called Humble the offline warriors in the past already. I hear that we are ready to speak to them, and I'm super excited because today we get Nob. Welcome to this broadcast. I hope you can hear me already.
Hello, hello.
Hi, good to see you. So 4 grand final appearances and another champions title. What has allowed Foot to stay at the top of EMEA for so long?
Free region. Yes.
Nice answer.
Nob, one of the things that has changed up from last split into now is the map draft. Do you feel like Foot is even stronger now that we've added another layer to the equation in these matches?
What?
I was going to say, I'll repeat it again. The map draft got added in this second split. Do you think Foot are even stronger now that we've added this layer?
I think it's good, yeah. When they add map draft, it's something new. So I think we are more comfortable when we drafting our best maps. Yeah, we are more stronger.
Nob, it's great to see you, someone who gives me so much joy at events. I know. It's so great to watch you this year, man. You've been phenomenal. I've got to ask, this season, you've dropped 9 sets. That's how many sets you've lost. What makes you so consistent in this roster? I mean, you are just a rock.
Am I what? Rock?
You are the rock. You are so consistent.
Rock?
Yeah, you are the person in the squad that, for me, is so consistent. You've only dropped 9 sets. So what makes you so consistent? How are you this good in this roster?
I mean, it's very nice team. We have good drafters, and I just play what they give me, and that's all.
Thank you so much, Nob, for your time today. I hope you celebrate well tonight with your team if you can, because you are, for the 3rd time already, the June monthly finals champions.
Yeah, it's me.
Well, with that, thank you so much for his time, and thank you for you two being here again today, Trev, as well. Of course, it's been an absolute blast. We had one too many 3-0s for my liking, so the day was a bit short, but still, we have yet another winner. Foot Esports, for the 3rd time already, they came close at the Brawl Cup today. They got 1st place again, even against Humble. They made it a quick sweep. Now, we want to have a look at all of the brawlers that we got to see today. I think we have mentioned many of them already. The most picked of the June monthly finals here in EMEA. have been Mina, Otis, Meeple, Chester, and Stu. And I think especially the Mina pick might have something to do with FUT Esports playing many games today.
Yeah, the biggest thing that stands out to me when looking at this is they're the most popular, but those win rates are not great. So I wonder if these are just quote-unquote too obvious. I think partially maybe due to how early they get drafted in the lineup as well. So definitely makes me reconsider and be more open to maybe other picks early on.
Yeah, I think for me as well, Meeple and Stu were two that I just didn't really kind of see having the best amount of pick rates, honestly. I mean, Otis, Chester, Mina, that all kind of makes sense to me. So we're seeing a little bit more of a shift than I was expecting in EMEA this month.
The most banned have been Colette, Crow, Kit, Lumi, and Shade. And the same goes here as well. The win rates are better than the picked brawlers, but look at that Colette.
Yeah, they're all clean numbers, I imagine, because they haven't been played a ton. I think Crow probably at best getting 4 there. I mean, 3 or 4 would make sense for the 75%, right? We'll have to do our homework at home after the fact, but Colette not getting a ton of love, but all 5 of those brawlers are excellent. I think that's something we will continue to see as we get into next weekend.
Yeah, global match bans as well for June. Naja and Mortis, you know, they were really quite the key ones, weren't they? Certainly in EMEA, Edgar and Damien still very, very tough to have to handle. And Pierce, Leon, Chester and Stu just down there in those number 2 and number 1 spots. But Naja and Mortis, Edgar and Damien, and I feel like that's pretty warranted as far as the meta is concerned.
I think so as well. It would be interesting to see, and we will probably get to see that also after the June monthly finals, how these global bans have differed again in the different regions. Brawl Cup was just last month. Usually that brings all the regions together a little bit. They get to learn of each other. Now, East Asia and EMEA has been looking pretty similar. Not gonna lie, I think Mina was the most picked also yesterday. Super exciting stuff, and I am super excited also to announce that we have our first 2 teams that will go to World Finals 2026 to play on the biggest stage in Brawl Esports. It's Humble and FUT Esports.
I dare them to not play qualifiers. I dare them. Make it spicy in the 6th month. Make it spicy for the 6 months for the folks at home. Yeah, I was going to say. But look at the drip coming out of them. I think FUT, obviously, credit due. 3 of 4 is absolutely incredible. Humble are somebody we got to keep our eye on for next month, though. I still believe in them. Maybe not as much as I do FUT at this current moment, but nonetheless, I think still a lot of up for EMEA.
And I think, Ark, we know what to expect from Humble on a big stage such as Worlds. What can we expect from FUT Esports? Hopefully this time with Guesty on their side.
Yeah, that's going to be a real test for FUT Esports. I mean, I was hoping to see it slightly earlier so we'd have some idea, but, you know, it's going to be definitely the biggest test of Guesty's career, which sounds like a big statement, but he's had such a short career so far, albeit a very successful one, you know. It will be very much about how he handles that kind of pressure. And I feel kind of like for him in his position, actually, because to come in at his age into the BSC, to have so much expectation, it takes a really big character to be able to handle that and all that comes with it. Because the community are always on side when you're winning, but they're always the first to kind of say, we kind of saw that coming. You're not as good as we expected when you're down. So it's just something to bear in mind.
Thank you so much to everyone who tuned in today again. Because of you, Brawl Esports is even better. Make sure to tune in again next weekend as we look towards South and North America. See you then.